Level up. Level up.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia.
Behold my power!
And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand. And see how your story ends.
Go in for it, and here comes the steal!
Between Worlds hanya menjadi pemisah
ตรง
dunia.
นี้ดิโนเวิร์ไฟหน้ามายังคงรอดชีวิตอยู่แต่ว่าไม่พอ
As well, and even Volkamid is sticking.
But they should try to look for a combo here. The dragon is stolen away.
Kung kasi na nakira baka mga nabuhay na kami natin mag-breakout.
Not yet, but the damage is gonna be enough. W does pick up Kratos.
You and Pikachu goes in, and here's the backset!
At the below in 8 minutes, gonna be taken down by Faerie already.
มันเรื่องเดียวเด็กคูณไปเรียบร้อยชิปเปอร์ชันเข้ามาฮอมรอมชาโด
What's up, Summoners? Welcome to the second day of LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025. Back with me, Abigail, your host, and we will also have Contra as our analyst, Manamo and Sagi as our caster. What's up, guys? How do you feel today? Maybe starts with Contra.
I'm feeling fantastic. We're finally getting to see these teams make it into the playoff stage, but of course there will also be upsets and of course teams to be rejoicing after a long day's work. So we'll have to see who will be our top 3 teams.
Yeah, and what about you, Manamo and Sagi? Probably from Manamo.
Yeah, I mean, this is the last chance for our region, for Indonesia, because not a good day in the first day for Yongdepal, but at least right now we have ID versus MYSG representatives for the first match, and we have 2 ID talents and 2 MYSG talents, so it's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, Emma, what do you think about it, Saki? Please, let me know what you think about it. I mean, this is going to be. I'm not sure how to put it because we saw how strong FRC yesterday, and we also saw how sad Young Depot yesterday, and today they will met each other.
Well, you know, at least it won't be all too sad because we start to see them getting a little bit more creative on their graph. And who knows, maybe with another surprise draft, they might be able to overwhelm FRC. And then maybe some shock factor will be involved in the brackets. And speaking of the brackets, this is the tournament forehand.
Yup. So in these LCP Wild Card Playoffs are split into two stages. First one is group stage, which will held on yesterday and also today, and the bracket stage from August 30 until 31st. And on this group stage, the 5 teams will play in single round robin. So each team plays each other once, and all matches are best of 2. They're using fearless draft, and point system is very simple. You got win 2-0, you got 2 points. You got tie 1-1, you got 1 point. And if you lose, you only got nothing. So the top teams advance to the bracket stage. And for the bracket stage, we will use single elimination system like a knockout, and so the second and third place from group stage will play in the semi-final. The winner faces the first place seed in the final, and both bracket matches begin with a 1v1 side selection showdown, and all matches are best of using fearless draft. Things that I love the most. And the participant of this LCP Wild Card Playoff 2025 is gonna be Young Nepal from Indonesia. They didn't have a good run yesterday. They just lose every single match, and I think they also the most improved within less a day team. I mean, Manamo, it's still so sad for us as the Indonesian representative to see Young Nepal doesn't really play how they used to.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things going through their mind, like they're playing really safe, but in the contrast, like Faerie Charm, I think they are the dark horse for this tournament. We talk a lot about Inferno Esports and Full Sense, but Faerie Charm is the force to reckon with. Does Reverie, Nekodes, Sevaski, and even Blaze, who plays maybe one or 2 games yesterday, looking really good. So yeah, it's gonna be a hurdle for Young Nepal facing against the MYSG representatives.
Well, I agree at one point with you because that was a very charming play from Faerie Charm. But Inferno Esports, they are undefeated yesterday. Still very strong on the first seed of the group stage, Sagi. But do you think Inferno Esports could defend their undefeated stage today? Yep. Interesting. And another interesting thing about this LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025 is ACUL Esports as the newest region in LCP. I think they are some like a team that you cannot underestimate. Yes, they didn't score any point yesterday, but still, the way they play isn't something that you can underestimate contra.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of prowess coming in for the mid laner, Catherine the bot, that has been able to really show up, including all these steps that Infi has taken in so many measures to try to really put them up ahead. So what they really have to do moving into day 2 is to stabilize maybe the bot lane, and RTO so far has been able to hold his own, and then look for maybe a big setup for those team fights. Perhaps that's where they could actually get more things done to put a dent to some of the best here out in the field.
Yeah, and also we gotta talk about Full Sense. I mean, Full Sense got tied with Faerie Charm yesterday with a very beautiful match. I mean, it feels like if Full Sense, even though they were smacked by Faerie Charm on the first game, they still kind of like, you know, have an unbroken faith to score at least 1 point more to secure tie with the Faerie Charm. And to be honest, I would like to see Full Sense play once again with Faerie, but maybe later if we have the opportunity, because we have to look after today's matches, because I believe this is going to be very exciting, because we will see the points for the group stages will be moving, and for today's schedule, we already finished what happened on yesterday, and for today, Friday, August 29, we'll have Young Nepal versus Faerie on the opening match, and followed by AZUL versus Full Sense. I mean, this is going to be very exciting for the second match, I believe, and for the third match, FRC will face against Inferno Esports. Young Nepal will versus AZUL after that, and last but not least, we will have Full Sense versus Inferno Esports at the end of the day. Manamo, which one of these matches that you're looking for?
I think the most important one is the first two match, because if Young Nepal and SAUL lose these two match, it means they have 3 losses already, and we can say they have no chance to qualify for the playoffs, and it just finding who will be on the second seat or the third seat or even the first seat, who maybe there's between Full Sense or Faerie that can defeat the top seat right now, that is Inferno Esports.
Yeah, but I think despite of that, SADUL, I believe they still kind of have a bigger chance, to be honest, than Young Nepal, because the way how they play is kind of cleaner. Although Young Nepal still, gave us an improvement, a very big improvement with their cheesy pick, with the unexpected pick like Yasuo and Alistar on the duo lane. But you can't simply rely on that terms in every single match. So what do you think, Contra?
I mean, when we take a look at the current situation, these teams, they can't afford to even find a draw for the matches for today. And if they do win, it really will cause a big shakeup in the current standings overall, where the other teams will also be pressurized in the sense where if they draw again, then this could be anyone's game, meaning to say that, that third spot will be up for grabs. But, that definitely is going to be the onus onto these two teams, UL as well as Young Nepal. And for YDP, I hope that they've been able to really take some really good measures after yesterday's run, take a look at the bots and everything to make certain adjustments work, because up against them right now is going to be FRC, one of the hottest stars right now, the prospects where we've found them all from this low queue, all stacked up together, and they've been able to show us so many different variations of play, all thanks to their adaptability, and they've been fielding even players like Blaze as well as Stellar.
Yeah, but for Young Nepal players too, they're gonna change a Cruise. So that will be no Zufat, so we will have a Boom Chanli, Cruise, and File, and Dogger, and also Bacon. Well, to be honest, at yesterday's play, where Cruise are playing as a jungle, I feel like the tempo of Young Nepal is kind of different. They just kind of settle with the passive tempo, but doesn't mean that they couldn't make it. But it is still in a very short time, you chance to multiple types of tempo. I think this kind of win their tempo, but on the other hand, Faerie works really well with their setting tempo. They didn't always dictate the other opponent to play within the tempo, and I think that's also a very good part of Faerie Sage.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Just have your time. But I think for Faerie, yes, on the first round they wasn't playing with Necrodays, and both me and Contra agree at one point that once Necrodays played with Faerie yesterday, the tempo and the playstyle of these teams are so different.
Yeah, I think like the major difference when it comes down to these two mid laners is that for Stellar, he kind of plays a little bit more of a supportive kind of role in order to supplement the rest of the team. Whereas when you have Nikodesu, he can kind of do both. But when he actually plays his lane, he actually holds his own so well that he could even formulate ways to get, whether it's solo kill or maybe having those big dives of the gank over the bottom lane, which definitely has given bigger impact towards the side of FRC. Whereas I think Stellar is still very good in his own ways. It's just that we've only seen a few iterations like the control mages that he brings to the table.
Yeah, but for Young Nepal, this is going to be a very big task for them in terms of reading the movement of Young Faerie Charm itself, and also not to mention how they want to prioritize the lane. Is it gonna be the Boomchan's lane, like top lane, or maybe mid lane, or maybe dual lane? I think the best way for Young Nepal for now is to helping Boomchan lead, so he doesn't have to become the weak side. But I don't know. What do you think, Manamo?
Yeah, I think because in this important match, they decide to change roster once again and they replace the support Jester into Bacon. I still haven't seen Bacon yet, what kind of champion pool that he has. But looking at Cruz, we saw Cruz yesterday playing jungle once and playing AD carry once, playing Jax in the jungle, and I think, like you said, it's really different. The tempo is much slower with Cruz on the jungle, and I just want to see who's gonna be the engaged main for Young Nepal, because that's their identity, the aggressiveness from them, or they just want to play much more reserve and scaling, and maybe that's the plan for today.
Yeah, and then talking about the ban and pick section between these two teams, we kind of get a spoiler that Young Nepal's ban Varus, and also they directly took it Aurora. I think this is going to be a very good one for Young Nepal to at least lessen the power pick of FRC. Saki, what do you think?
I have to agree, because YDP, they understand the fact that Savaski is one of the strong laners coming into this bottom half of the map. They really love the picks such as the Varus, Jhin, or even the Yunara. They love winning the lane and winning out the map control, so they can do all these early game rotations to really punish you in the cross map, especially Grubs. So banning out the Varus first game in coming into this series, it is a very important ban here. However, if you look at the entire state right now, lots of these magical damage dealers have been banned out, and on the first stage, we see a Wukong Orianna being locked in on the side of FRC for insane team fights.
Yeah, because Wukong Cyclone and combined with Orianna Shockwave is going to be a very lock for Young Nepal's team fight. So they just deny the team fight scenario for Young Nepal. And for Young Nepal, it leaves to them whether they want to, fight by the big fight with FRC, or they just want to counter attack it with maybe a ganking playstyle to secure the early game momentum control.
When we take a look at YDP, they also did consider on a few factors that they could actually come up with, because they're lacking a little bit more of that crowd control initially. So instead of securing themselves with Jarvan, they are trying to at least get a little bit more flex going. If you want to park this all that in the jungle, it's still very possible. Though I think that it's still pretty much Boomchan that will be actually piling this champion instead, since, pairing up against a Wukong would not be the most ideal in the jungle. So that being said, though, I mean, we take a look at Faerie Charm. They answer back by having even more of all these team fight potential. I mean, we've already seen the ideation with the Cyclone as well as the Shockwave, and then you double down with a Headbutt Pulverize. Whoever gets into those tight areas of the map for those objectives, it is definitely going to be a little bit more difficult for YDP to get out of a fight.
Yeah, and I feel like the FRC, the F of FRC stands for flexibility, because if you look at this Wukong, Orianna, and also Alistar, is very flexible for them, whether they want to initiate, whether they want to disengage, or whether doing it on the same time, depends on the situation. So it opens a very big variety of options for FRC how they want to play in this game. So this leaves it back again to Young Nepal, whether they want to try to prioritize one lane and also secure the early game momentum to deny FRC's late game Manamo.
Yeah, and I think looking at these three champions from MRC, Wukong, Orianna, and Alistar, it's kinda, they speaking like it's Jhin angle for Savaski. It's really a good one for team fight. They have the frontliner, they have the engage tools, and while Jhin can sit back, that's why they ban the Poppy and Karma. So no pressure into their lane, and Tristana actually that's gonna be banned from Young Nepal. And let's see, because I think FRC is different from IE, like we saw yesterday, and Corki also a viable option for poking from a long range, and FRC a little bit more balanced team, a little bit more, you can say in a good way, textbook team that's front to back team, not like IE who always rush into the front. So Young Depal maybe a little bit miss, I think, for banning this Tristana, but let's see what's the response, especially for the support to counter this bottom lane.
No, to be honest, I love this Corki pick from FRC because even though they have Alistar as the one of the strongest tank in League of Legends, they still want to at least put a condition where Corki can also be independent with a escape skill that he can pull out. And for Young Depal, they just want to pull out a fight against FRC because if you have Leona, it means you don't have any go back once she turns into the fight. Sagi.
I have to agree as well, and I especially love this Sylas pick here coming in for Raphael, because Sylas being able to steal away the most important spell of FRC, which is the Unbreakable, it allows this bruiser-ish assassin pick coming in from YDP's mid lane to be so destructive in all these team fights, soaking up the Orianna damage, soaking up Savaski's Corki damage. This Sylas will go absolutely bonkers if he's able to sustain a lane phase.
But sorry for cutting, but I think it will be Indonesian specialist, especially that is Sylas jungle, because Volibear will be on Boomchan's hand and Raphael playing Aurora, because on LNC we saw quite a lot that Sylas played in jungle, so maybe that's the angle for Young Depal.
Yeah.
Okay, now that makes it a little bit more interesting, right, on how this matchup's going to go, because Aurora, you saw the whole idea of parking her up over onto the top lane is to get a favorable range matchup against those melee champions. But then again, this Wukong that's actually going to pose a little bit more threat, or even the Rumble, might be able to hold their own for a moment. So we'll have to really see how those top laners can be able to fare. And YDP, if they can keep up with the tempo, if they keep up with the aggression, I think that they can actually look for a lot of all these pickoffs in the early game.
Yeah, so early game will be very important for Young Depal because they don't want to let FRC have the late game, because their late game insurance is already solid because they have Corki, they also have Orianna who will get, getting even more hurt on the late game. So, and also considering their utilities like the Cyclone as well as Shockwave, they're gonna be a very big problem for Young Depal. So they need to win their early game. But let's see what will happen on the first match of the first game for today, Young Depal versus FRC. So I'm gonna toss it to caster. So Manamo and Sagi, please take it away.
Manamo, SR, MYSG versus Indonesia right now. A brink of elimination, I would say, but definitely for YDP, the first thing that they have to handle will be to tackle the laning issue. If they do not tackle the laning issue, they will have a very, very tough time going to the mid game.
Yeah, that's true. Like the tempo that if FRC cannot set up it's gonna be bad for the Indonesian representative. But here it is, our first game of the day, Young Depal versus representative from MYSG, Faerie Charm, and let's introduce this both team.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our first series of today, YDP Young Depal versus Faerie Charm FRC. For this specific series, if Young Depal faces another loss, they might just lose out the contention of the road to LCP promotions here. The stakes are high and we are in it to witness it.
Yeah, and actually there is some shift that Boomchan's playing Aurora the volley bird that he is profound of is given to Cruz to play in the jungle, and just like you said, actually Raphael who's gonna play Sylas, and it makes much more sense because the mid lane control that you said against the Orianna.
It will be very important because one thing's for sure, if this Sylas gets to get out of lane and participate in all these river team fights post level 6, he's gonna be so strong thanks to the Unbreakable, thanks to all these setup spells coming in from FRC. All these ultimates, maybe not the Corki's ultimate, are all so good for this Sylas. The ultimate coming in from Rumble, the Cyclone from the Wukong, the Shockwave from the Orianna, and especially the Unbreakable for Alistar, so darn good for this Sylas to steal.
Yeah, for sure, like for the sustainability and equalizer maybe for the follow-up in the team fight. But actually the problem in Young Depal that we saw on day 1 is their laning phase is not that good. Pressure being pressed to Young Depal, and we saw like 30 CS gap, 40 CS gap on 7 minutes maybe, and it's just getting snowballed by the enemy team. So let's see if right now Young Depal can manage at least to sustain in the early game.
Sustaining in the early game, making sure that they fight according to their priorities and their power spike will be especially important. Coming into the middle lane, we have already seen big trades being pushed off between Raphael and Stellar in this 1v1 matchup. Raphael getting chunked extremely low, but we know this Sylas loves to be extremely low for that Kingslayer W.
Yeah, and it's kinda a driven look from Raphael, but a flash from the No Girls. But Bacon getting headbutted, and Sevaski needs to run another Zenith Blade. Actually, first blood for Nidogar Q1. Have to burn his splash, and that's 3 spells plus 1 kill for the side of Young Depal.
Good news for YDP and ID fans. They come up on top into this laning phase that we keep talking about. They make sure that they win out the 2v2 matchup, and they secure first blood on the hands of Nidhogger. I gotta say, this 2v2 matchup played very well by the Indonesian bot laners.
Yeah, because I think in a way like the Alistar headbutting the Xavier, so it's kind of make her safe, and then like Bacon decided to Zenith Blade and connects to Sevaski, already burned the cleansed and didn't want to burn his flash, so yeah, first blood, didn't expect the damage from the boomerang, and it's gonna be a nice lane, nice early for the Xavier.
Very good lane for the Sivir, already purchasing that call to make sure that she gets the farm to that maybe 15-minute mark, catching out the call, and that will be exceptionally well. Getting that maybe 1 or 2 items, that's when the Sivir actually comes online here. And we see Cruz here, looking for a potential gank onto Sebaski. He still has flash though.
Yeah, now a knock up actually too, the 2 people, but Q1 very low, giving the kill to the Cruz, and Sevaski didn't need to burn his flash because he's not the main target for his side of Young Depal. And Young Depal, what an early game, really different from the first day.
Maybe the language barrier has been removed, and right now Cruz cruising with the team's tempo here, making exceptionally good plays onto the map here, drawing another blood for their bot laner here. This is not the FRC that we know for a fact that they tend to lose the early game. When we talk about the early game, FRC exceptionally does well with their laning phase here. But today, YTP showing us another side of the coin.
Yeah, and focusing on bot lane, I think it's a really good idea because Orianna and Rumble basically no need to be pressed a lot, but this Corki gonna be a troublesome, and actually like to keep Alistar in check in the bottom lane, so Q1 cannot roam into the mid, helping Orianna, helping Stellar, so he can press Raphael and read from the bot.
What a read from Young Depal here, but still early game, 5 minutes in. I still want to see the first objective fight. Is it going to be the Dragon, or is it going to be the lane swap into the Grubs here? Dragon has been spawned 5 minutes into the game here, so both these 2 teams, they are starting to look at more on these objective takes here. But let's check out the replay to break down that 2v2 with the first blood here. Sebaski gets forced out the cleanse here, does not burn the flash to dodge the Zenith Blade, gets punished heavily here, and a repeat gank here. The Alistar Headbutt Pulverize to stop any potential engage coming in for his ADC, but in the end, gets melted down immediately because he's just a level 2 Alistar.
Yeah, and the downside from this play by Young Devil is the Rumble against the Aurora. Actually, Boomchan needs to play weak side again. This is not his favorite situation. And tell me, Sagi, if the Rumble gonna keep farming like this, is he gonna be the menace or gonna be the decider for FRC?
I feel like he might be the decider for FRC because yesterday he had an amazing game, but look at him up right into the shockwave here from the side of FRC, catches onto 2 on the YDP side. Cruz goes down, Bacon still has flash. Can he make a grand escape here? He has to force his flash over the wall here.
Yeah, and the follow-up is Raphael, and between road from Boomchan Lee is 3 versus 5, but they don't want to back up Raphael. Try to kill the K1, claiming the feats of warfare, but the rest of Young Devil has been low. They need to flash out Bacon, joining with such a low HP Reverie. Now jumping to the Bacon and consume it like it's his breakfast, and now Reverie itself is slow burning. And FRC needs to back down Boomchan Lee with the flash, securing Referee into their pocket and cancelling any damage possible from MRC.
What a big team fight coming in from both these two teams here. This is only 6 minutes into the game here, and we've already got a full-fledged team fights around the Dragon here. This is the objective team fights that we are discussing about. This is so important for both of these two teams to really expand their goal lead here, and Cruz taking away the blue buff here from FRC's jungle, further pushing that lead to a 1000 healthy coming in from YDP.
But we can really see the hesitant from the both team, like, do we extend this team fight or do we just back off? And it really cost both of them actually, Sagi.
We have to check back the replay to see what exactly happened, right? So, the engage comes in from FRC, head splash into the headbutt pulverize combo, beautifully done with the shockwave here. Bacon here playing extremely well, flashing away to mitigate any further loss. This is the potential that we talked about by the Alistar ulti steal away here coming in from Raphael. Look at him, so tanky thanks to the Alistar, stacking that Conqueror, making sure that he is this battle mage controlling the team fight here. And as of this point, all of the health bars are extremely low coming in from FRC's members here. Reverie, he does get a return kill onto Bacon in this team fight here, but look at Byung-Chan Lee here. He walks, he hides his vision, and he times the flash damage combo to collect the kill onto Reverie here. So, it's a very 50-50 handshake between these two teams coming into that fight here.
Yeah, and now the graphs has been contested by YDP. FRC got the vision, but the second grab has been secured by YDP. Referee tried to get the third one, and Cyclone casted into the Bacon, but YDP didn't want to mess with FRC because they got what they want, and they came home with 3 stacks of void grabs.
Beautifully done by YDP here. Exceptionally good map play, controlling all 3 grubs, making sure that they pull off the fight immediately as they provide even more time for Nidhogger, this Sivir, to farm to the bottom lane. And thus, he might not be able to solo kill this Sivir as this Sivir is positioning a bit too far forward.
Yeah, but there's Raphael on the bush, burning Nidhogger and Equalizer. Counter from Raphael. Nidhogger still being chased by Dust. He's burning, but is it enough from Dust? Got the aggro turret, and Nidhogger survived with 1 HP, securing the kill to the aggressive Dust, and overextension being punished thanks to Raphael break up from behind.
Overextension from Dust, but a very good bait here coming in from Nidhogger here. Slowly pacing forward, making sure that, hey, do you want to come in on me? Do you not want to come in on me? And that moment when Dust popped that ultimate, walked in with the flamethrower, it was too darn gone. And at that moment, Raphael was just coming in to collect the kill. Man,
what a bait. And it's really just like Dust only need maybe 1 second for his flamethrower to kill Nidhogger, but thanks to the turret also securing kill for Nidhogger. And right now, the state has been frozen. 1.6k gold lead for Young Depal and FRC. They still got a chance. They have this big wombo combo you said earlier. The next team fight 1 minute into the Inferno Drake. It's the second Drake of the game.
I gotta say, one thing's for sure here, YDP, today their performance is so darn good compared to what we've seen from yesterday
Yes.
here. A very big step up of improvement here, but this is still only 10 minutes into the game here. We need to know how well they escalate these mid-game team fights coming into later stages of the game, when all these members of both teams, YDP and FRC, start going into these big items, like the Triforce for the Wukong, like the Mana Mune for the Corki here, like the crit items here coming in from the Savior here. When that moment hits, we will see who really terrorizes the team fights.
Yeah, because we saw earlier like a simple headbutt pulverize shockwave combo can make one or two players from YDP disappear, but let's see the replay again. The Nidhogger bait, the equalizer actually good from Nidhogger, and of course, who doesn't want to chase that low HP Xavier? Raphael getting ignored, and maybe Dust said, yeah, if I back, I will be killed by Raphael, so let's trade 1v1, but it's not enough.
It's not enough.
For Dust, it's not enough, and now, we look at Q1, facing against Cruz. Raphael quite low HP, but stall the Cyclone to the backup and gets stunned for Reverie. Clone got exhausted, and Reverie gonna chase and hiding into the turret, and it's not enough. YDP separating the team fight into the two and got the maximum reward, and thus now looking at the 4-player from YDP, knowing this Infernal Drake is gone for them.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff coming in from YDP. They know for a fact that since Kyo1 and Savasky lost the lane, and lost all the upcoming fights, this Alistar is still yet to be level 6 here, and Alistar without Unbreakable is so squishy here, immediately capitalizing on the kill here, even collecting the kill onto Reverie here. This lead being forced out by YDP is just surmounting even higher and higher as the minutes go by here.
Yeah, and YDP has this tenacity to separate the team fight. They knew the wombo combo potential from FRC, and they decided, yeah, let's separate them. Let's make them cannot fight into their terms. And YDP securing the Infernal Drake, even though there's a shutdown, I believe, into Raphael for Savasky. So that's a nice gold buff for this Corki from FRC.
Now, we talk a lot about YDP. Let's talk a bit about FRC as well, right? So,
Yeah.
FRC, their win condition is to let this Orianna and Corki scale into like 2 or 3 items here. So if you're YDP, you need to stop that from happening. You need to keep up all these engages from the Leona, keep up all these engages from the Silas that you have been finding so much success with, because all these plays, such as this one for example, is so crucial here. Catching the Alistar with a no Unbreakable, no level 6 unlock is just so free and easy for your team here. And this is exceptionally what you need to do to make sure that you push out the lead to close out the game immediately before Stellar, this Orianna, hits high level items.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we could see the potential that if YDP let FRC scales, they cannot reach the backline easy as like they done in the early game, because there's an equalizer, Cyclone, Shockwave, or even the headbutt pulverize from the Q1. So yeah, this is like the peak, I think, the most strong the strongest YDP could be, and they need to push this far, not only letting like 200 gold, 2000 gold, because at this point we see how good YDP playing the team fight, but there's no realistically macro or like turrets that has been got by YDP.
Exactly right, and this also has to be put into consideration because of how much wave clear FRC has. You have the Rumble Equalizer, you have Stella on Orianna wave clear, and Savasky as well. So much of these wave clear coming in from FRC side, allowing this team to further stall the game into their game tempo, right? They want the 2 to 3 items here, and right now, bottom side though, we see Dust engaging Raphael into a 1v1 situation, but Raphael has the Conqueror, has the heal from the Kingslayer here. Not a good choice here to be picking up this fight here, as we see Cruz diving onto Dust.
Yeah, and flashback, I think that's the correct situation, but Stormbringer to the back, Dust committing the equalizer, and Cruz
1-for-1.
hitting the turret aggro, and the equalizer burned the Soul Bear, but Raphael I think it's still not enough to take this turret, so maybe that's it. It's worth to take this one, trade one, but Needhogger needs to commit the flash. Sefosky in the backside. The solar flare gotta be missed, but Needhogger max range boomerang to secure the kill again. Needhogger with the bait, but the consolation prize is Reverie getting this Rift Herald.
Oh, another individual misplay here coming in from Savaski, costing them yet another kill on this Corki here. Not something you will want to see because one bottom tower goes down for a 1v1 trade, and another mid kill here falls is the ADC. An ADC falling cuts down the farming tempo by a lot here, further putting this Corki that desperately needs levels and items behind. Not a good news for FRC.
Yeah, and since the Corki is behind, YDP can just focus on building building MR, since the damage for the mid game is gonna be Orianna and only Rumble maybe. So yeah, Corki is not a threat for now, but yeah, YDP, they need to make this lead that they have even bigger because the Rift Herald has been taken by FRC. They have a tools to break down the map for FRC, and YDP, I think they need to be more consistent making this little plays. Got a 1 kill, 2 kill, but keeping up the tempo for their side.
If you are FRC, you just need to make sure that you stop the bleeding here. Maybe this dragon, not the best time you can fight here. Using out 3,000 gold against the Silas and Aurora into the item spikes here. If you take this fight right now, it's gonna be so darn hard if you make that one small mistake here. Because even if you find like a perfect engage, I doubt you have enough damage to really execute these team fights here. So potentially, the smart play might be just to give up this control.
Yeah, but FRC, it's looking like they want to control this Gemtech pit, and they found a Bacon and got immediately flashed, chasing by Reverie. A cruise from behind Needhogger, already half HP. Teleport from Stellar Raphael into the 5 people. Equalizer came out with the Unbreakable Wheel. Raphael get knocked up twice. Shockwave perfect from Stellar. And nothing that young Depal can do because they have been bleed, and FRC not just only stop their bleeding, but they make YDP bleed. And boom, Chanli between worlds 2 escape, playing juggling against 2 people from FRC. Gonna commit the flash, still have half HP yet, but I think FRC gonna still chase to make Boom Chanli cannot get close to this Gemtech Drake pit. The Rift Herald crash into the second tier in the mid lane, and FRC finding their momentum.
And just like that, finding 3 kills onto their initial pickoff here, allowing them to equalize that goalie here. It was a 3,000 goalie here, but this dragon falls over to FRC. Blinking health bars here, no mana here. Raphael looks for the flank from behind here as we see blinking health bar from both these two teams here. Savaski landing all these rockets, trying to give an escape path for his teams here. Gets locked down by the Zenith Blade here. Boomerang collects the kill onto Q1 here. 1-for-1 trade. Ultimate from Cruz. Cancel out the tower here. Raphael can keep 5 more. Finds a kill onto Estella. Makes it a 1-for-3 exchange in favor for YDP.
YDP don't want to give the Drake the kill for free to FRC. They also claimed the outer middle turret and got kills for their self. And YDP, what a response, and it looks quite a little bit risky actually, because like we saw earlier at the start of the exit from FRC, the damage deal still there for the side of the FRC, but YDP playing it perfectly. They know they have Stormbringer to shut down the turret for a few seconds, and Cruz, kudos to him, did the play with the volleyball really perfect at the team fight.
I think it was also due to the fact that FRC, they overextended after winning that fight. They were trying to force down that dragon. Yes, they got the dragon here, but at that point, they had no spells. Stella had no mana, all the cooldowns were down, and check out this fight, right? Alistar Hepa pulverized. Yes, FRC won out this fight pretty cleanly. They caught off enemies one after another. Needhogger here, very fat Sivir, was too low to even join the fight here. There was all blinking health bars here. Stellar gets that 2-man shockwave here, further making this team fight so difficult for this Sivir to join in, as there's no front line to tank up for this Sivir here. And as of this point, the Dragon, yes, it goes over to FRC, but look at Stellar. No mana on an Orianna, or can only auto attack or give shielding here. So she's practically out of the team fight here. As of this point, all of the members coming in from FRC, they can only scramble and run away here and get all the cooldowns that will remain by YDP before the fight. It's all up and available, and they collect the constellation kills.
Yeah, what a good read. What a good read of situation from Young Devil, knowing that FRC has no gas left, and they decide to take some kills for them. And the state is not much different. 1.6 gold lead YDP. Sure, they lost some of their lead, but still, it's still a lead for them. But FRC, maybe this is the state that they wanted to be in, because right now they not lost that much. They can scale, they still can farm, actually got some control in the mid lane. And the Corki, slowly but sure, it's gonna be hurting slowly. And Q1 got caught by Cruz. There's a redemption
So
to make him
damage.
survive, but there's no turret. Sevaski gotta be chased by Cruz. Is it enough? But Cruz doesn't want to play with a turret aggro anymore, so they decided to step back from the chase.
That's such a fat Volibear here. So much movement speed thanks to the Q spell and also the Cosmic Drive here. He even has the Navori here to really reduce his CD. So this Volibear, if he gets the chance to auto attack you, he's gonna be resetting all his spells and getting so much movement speed here, as we see a teleport here being committed from the side of FRC as they want to fight for this Anaconda control.
Yeah, teleport quite a little bit late from Boomchan. Equalizer has been casted, and the Cyclone to the Young Devil. Raphael gonna be the first. Hold on, the Cruz in the middle. Stormbreaker slain the Attacan for Cruz. That's what they came in, and Boomchan a little bit late gotta secure one kill for himself while letting Nidhogger run. 3 kills into the back of FRC, but Young Devil, 4 kills, sorry. Young Devil got the Attacan.
They got the Attacan, but they lost out 4 kills again over to the hands of FRC here. I'm not sure if this is a worthy trade here coming in from YDP. Yes, they got the Attacan, but minions are losing down, towers are going down. Savaski again collecting so many kills onto this Corki here, making sure that this Corki does not fall behind off the enemy Sivir. That's 507 as of this point. And check out the replay here, right? This started off with FRC's double teleport here joining the fight here. Cruz does not finally engage onto the Savaski here. Hence, the front side, Dust has already committed so much AoE damage thanks to this Rumble here. As of this point, no one can harm this Corki here. He's just having a field day here, landing auto attacks after auto attacks, rockets after rockets to secure the 1v1 kill here. And top side here, another 1v1 breakthrough.
Yeah, and Raphael got baited by Stellar. Looking confident with the stolen shockwave, low HP Orianna, didn't realize Dust already there, and now 2 seconds into the Gemtech Soul gonna be the soul point for FRC, and YDP lose their mid laner. Zenith Blade connect into Q1, but does YDP wanna take this because Cyclone Reverie trying to chase Nidhogger. Nidhogger still can run into the back teleportation from Dust. Cam here, Equalizer gonna be popped off. Nidhogger gonna be chased by the Rumble in the backside. Yes, there is Cruz, there is Boom Chanli, but they're left alone. Cruz didn't know where he gonna want to be, and Boom Chanli again still can hop into the wall to secure himself. But again, what a losing team fight
Teleport.
for Young Devil.
But Teleport comes in from the side of Raphael to flank to stop the recalls here coming in from FRC here. We see Cruz finishing up this Chemtech Dragon for their second dragon here. Kill 1 gets the shield coming in from the Orianna here and gets to back off safely here. So this dragon, this team fight falls into the favor of YDP here. Rounds after rounds, team fights after team fights, we are back into a 50-50 game state for both of these two teams in terms of kills and in terms of goalie and also dragon takes.
Wow, what a banger from YDP and FRC, because YDP looking a lot better than yesterday, but FRC knowing that their draft gonna be free-fail, gonna be scaling into the late game. And look, the Corki has already 3 items with the collectors. So YDP, can you shot Sevaski fast enough, because Cruz looking easy to get bait to chase this Corki, but Orianna and the Rumble and even the Wukong can deal some damage into the backline. Nidhogger need to run in the team fight, and there is no more damage since Raphael got caught early, and that's the problem for this team fight for Young Depal.
And talking about Young Depal's team fight, right, they just need to do one thing, shut down Savasky like you mentioned, right? Look at Cruz and look at Bacon here. They immediately kill out Reverie and they just jump onto Savasky, making sure that he does not get to play the game onto this Corki here. So if they can repeat the success on catching Savasky in these team fights, it will be very critical in YDP's success in taking this detrimental game 1 to make sure that they still survive in the LCP Promotions playoff.
Yeah, that's for sure. YDP still doesn't want to go home without a fight. And Baron gonna be their next target, 16 to 15. Only 400 gold difference between these two teams. Doesn't matter at this point. Savasky is on side. Zenith that connect into the Q1, but Unbreakable Will. Bacon try to get inside. Raphael to behind between worlds from Boom Chanli trying to dissipate, but Cyclone Savasky down. Redemption, it's a little bit too late, and front 2 back from Young Devil. No more damage for FRC. Stellar's gonna be the last man standing for FRC, and YDP finally got the team fight that they want.
Beautiful team fight here coming in from YDP here once again. Catching the Summoner Spell Timers here coming in from Savasky, making sure that he dies off. And Raphael, a bit of a mistake here, does die off to potentially the tower or the minions here. But a good team fight is what it was needed to seal off the deal in towards the middle lane here. Do they go for this potential Baron take here? They do seem to be extra healthy here, especially Cruz. Full HP onto this volley Baron here. Stellar throws out the ball, checks that they are actually starting off this Baron here. Is he able to force them away?
Yeah, because Stellar gonna be interrupted. The Baron should be low enough, but the force, the cavalry has been come from FRC. Yes, a valiant effort for Bacon, but so there's only 3 buff actually for the Young Devil, the Baron buff, and Boom Chanli gonna get caught by Reverie. Still can manage to hop to the safety, and I would say it's a good haste for YDP.
There's a good haste for YDP here, but look at the Engager potentially coming in from Q1 here. Does not behind the Hex Flash Engager, they decide to pull back here. So, sacrificing Bacon for a successful Baron take here, I think I will call it worth over any day here coming in from YDP here. Finally, securing a very important objective here coming in from Young Depal's side. Getting the attack on and getting the Baron Nashor team fight win here. So right now, we have to see how far they can push this Baron take here to get that Baron take goalie.
Yeah, because Boom Chanli got the Baron buff also, Cruz also, so they can split push for the side lane. But let's see again this team fight from Young Depal. They knew Savasky cannot move right there. Actually, the Wombo combo is there from FRC, but yeah, no damage because Savasky gonna be taken so early on. And the targeting from Young Depal, they knew after the Corki we need to get to the Rumble, and this a little bit a mishap from Raphael hitting that turret shot, because if Raphael sustained it, he can go back and join the Baron and maybe they can counter team fight. But whatever what has been done is there from Raphael. The Young Depal still managed to get some lead.
What has been done here. The main focus right now for both of these two teams is to look for that perfect team fight angle here. YDP, they just need to repeat that success that they have found, shutting down Savasky in these team fights here. Cruz looks for a bit of a poke onto Reverie here. Level 17 Volley Bear against a level 14 Wukong here. 3 levels gap in terms of the jungle gap here.
Yeah, and now Cyclone into the Cruz, still need to Stormbringer defensively and get caught. And Reverie gonna be taken down early on, and Savasky gonna be trapped. And Cruz trying to chase Savasky. Savasky still managed to escape, but not with his friends. His friends has been gone, and Savasky also joining them. Thus, maybe the lone survivor from the FRC, but no equalizer, no wave clear from this robot, and Cruz trying to chase him, but while YDP breaking down this inhibitor and potentially ending this game right now, Sagi.
15 seconds onto the next Wukong here. 10 seconds left onto this Baron buffer. If they can remove dust from Summoner's Rift, they can potentially do it here. First Nexus turret go down. Second goes down. The Nexus is exposed here. Game 1 goes over to YDP from Indonesia.
What a surprise from YDP after day 1. We saw how crumbling down their gameplay, and coming into the second day, they play really well. Still, there's a little bit of miss here and there, but the communication wise, the decision making, they seems a little much more better than yesterday, Sagi.
I have to agree with you, and especially we see YDP. They play the laning phase so well against Savasky and Kyowa into the bottom lane here. Nidhogger and Bacon there, they won the lane so well. Nidhogger especially, I doubt this Silver even had one death across the whole game here, playing such a good game of ADC here, showing us YDP's game potential here. And I gotta say, Cruz and Byung-chan Lee in this game 1, they played exceptionally well in terms of making sure the team fights were online, making sure that they set up the team fights kill onto Savasky. Man, what a good game coming in from YDP.
Yeah, what a good game. And FRC, they still, it's a hard game for YDP, the counter, the combo, but again, they have this fatal weakness from their draft, which is the Corki, and Zavasky gonna get caught 2-3 times, and yeah, it's over for the side of FRC, and YDP equally is capitalizing the 3-level gap from the jungle that you said earlier from Cruz, and just caught the Corki or zone the Corki.
Wow, what a game coming in from YDP, right? So much good stuff here that we keep talking about YDP. Like, we talk about, oh, they need to fix their early game laning phase. They did that. They need to fix their mid-game team fight. They exceptionally did that. Byung-chan on this Aurora, Cruz on this Volibear. Wow, so many of these cool engages. And of course, coming into the draft as well, Raphael, who last picked that Silas to counter the Alistar to steal away the Unbreakable, was so smart in the pick and ban phase.
Yeah, I think that's like you have need to this flexibility, like you already know, because Raphael played the Aurora, Boomchan loves his Volibear, and looking at the situation, they got the Alistar. It's better to give the Silas to the Raphael, pivoting the Volibear into the jungle, and Boomchan needs to play the Aurora, and it really does work well for this game number 1.
Game number 1 goes over to YDP, further allowing them to withstand, to make sure that they still have hopes to make it to the LCP Playoffs promotion, which is our playoffs bracket, right? If you're top 3, you make it to playoffs. If you're bottom 2, you're out of the tournament contention here. So every game matters for YDP and FRC here. It affects their standings and affects their hopes to make it to the LCP promotions.
Yeah, at least it will make the standings much more interesting, because at least YDP, the worst they can get is a draw from for this match, and it will be a 1 point. So yeah, SAUL, I think need to play better for the next match, but we still need to break down this game number 1. So I will toss it to Abigail and Contra. Take it away.
Thank you so much for our casters, Manamo and Sagi. I know, Contra, that was a very good match. I mean, we've seen lots of difference with Young Devil's playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, for very good reasons, right? Their adaptability, they throw big curveballs into the draft. At first, we're thinking like, oh, was it Silas jungle and you have the typical Aura mid lane? No! Byung-chan make his debut with the very first time that he's picking this Aura, and you can see that instant impact. When you talked about wanting to get a winning lane for Byung-chan Lee, this is one way to go where you could still, you know, have a little bit more priority, get that range advantage up against the Rumble, and you could see that he was allowed to roam freely onto so many of all these fights, especially in the first contest for the Dragon. So that definitely was the breaking point where, oh, FRC suddenly realizes, yeah, their early game is just so strong that it is very hard for them to really contest for so many of all these stuff. So Cruz, they also witness that, hey, there's a couple of all these pain points that you could actually make good use of. Whenever Wukong wants to engage, you could actually go ahead, and focus him down first, and then the rest of these members of FRC, you can just actually go in to give chase. When I think what Bomchan does best is that he's been able to also break the fight into 2 separate portions so that he can cause a little bit more havoc, and by doing so, it allowed Hager to keep free hitting, get all these stashes of gold by taking kills after kills, that it became a lot more unstoppable. I mean, YDP, they play through their core strength, they look more like themselves back in the Nusantara Cup.
Yep, and one thing for sure, I think YDP plays a very aggressive playstyle like they used to, and it's kind of different with yesterday because I believe jump into the conclusion of the first match of today. It feels like yesterday they were too respectful towards the opponent. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe it could be the case, or you could always say that, hey, it's first stage jitters. Now, let's take a look at some of all these instances, right? Especially on that early game skirmish. They managed to really double down, locking out Savasky, burning his clans, and securing that first blood. And eventually, Cruz wasted no time and say, okay, he's got no subs. Well, let's hop on board, and they also secured kill 1. And then you check out this beautiful shockwave. As much as it did connect, you eventually see a TP coming in from the side of Bomchan in order to really look for an alternative. And by doing so, you can just see Between Worlds dancing around these members, and just like that, they've been able to really find those isolation and claim the warfare at the very same time, securing themselves a little bit more of the stash of gold, despite FRC walking out with the dragon.
Yeah, and that kind of situation opens more options for Neon Nepal to dictate the tempo towards the FRC.
Yeah, and then you saw so many instances where they've always tried to corral for a fight. This was one more coming from the side of FRC. Despite them being late to actually contest for the grubs, they've been able to just look for some certain pickoffs. But the members of YDP, they say, well, if you want to fight, we're always going to be diving up against you. So they got this beautiful funnel where, if we were to actually pause it right now, I mean, every single time that you see teams fight around this choke points is just going to be an instant collapse. It is definitely very hard to get out of, and that's where YDP, they just been able to really get those clean dives going for themselves. Fights after fights follow through, and I think there was some moments where the rest of FRC have also been able to also stabilize, especially towards this fight where they managed to catch one out over mid lane and draw even more of these members coming in from the rest of YDP. So was it the cleanest coming from a YDP? Probably not so, but overall, they definitely felt the ooze of confidence really being regained in this matchup. So definitely looking forward for a lot more coming out of them. But of course, that was just one out of many fights, and then you just got to witness the power of what this Silas holds, right? Like what Sagi mentioned, he's got so many options to actually steal those ultimates away, and more often than not, you would see him stealing kill ones just because it amps up what this Silas could do in those team fights to sustain a lot longer. And once more, Bomchan Lee has been able to really open everything up, and I think like this was probably the best coordinated fight where you had Bomchan coming in with Between Wolves. It was just that beautiful combo alongside with Bacon to be able to really lock down majority of all these members in place, and you can definitely tell that thus he was slightly out of position amongst the many where everyone got clipped up, so he could not actually afford to participate to dish as much damage as intended. So it was rather unfortunate that, you know, they got caught out like that, and from that point onwards, the rest of Yang Nepal have been able to secure themselves the Baron and just made matters worse for the side of FRC. So this being the first win for the side of YDP, I think that there's a lot to be happy about for the fans coming back from Indonesia.
Yeah, of course. And I think this is going to be a very big change too for Eon the Plus coming into the second game of the first match of today. And I think there's another thing that I also realized from Eon Nepal. They just punished the FRC's jungle, and also happened yesterday while FRC playing against Full Sense. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely a cause for concern for the side of FRC, right? Like, they always love those kind of team fight playstyle, and now with some changes coming back in the rosters again, like are they still trying to see what is the fine balance of things? And right now, Reverie has got to step up as well, because the 2 games that were lost, he was being put behind. So either these other teammates really have to ensure that, whether you drop more wards or you try to find ways to provide a better coverage for the jungle to have a smoother time. That will be of utmost importance for the side of Faerie Charm to really bounce back up in this game too.
Yup, we also another stability on Young Nepal's hand, because they really needed to secure much more points for today if they want to secure the bracket stage slot. But one thing for sure for Young Nepal is that I also understand is this Silas pick becomes a very valuable in terms of the team fight, because we all know that FRC is more like a type of for them, but this Silas can pull out more options for Young Nepal to win the game. And let's call back our casters Manamo and Sagi to prepare this second game of the first match, because we would like to see whether the score of this match between Young Nepal versus FRC is it gonna be 1-1 or aka tie, or maybe is it gonna be 2-0 for Young Nepal. This is very an optimistic trend for Young Nepal after what we saw yesterday regarding their performance contra.
Yeah, I mean, let's welcome the boys back once again, because we got the drafts running really soon. But I'm very sure that we're gonna continue with this banter, NYSG versus ID again, and ID draws first blood. I mean, I love this no holds barred kind of style coming in from the side of YDP. They are definitely looking really, really good on some of all these early mid-game kind of picks. So do you think this is going to be another iteration when we go back into game 2?
Well, to be honest, for game 2, that's going to be a lot of burden for Young Nepal, to be honest, but I'm not really sure. Because as so far, what the strong points from Young Nepal is they always have something on their sleeve, like for example, giving them the element of surprise towards the FRC, and FRC just they won't play as as a team fight anymore. They just want to come anywhere to expect where Young Nepal will come in every single lane. Sagi, what do you think?
One thing's for sure, YDP, they really did their homework and they banned out the Savasky carries here, the Varus, the Yunara here. Good stuff coming in from them here. FRC, they're changing up a bit of a game plan here. So Reverie, last game he was on the Wukong engaged duty. Didn't really work out because Wukong needs that Cyclone to hit that level 6 power spike here. So, coming into game number 2 of this series against Indonesia, YDP, they bring out the Pantheon here in towards the jungle here. A very strong early game jungle here, allowing Reverie to match that tempo that Cruz brought up in game number 1.
Yeah, and it feels like FRC also understand that Young Nepal just shut down the tempo of FRC's jungle, so they want to avoid that. And with having Pantheon in here, it also gives a flexibility to FRC and also the global presence of whenever Pantheons are, Manamo.
Yeah, and I think for especially YDP, they already found back their identity, because even though the jungle is not Z-Fed anymore, they still play around their jungler really well. Cruz really play well in the game 1, and this game 2, Viego facilitated with Kaisa, so the plan is really simple: burst 1, reset, but FRC with the Pantheon and Ambessa making it a lot harder for this Viego to reset. So I think FRC, these 2 picks gonna be crucial, so Dust and Referee, just like Sagi said, cannot be behind again like the game 1 or especially yesterday.
Yeah, and for FRC pick Ahri, I think this is one of the safest pick for FRC, and it also gives a little bit of flexible playstyle too, and also perfect combined with Pantheon. So I assume they want to play a very hard ganking starts from the early game contra.
Yeah, I mean, when we take a look at this current iteration, I mean, overall, they really want to double down on the dynamics of what they potentially work with, because there's so many AD carry bans already, and they have not picked up the kind of ADC for the side of Savasky. So it forcefully puts FRC's bottom lane on that deficit to play that weak side instead. So I think doubling down by picking up that Ambessa is a really strong option. But they answer back by having that direct counter of a Poppy if so ever that this Ambessa is going over top side. But if it's going to be, say, a switch up, maybe, who knows if it's going to be an Ambessa jungle. I think the likelihood is very slim, but there's still, maybe a tinge that they could still do a switcheroo. And on top of that, a Pantheon jungle could still be matched with this Viego to also keep up to the kind of pace than to really wait for, those kind of level 6 fights.
Yeah, good ban for FRC too, for Galio, because they don't want their Ahri to be got countered, because Galio basically the pure counter of every single mages, and also for melee champions, so they just want to avoid that kind of scenario. For Young Nepal, actually I feel like the last ban should be something that could not engage to them. Brown will be a good ban for Young Nepal, because they just want to open the FRC's dual lane to become vulnerable. What do you think, Sagi?
Banning out all these supports here coming in from YDP here, and actually YDP, they yet to have a solid setup here, right? So you have the Poppy in the support role, you have the Viego in the jungle role here, so not a lot of these hard engages per se coming in from YDP's team composition here. So if FRC, they choose to go something like an Enchanter, like a Lulu, or potentially like Lucian here, it will be very difficult to lock them down due to the fact that you lack so much of these hard engage and CC lockdowns.
Well, probably they'll just secure Cassiopeia. Manamo, what do you have in mind with Cassiopeia pick from Young Nepal?
Yeah, just like Sagi mentioned, they lack of engaging too, so maybe the plan is not engage at all. Just came at me and I gonna petrify gaze you, and that's the setup. Maybe that's the plan for YDP, but nevertheless, they wanna play a little bit range, I think. With the Viego and guys, so we talked about it earlier, just poke pure damage, so make it the reset is easy for the Viego, but FRC answered with another reset champion, which is Jinx. If she's get excited, I think it speaks problem for YDP.
Lulu will be a very classic combo with Jinx, because it kind of have a very good mutualism, symbiosis with Jinx and Lulu. And for Young Nepal, they need to have a very solid enchanter too for pampering Kaisa. For Mordecai? Wow, Mordekaiser.
Wow.
Mordekaiser for Boom Chan Lee Contra.
I like the Noxus battle over the top lane in specific. I mean, Boomchan, I think we've seen him play this back in the Nusantara Cup before as well. So he's always very dominant on this pick, but I'm not quite sure if it's going to be able to really match up to Ambessa that can kind of kite some of all these poke, especially on those Qs. So we'll have to really see how this one really plays out, but at least there is a solid front line, and for the fact of the matter that Boomchan can actually take one member off of a team fight is going to be quite potent. But in certain essence, when we take a look at FRC, they're just looking to really ramp up from that early game pick. And on top of that, Savasky will still remain a threat from the early game till the late game. So scaling wise, YDP is also kind of up there, especially when you do have the Cassiopeia on board. So I think it will definitely revolve a lot more around Raphael towards the late game.
Yeah, and that's the draft between these two teams, FRC and YDP. While on the other hand, YDP secured 1 point, so I'm gonna toss it to Caster to, just hype up the game, the second game for us. So Manamo and Sagi, just take over.
Manamo, YDP takes game 1 against FRC here. We never expected this, but a very big step up here coming in from YDP here. So game number 2 here. Both teams have locked in their draft after 10 gruesome picks here. We are playing in Fearless draft here, so none of the previous game 1 picks can resurface for the same teams here. So coming to game number 2, I see a vision here coming in from FRC. They want to play the single target damage team composition, take down their first target here, allowing the Jinx and Lulu to pop off and go into the team fights to get that reset here on the side of YDP here. They want to bring you down with all their damage sources. All 4 members, excluding the support, tends to be able to single out targets, tends to be able to do these high damage combos here. So both of these 2 teams, they need to execute their game plan correctly.
Yeah, and it's solid to FRC and a little bit tricky to Young Depal as we introduce them, we welcome them into game 2 of the match number 1 today.
Game number 2 between Indonesia's Young Depal versus Malaysia Singapore's Faerie will be commencing shortly here. Currently, YDP holds 1-0 in terms of the scoreline here. Will Faerie be able to bring it to a 1-all, or will YDP send it down with a 2-0?
Yeah, the vision for the draft is real from FRC. They have a solid early game, solid single target because no that this Kaisa or Viego is a menace, but YDP, they took a risk by playing this lack of CC Mordekaiser, and I think Poppy gonna be the deciding factor of this draft because the interruption that need to be done by Poppy into the engage for the Viego can have the access into the backline is gonna be crucial, and we see 2 Hall of Legends skins in 1 game now, Sagi.
2 Hall of Legends, cool stuff here. The UZI one and the Faker one might be the one that you're referring to. So, we need to see these picks here, right? So, an early invade here being posed by the side of FRC here. They want to disrupt Cruz Viego here. So, Cruz spawning out Stellar here, walking uncharacteristically into his own jungle here. So, they know for a fact that this invade is happening right now in the opposing jungle.
Yeah, I think FRC already noticed that the strongest point for YDP is on their jungler, and Bacon trying to interrupt Reverie, and the cavalry is coming. Nidhogger trying to put out some damage, but 4-man guarding the blue buff. It's been secured, flash into the cruise, but Reverie getting first blood from Q1, fortunately, so Nidhogger need to flash away also, and a better beginning for the side of MYSG representative side.
I think it's a bit of a miscalculation here coming in from Cruz, or a misjudgment here, because an empowered spear shot smite here coming in from Reverie, it is so hard to outsmite if you're Cruz as a Viego here. So potentially, maybe the correct play was to just give up the blue buff here and do like a parallel jungling here, but what has happened. First blood does fall over to FRC's Reverie.
Yeah, and right now, of course, Cruz is gonna be late into the party. The tempo has been set to FRC's jungler, Reverie, making some improvement in the early game. But Boom Chanli, we knew about his Mordekaiser getting pentakill on the grand final of LNC, so maybe if he can channel that again, it's gonna be a hope for YDP, but that's gonna be a tough task though, because FRC with a solid lineup, solid draft, gonna make sure that YDP doesn't have that freedom from early into the late game.
And Cruz does steal back away the blue buff that was taken away from his jungle here, so mitigate a bit of a loss here. At least he makes sure that some part of his jungle is recovered here. And we talk about the laning phase here so far. Everywhere seems to be quite in a 50-50 state. However, towards the bottom lane here, Savasky is sitting comfortably with a 7 CS lead here against Nidhogger and Bacon.
Yeah, and maybe the bright side for YDP is the first blood is secured by the Lulu, by Q1. So there's not a significant gauntlet, but Savasky getting Bacon into his pocket, and just as I said, it's Lulu that got the gold, and Jinx, also Savasky, finally also get his shares of gold.
A very different game number 1 that we've seen, right? Game number 1, Nidhogger and Bacon, the reason why YDP could play so comfortably is because they shut down Savasky and Kyowan in the laning phase here. Game 2, fixing up the game plan coming in from FRC, they drafted a very comfortable matchup and allowing Savasky and Kyowan to win out this lane in such a good fashion here. And talking about winning lane here, thus pressures out Byung-Chan Lee from the laning phase as he wins out the trade with ease.
Yeah, and this is Jinx that we're talking about, so the scaling potential is really high. And Bacon trying to rotate Stellar a little bit off position, but Q1 is already been there trying to find a chance, but Bacon missed the timing and decided to just cover Raphael for this one wave and maybe back up a little bit, but Bacon taking out some damage. The charm missed, so Raphael still can survive and farm under his turret.
Props to Kyo1 as well. Kyo1 acknowledges the fact that Bacon might pull off a play against Stellar into the mid lane, making sure that this wave must crash into the turret here, allowing Stellar to unfreeze the wave here. So props to Kyo1 for a good rotation here towards the mid lane.
Yep, and that's a tempo there because the first blood that getting cut earlier by Savasky, by Q1, also Savasky getting the second, and the Hex stack Dragon, the first Drake, of course cannot be contested because the missed tempo from Cruz, so everything lined up together for FRC, Sagi.
Everything is lined up perfectly in this early game here so far here, Manamo. So right now, they secure the Hextech Dragon for themselves. This is the FRC playstyle. They love to get all these dragons, force you into a soul point situation, making sure that they fight you when they want to fight you here. And top lane, talking about 1v1s, Byung-Chan forcing a 1v1 against Dust in this top lane here. Ultimates has been committed by both sides here. CDs are available here. Byung-Chan Lee, one more hit, goes over to Byung-Chan Lee for this 1v1.
Whoa, what a close 1v1 battle from Dust and Boom Chan Lee. A literal 1 HP there from Boom Chan Lee, playing the flash perfectly, knew that he got the DPS that Dust doesn't have, and punishing the overextension from Dust. And what a perfect timing from Boom Chan Lee to cast all his spells, to cast his ult and get that damage into the Ambessa.
Very close as well. He was level 5 and he quickly got level 6 here thanks to his EXP calculation here. But Raphael though gets caught out by the Pantheon stun here. Gets trapped up by the Ari here. He still has the petrifying gaze. Does not hit the Ari here. Stellar lands the finishing blow onto YDP's mid laner, securing feats of warfare.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough lane for Raphael, especially with a point and click stun from Reverie followed up by Charm. Of course, it's really hard to dodge and it might be a lot more to come, but Savasky got knocked into the wall and Bacon tried to survive, but Nidhogger actually hitting by a lot of damage there in the bot side and decided to just pull back and making this more worse for the side of the bot laner. So from the Indonesian representatives.
Savasky has ultimate here, and Reverie coming for a gang onto Byung-Chan Lee here. Does not find anything here. Rocket lands onto Bacon here, but Bacon has a very good reflex here. Heals up just in time to avoid the execution onto the Jinx Mega Death Rocket here. So, in terms of laning phase here, we can see that FRC coming into game number 2, they are coming in angrily and they are winning out all these lanes so far, aside from mid lane here. But so far, Savasky and Kyo1 doing an exceptionally good job winning out the 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, there's still a lot of things that need to be fixed by YDP, but FRC, at least they knew they can manage the tempo, no need to rush, and just setting up the trap because they can. The chain CC that we mentioned earlier, and we're gonna replay this top lane. Boom Chan Lee, half HP, quite bold, knowing that Dust have the 6th, and look at the shield, the timing to counter the public execution, and when he got 6,
nice
Dust trying to play with his passive and the dodge, yes, and plus the DPS auto attack to secure the kill, and this, the stun, the flash a little bit too late, and the charm from Stellar perfect with the spirit rush, getting Stellar a free kill on the mid lane.
And they dodged out the Petrifying Gaze as well in a very easy fashion here. So props to the mid jungle coming from FRC for pulling out a very good gank here. And if you're Raphael on this Cassiopeia, you're gonna be a bit worried here because you currently have no flash on this snake that you are piloting here. So if you so happen to cross the river like this, the Pantheon, once he finds out, he will come in with the Skyfall.
Yeah, that's the problem for the Raphael, and by any means, because the pressure on the bot duo from Young Devil, Bacon cannot leave Nidhogger. He still need to farm a lot. So yeah, Raphael is on the weak side, and Cruz as a Viego cannot do much to back up the mid either. And look at the pressure on the bot side, on the top side, the blading free, and Nidhogger can do nothing. Bacon also, the double rage duo from FRC just breaking apart the turret of Young Depal.
So much pressure here, but another engage goes through mid here. Charm lands onto Raphael. Raphael does not have the flash here. Burns everything and does fall. This is the potential that we discussed just now. You have no flash as a Cassiopeia. You have no consistent mobility here. Once you cross that specific pixel into the mid lane here, Skyfall comes in and you will get executed immediately by the Ahri Pantheon combo.
Yes, and that's the second time it has been done, and I just want to remind you that Raphael or Young Depal decided to pick Cassiopeia after seeing this Pantheon and Ahri, so they knew this will happen, and that happened. So yeah, Raphael, I don't know what the plan is. Rod of Ages probably for the first item, but looking at the potential from Ahri and Pantheon, it's going great into the side of FRC.
But one thing's for sure, right? Even though Raphael died 2 times, he's still healthy enough in the CS department, winning against Stellar and everyone in this laning phase here. So he just needs more items here, potentially scaling into 3 items here: the Rod of Ages, the Seraphs, and potentially the Rylai's. And we might see this Cassiopeia start controlling the game, zoning out the Jinx here. So the question is, can YDP's Bacon find a perfect keeper's verdict to make sure that the fights are always odd-numbered for the side of YDP?
Yeah, because this cloud break already has been done for FRC again. Just like as you said, FRC loves their dragon and get excited from Sevasky trying to chase Bacon, try to block the way, but Steadfast presence keeping Baron alive, so there's no much that go on from Young Depal. But again, this Drake has been stacked for FRC, and we gotta get a Gemtech Dragon, Gemtech Soul again. But Realm of Death on the top side, public execution miss from Dust, and Cruz trying to salvage some kill. Flash again from Dust, DPS, and another flash, but Bravery has come. Boom Channel is gonna be the sacrificial to make sure Cruz can escape.
But it's a 1-for-1 exchange, and once you show your jungler towards the top side here, the bottom side gets punished immediately by Sevasky and Kyowan here. And right now, Nidhogger under the tower here has the protection of the tower here. But Sevasky and Kyowan got what they came for. They executed Bacon under the tower here. And right now, with no presence of Byung-chan, with no presence of Cruz on towards the cross map, they are looking to further punish this tower in towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, and look what Sevasky done after getting the kill to Bacon. They just need to peel the plating, the gold, the funneling. It's 2.2k gold lead in the bot side of the bot duo of FRC. So YDP in this 12 minutes really struggling a lot, and like we see, because Cruz can't rotate into the bottom side, he needs to help mid, and he needs to help the top side, he needs to help Boomchan. So there's no backup into this Kaisa and Poppy.
There is no fix indeed, but we need to look at Byung-chan later. So if Byung-chan can Realm of Death and pull away one of the members of this bot lane duo, that might be the fix here coming in for the 2v2 here. Byung-chan has the shield from the W. It's still extremely tanky here, but an empowered spear shot sends him to the Death Realm.
FRC, they play more free this time. They play with less pressure and just make a play, just like you said with this draft. They want to do this single pick off, solo pick off, and they've done it in this 13 minutes game. And YDP seems doesn't have any answer yet. And Bacon get cuffed trying to secure some vision, still can escape, the charm miss. The steadfast presence keeping him alive, so no more death for Bacon, but it's looking grim. Slowly but sure for Young Depal.
Slowly but surely for Young Depal here. 3,000 gold lead already being secured for the side of FRC here. Another lane swap comes in for the side of Savasky and Kyo1 to put a bit of pressure on Byung-Chan Lee's laning phase here, and also to get that potential Rift Herald control over the river that they desperately need. So once they get this turret here, they are free to just roam into the jungle here. But Byung-Chan Lee casts Realm of Death onto Savasky as he gets caught up in the 1v1. There is no Lulu to protect this Jinx, and the Jinx flashes away from the Q here, still is alive. Lulu casts his ultimate onto the Jinx and kites after kites after kites. Savasky comes out alive.
Savasky comes out alive, Raphael gets caught, and be another sacrifice for Young Depal. FRC playing that sequence really well. Savasky kiting so long until the round of that duration over, and Q1 ready to help Savasky. The wild growth timing is perfect, and YDP, they just came in one by one. Looking at the big size, get excited Jinx, thinking they can took him off, and thus maybe will be the sacrifice this time. But the lead from this ADC for FRC is already ballooning, Sagi.
It's already ballooning, and it exploded to a 5,000 gold lead for the hands of FRC here. If game 1 was a big of a shock here coming in from YDP's early game here, this is FRC's statement of them not fooling around anymore, and they came back to dominate game number 2 in such a beautiful fashion in the early to mid game.
Yeah, let's break down again. Oh, this is the first one. This is the rocket.
Ooh.
Get excited and get plating. Yeah, get the plate, get the goals. And this is the
gank.
That round, yeah, the gank, the round that one. To Das, to the referee, and this is the combo that can always be used by FRC. Nice pick for the Pantheon. And this one, Byung-Chan Lee think he got Savasky, but the kiting, the timing, and Savasky holding his flash for so long until the timing is perfect, and the wild crowd. And look, the polymorph timing also to the Cruise, so he can heartbreak and immediately punish Savasky. So also kudos to Q1, these both were playing really well this game, and Bacon gonna get caught, steadfast present against trying to save his life, trying to keep his verdict only to 1. The wild growth, but Bacon really low HP, did overcame, and there's a sacrifice to the Jinx. Shutdown finally get caught, Cruz being the Jinx. Kudos, version 2 shot down to the Lulu, referee taken down, and Das and Style trying their best to survive, but Nidogar actually been taken down. Das does his best to deal some damage, and boom, Chan Lee left alone. 1v3, a nice effort from Young Depal, but it's not enough because Faerie Charm got their ace.
So much damage here coming in from FRC here, even without Savasky in the team fight, even without the Lulu being this pocket mage for Savasky. The trio, the mid-top jungle stood up and they carried the fight without their most feathers member here. That is insane team fighting coming in from FRC.
It's 6-0 for Pantheon from Reverie. We talked about him earlier in the Wukong. That left 3 levels down against Cruz, and now this is his redemption. And Styler maybe got tough and maybe will be the sacrifice. Shutdown be given to Cruz, but they got what they want, and this is their big soul point into Chemtech. So next Drake they will force YDP to fight with them,
forcing them to fight with them, and Arkan is also spawning soon. Let's break down the fight here, right? So Bacon here, he gets caught out in the river here. Step up present to block out any potential stun here. The Keeper's Verdict sends the Pantheon away from the team fight here, and as of this point, the Petrifying Gaze catches off the ADC and support coming in from FRC here. We thought that, okay, 5v3 here, YDP will win here, but check out what Reverie did here. Uses the E, blocks out all damage from Byung-Chan Lee, executes the Kaisai here, thus utilizing the damage potential coming in from this Umbessa. And without further any more threats, Byeon-Chanli gets taken down and coming back to life. Byeon-Chanli gets engaged by the public execution, and Reverie here goes down extremely low here, flashes away to safety.
Chanli almost get cuffed, and if it's get cuffed, Sevasky, I believe, gonna be get excited and punish YDP more, but there's a Rift Herald, a small slam into the second turret, and maybe getting the turret. It's already dangerous for YDP because get excited now from Sevasky, and look at the damage. Bacon, Keeper's Verdict, missed. That was presence to stop the engage from Reverie, but FRC got what they want. They secured the jungle side, the top side jungle of YDP, and they happy about it.
They are definitely happy about it. Taking the top side jungle, taking the tower here, forcing more and more of these spells here coming in from Byeon-Chan and Bacon here, allowing Sevasky to secure already the Infinity Edge just pre-20 minutes here. This Jinx is out of control. If even YDP catches this Jinx, there's still so much damage potential here coming in from Reverie. 6-0 and 4 on this Pantheon.
Yeah, 6-0-4 for this Pantheon, but the weird thing is the gold is pivoting to Cruz. I mean, he got his time into the jungle, got the level lead, so maybe there's still a chance for Cruz, but look at the Ahri, look at the Jinx already finished his Infinity Edge, so YDP, can they make the same pattern again, catching Sevasky again to finish the team fight? Because at this point, thing that matter is killing Sevasky.
Yep, killing Sevasky or Byeon-Chan, finding the realm of death towards the Lulu here. So there's still a lot of potential outplay here that YDP can pull off in these team fights here, especially right now. Arakan has been spawned towards the top side of the map here. Both of these two teams, they will want to play around this Arakan take here. Whoever takes this will get a burst of adaptive stats.
Yeah, but look at Sevasky and Stellar. They knew they can push the top side and the mid side and the bottom side. Stellar has still got his TP, so can join later. But YDP, look how much time they spend just to survey their jungle, their own jungle, to make sure there's no dangerous TP flank or wards gonna step them from the back. So they're gonna march this wave, gonna get the bounty from the first turret on the top lane. But look at Stellar and Sevasky. They melting the second turret on the mid and the bottom side. I don't think it's worth for Young Depal. Definitely not worth it.
And pings are starting to come in here from the side of YDP to start off this Arakan here. You do not have enough damage to rush this down here. You are taking so much damage from the Arakan here. Reverie and team leading the charge for FRC to face check this Arakan here. What is the call here? The Kaisar is slowly pathing towards the Arakan here as both of these two teams, they decide to pull away and decide to restructure their game plan.
Oh, I think that's a bad call for YDP because look at Stellar, how many times he spent on the both side just waiting, do I need to TP or not, and finally getting the second turret on the bottom lane. So YDP, a miss call has been decided by them and it cost them a lot.
It cost them a lot. A mid tower, a bottom tower, and a lot of minion waves being sacrificed to a tower itself. So no one was there to collect the EXP nor the gold here, further damaging their late game or mid game potential that they desperately need to make a comeback here. And look at the current map state right now. 20 seconds until the Dragon Soul will be spawned on towards the map for FRC here. If you're YDP, this is the chance for you to find a potential fight. Catch out Sevasky, lock away Q1, make sure that you curb your losses in this fight.
Yeah, Sevasky showing himself in the mid lane, so YDP should got the idea that Sevasky is here, and on the top side Dust and Boom Chanli still haven't joined yet, and Cruz trying to get the flank, pounding Q1, but don't want to engage and teleport quite early from Boom Chanli, so there's no flank from this Mordekaiser, and they gonna rush this Chamtek Dragon. Didn't want to give the soul to FRC. Trying to pull, trying to bait one of each other. With the Void Seeker, Needhogger trying to secure the vision, and Cruz and Channel finding Stellar, and Stellar knew that the Viego is here. No Viego, and Bacon has been low, and Redemption trying to salvage some of his HP. The Drake has been baited quiet for some times.
Look at us.
No one decisive yet, and look at Dust trying to catch the Nidogger and Stellar with the charm, trying to initiate and the knockup from the Bacon. But low HP and objective one has been claimed by Cruz, but the team fight, public execution, Grand Storm fall into the referee, and one by one has been melted down because no one touched Sevasky, protected the President, and the President prevailed. Double kill and another ace for Sevasky and FRC. And 30 seconds, I think they can at least manage to get in hip and our Nexus turret, but not for the end game yet because there is no cannon minion.
Well, I gotta disagree with you. This is the end of the game here. Jinx, with the get excited here, is tearing down the turrets with the grub spawns here. First Nexus turret goes down, a second one will follow suit. An open Nexus here, Sevasky flashes it and gets taken down by the fountain here. Nexus turrets, slowly but surely, game 2 goes over to FRC as they equalize the series score to a 1-all for FRC against YDP.
There goes my hope, Sagi. I'm just hoping, and yeah, it's gonna be get excited. No, and Bacon also know, yeah, this is over. So he stay quite a little bit on his base, but yeah, what a play, and that last team fight, I think that's the best that YDP can do at that moment. But yeah, it's just too far for the gold and the items, especially the Jace. There's no flank at all, not much that YDP can do to stop this Jinx, and yeah, the Jinx just can reset from the backside and no one touch her and just finish the game because the wave minion is also good. Like we said earlier, the control, the turret that they got earlier, it's really make it possible for FRC finish the end game.
I feel like it really comes down to the early game that they set, right? Reverie, bringing FRC to counter the first blue buff here, and on the side of the jungle coming in from the Indonesian representative, they got taken down level 1 and it really impact Crew's farming potential here. And afterwards, what happened was just history. No ganking means that this Jinx Lulu will continuously punish this Kaisa and Poppy in towards the bottom lane here. Every rotation, Sevasky was just getting platings after platings and getting extra kills here, and making sure that all these team fights was just so crucial in making sure that this Jinx was alive and doing all the DPS that she needs to carry the fight along with Stellar and Reverie and Dust.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier that FRC, they have a problem on their draft. It's the wombo combo. They doesn't have necessarily the best wombo combo, but the strongest point, the solo pick off, they did it really well, one by one, every minute, every chance. Reverie proactive on the mid side, on the top side, and the bottom duo Q1. Also kudos to him, the timing perfect with the polymorph, with the wild growth. So yeah, FRC just a better team in this game too.
Yup. But it's still a 1-1 scoreline for both of these two teams here. But if you're a YDP fan, if you're an Indonesian fan, you're gonna be a bit worried here because you will need full Suns to lose a series. But we'll let Contra and Abigail figure it out for us as we let the analyst desk take it away.
Thank you so much for our casters, Marabo and Sagi. I mean, that was beautifully executed by FRC, and especially the way they invade the blue buff of the YDP, and it kind of put a lot of impact to YDP's play until the rest of the game, Contra.
Yeah, it definitely has a significant impact where they've been able to get a little bit more of that party down the bottom lane. And then, as much as they try to do a lot to deny the champion pools of Sevasky, I do think that the Jinx matchup against the Kaisa definitely holds very firmly, especially when you're having a Poppy as your support where you're not being able to really get those efficient trading done as compared to, having another enchanter to also try to match up in that sense. So it was hard for them to really get that priority. And on top of that, what Sagi has also pointed out, I mean, the proactivity was there. You've seen all these instances of pick off, and of course, huge bounce back moment coming from Reverie, looking so much better on this Pantheon. Every time the Starfall is actually online, he always uses it proactively to get all these ganks going so efficiently. Either it's going to be upon Bomb Chun-Li over the top lane, or even multiple catches onto Raphael. So it slows down the kind of potential of the output of Raphael to really get those item spikes up online. And therefore, yeah, it was a little too much to the point that Savasky has been able to really scale so far ahead in this game where he's got multiple kills. But, you know, it was still a very exciting series overall. When you take a look at game 2, so much back and forth happened just like how it did back in game 1. But overall, there's just so many things to uncover. Well, I definitely want to go into break down so many different instances of those moments. Of course, starting things off, we've had, you know, the invade, and then later on, I was so excited about this Mbessa versus Mordekaiser matchup, and then we get to see that duel where Bonchan has been able to inch that only a slight bit until, you know, those gangs started to come in.
Yeah, but that was a very beautiful duel between Dust and also Boom Chun-Li, because you know, actually that kind of duel plays a very important role, which one will survive it during the on their lane, and on the other hand, I think if you only have one person online on the game, it's not enough, because it actually did a very good job to shut up the jungle, both jungle and duel and contra.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think what FRC also excelled in a lot of all these team fights is their ability to target prio. They know that they really have to catch out Nidhogger as well as Raphael first being the easier ones to be able to, you know, punish overall. I mean, that was the first blood. And then we got this very interesting moment where these two top laners go toe to toe. Starting off, we got the public execution, and then it boils down towards this very moment where Bonchan has been able to have a very clutch shield in the nick of time. Now, watch what happens here. I mean, we gotta zoom this one in real quickly, because it boils down to one last auto attack, and that shield absolutely mattered a whole lot. So I definitely wanted to see a whole lot more coming out of all these other upcoming matchups. And then you have like so many different dives. YDP sets up their own dive for the top side. Bottom side, they also responded with the same kind of aggression coming from the side of FRC. And then, you know, when it comes down to the lane swaps, you can still see Savasky holds his ground so well, keeps the flash in those perfect timing, and then played around the brush, denying vision, and still comes up ahead. It was just stuff of beauty coming out of Savasky.
Yeah, and that was the moment we all of us realized that Jinx are unstoppable. And she's just you know, I mean, Savasky just had a very supportive Lulu, and every single skill that Lulu point to, Savasky is very on point. That's why Jinx is very, you know, comfortable with her with his pace.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, there's just so many of all these big moments out there, and I think like this is one that really was the boiling point of so many of all these situations. We're going to zoom into this fight real quick. I mean, well, I guess I'll bring it out for a little bit just for a bird's eye view. We get the reset going for the side of Cruz, but then again, they think that, oh, we can now go in for the collapse. So Bombshell went diving right through. And Reverie, he's been able to really hop on, catching on to Nidhogger eventually. Stellar had to pop the flash as well, so you can see that they were trying to layer all the damage output. So once all these main carries of Yang Dapal has been taken down, then it's been, you know, a smooth sailing ride where they've been able to eventually find themselves at Ace, further propelling themselves ahead for the next one.
Yep, and for another battle, I mean, like, in this section, I mean, this is going to be very bad for YDP because the Bacon has already took a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think the most important part is where, you know, if I were to actually go backwards a little bit more, it was, of course, the Poppy ult that actually pushes Reverie away. So it secures them, the dragon. But the problem was, I mean, you take a look at what really goes down here. We had this beautiful flank coming from the side of Dust. So it really locks all the members of YDP in one spot. So you could just have that full focus of all these FRC members to eventually collapse upon them. So it wasn't much of a point where they could really retaliate all too much, because by the time that they were to actually engage, you already see the health bars are so low on that Poppy that you could just easily take out that Poppy. That's one tank gone, and then it's just a full collapse that won FRC that duel and won them the game.
Yep, and to be honest, that was also a very good point for Poppy because despite the HP bar he already low, he also managed to just pull one champion away from FRC far away. And one thing that we also have to remember from FRC, they have Pantheon, so the Grand Shuffle plays a very important role in here.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, right? So even if you knock away Reverie, he could always just ult back into the scene. I'm sorry, it actually continues on playing backwards, so we'll fast forward again. I mean, it really was a beautiful picture being painted out by these two teams. YDP, their journey is not over. They still have a few more games to go, but now their fate does rely on the hands of others. So I'm looking forward to our upcoming matchup to see how everything plays out.
Yes, but let's welcome back our casters, Manamo and Sagi. I mean, thank you so much for, cast that beautiful game. Yeah, at least Young Nepal got secured 1 point rather than 0 for 2 days. And we're looking forward for the upcoming matches because we still have lots of exciting matches. But first, we're gonna take a break, and it's only a short break, so make sure you don't go anywhere until we back.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Duncan. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand and see how your story ends.
Go in for it, and here comes the steal!
Between Worlds hanya menjadi pemisah
ตรง
dunia.
นี้ดินาเวิร์ไผ่หน้ามายังคงรอดชีวิตอยู่แต่ว่าไม่พอ
Defense as well, and even full commit is sticking.
Terminal, but they should try to look for a combo here. The dragon is stolen away. 'Cause but the damage is gonna be enough. W just pick up Kratos.
You and Pikachu goes in, and here's the back set.
At the below in 8 minutes, gonna be taken down by Faerie already.
มันเรื่องตรงนี้เด็กคูณไปเรียบร้อยชิมเบอร์ชันเข้ามาฮอตรอมชาโด
Welcome back, guys, to LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025. So with me, Abigail, your host, and with your Contra, your analyst. And now we have the newest set of casters, which is Madness and Sagi. Sagi, this is your second game, but for Madness, this is your very first game in LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025. How do you feel today?
I feel pretty good about it. I'm hoping maybe SEDUL get some points. Now, yesterday they had a bit of a disappointing performance given that lost both series. It was pretty one-sided affairs going out both ways. But hopefully today, maybe a bit of a revival for them. Maybe new day, new them. They can maybe pull back some points, maybe make it out nicely. Because right now they're sitting pretty down below. YDP actually picked a point last series, so they're above them as well. So I think we have a hard battle ahead, but it might edge it out.
Well, lovely, but for SADUL, I couldn't agree more with the Madness because their opponent will be Vulsans, who already secured the top 3, and this is going to be very hard for SADUL as well because they also need to secure a point after YDP on the very first game secured 1 point. But for SADUL, I always said this because SADUL is a very potential player despite the region is one of the newest in Southeast Asia. Sagi, what do you think?
It is indeed a very new region, but I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed by Catbot so far. He's had an amazing performance alongside with his synergy with Infi. They are making plays left, right, and center. Yes, they did not really get in the game victories or the series victories, but so far, in terms of individual performances, Infi and Catbot does really stand up in terms of SAUL esports face.
Yep, and talking about SAUL Esports, I really love the way how they play on the early game as usual, but I would like to see the difference between the mid game and also the late game for SAUL side. But for Full Sense, we also see they have a match against a Faerie Charm, and it went really well. So to be honest, 1 point for Faerie Charm and 1 point for Full Sense after they got the comeback on the second game yesterday. I think it was just kind of showed us how big the potential of Full Sense as well to become the winner of this LCP Wild Card Contra. What do you think?
I mean, when we take a look at the head-to-head records right now, I think for the rest of Full Sense, excellence over the top lane has been phenomenal on his dueling potential, whoever he actually faces off against. And of course, picks like the Renekton really shine very bright in his hand. So that's something that, S8UL really has to consider. What do we really want to ban out? Because it seems like his champion pool is quite wide. And then you got that exciting mid lane matchup between Ite versus Catbot. I think like there's gonna be a little bit more of that action happening across the mid lane. And over the course of the past couple of rounds that S8UL has played out, what they really have to solidify into this matchup is to maybe gain a little bit more pride over the bottom lane, because they've been punished for multiple times, and I hope that they've made certain adjustments overnight.
Yeah, I agree with that point because the dual lane plays a very important role in SAUL's performance. But honestly, I still feel like that SAUL playstyle still revolves around Infi and also Catbot, because these two players is very standing out yesterday. But I would like to see more unique draft from SAUL because we haven't been able to see Katarina from Catbot Madness.
Yeah, we haven't. And even I was talking before, during the Indie qualifiers, during the Legends set, we didn't get to see him. I don't think even once he played Katarina. A lot of times it was left open. Usually people like to target the top laner because he also has a bit of a shallower pool. Like you're talking about Renekton Contra, right? Basically, RTO's full form is Renekton top only. That's his name. So that's where he shines out of that. So that might be a bit of a problem for him because they could challenge the champions. But yeah, I think RTO and Kratos were a bit links yesterday's matchup, and hopefully they can come back this time, and Lotus hopefully also starts building up momentum, because if he starts going off, I think that's where SPO can really show up.
Yeah, I agree with that point, because if you can unlock the potential of your dual lane, it will put a lot of better synergy with your rest of the players. But first pick, Aurora from SAUL, this is going to be very good for Catbot, because we also saw yesterday how elusive he is with Silas play. But on the other hand, Full Sense just try to recounter her with bringing Gragas. I think this is a very solid pick from Full Sense, because Gragas is very versatile champion. You can put him anywhere, Sagi.
You can indeed put him anywhere. Put him in the top, A rare mid one. Jungle is still flying if you're going for that full AP burst here, but it does seem like they are looking for an early jungle pickup here. It will be the Xin Zhao being locked in for full sense view here in towards the jungle here. So we talk about the Katarina here, sadly won't be seeing it as much of an often here. If you see your enemy's name being Katarina bot, full sense is like, oh, Katarina bot, let's just ban it with a Katarina. We don't want to fight against things that we are not used to here. So no Katarina for Cat bot in game number 1 between this series.
Yep.
I feel like maybe in the solo queue games I should name myself like Shaco bot or like Timo bot so I don't get to see it. I mean, not that they can actually see my name, but you know, overall, jokes aside, what I really do like about this Team Soul draft right now is, you know, that flexibility of having that Aurora. I think from yesterday's games being flashed out by IE, or if I'm not mistaken, if there was a game between Full Sense that actually puts that Aurora top lane, it's becoming a little bit more of a potent pick. So I think like it's still gonna be pretty okay if they were to still fill it over mid lane, which is what they're intending to do now that they've already locked in a Trundle as well as a Mordekaiser. So very likely or not, we're getting a Trundle in the jungle.
Yeah, Trundle in jungle will be very effective for SIUL because they indeed need to shut down the Full Sense dual lane. So, but we still have to see what kind of dual lane that Full Sense will pick.
Well, judging from this current encounter here, we are looking at this Annie pick here being picked up from the side of Full Sense. This Annie pick here, yesterday when they were up against Fairy Charm, it played a very pivotal role in terms of being the frontline engages, and Itae on this Annie has a very good laning composition, especially when it goes towards the laning phase. He knows for a fact that if he fights a Victor, he's going for the E star. If he fights the last hit sort of style, he's going in for that Q star. So he's a very smart player in terms of like combating the laning phase here. So looking at this setup already coming in from Full Sense, you know for a fact that they want to engage on the fights with their proactiveness.
Yeah, and the hyperactiveness will indeed brings up the aggressive player from Full Sense, but I said UL will ban Kalista, and for Full Sense they ban Braum. I think this is going to be very interesting if you ban Braum. Braum is actually a sort of like a mid position support, so he doesn't go in the first on the very first fight, but they're more likely to protect your dual lens space contra.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of that sort of consideration. And right now, when we take a look at the pool of champions left, or ADC, there's just a lot of all these high party targets like the Varus that's already axed out. So ideally, if you want to go for something that's still pretty hard hitting, Yunara still left in the pool, so Team S8UL, they're considering whether you actually leave it out in the open. So if you leave that out in the open, Full Sense definitely want to capitalize on that, so they will be able to secure it in this series.
Yeah, but Full Sense needs to think about the laning phase of Yunara, because Yunara is always having problem with the early game laning phase. And for SZUL, they also need to counter-attack Yunara, but Faerie will be a bold option, to be honest, but in terms of the power spike on the late game, she also has a very bright future, Contra.
Well, as much as we're talking about bright future for the Vayne, you gotta also remember that whenever the Xin Zhao activates his Crescent Guard on his ultimate, you're not gonna be able to actually hit anyone inside of that Shroud of the Guard. So that's one way that Full Sense can actually negate a lot of that damage in those team fights. So it is definitely going to be a daunting task. So if it's going to be RTO on that Mordekaiser, you kind of want to take out one frontliner instead of, you know, going over the back line to snatch some of the carries away for those duels. So it's going to be a little hard. I mean, FS, they've got a very robust composition. They can engage, they can disengage. But Team Soul, if they can actually get things going, so with Infi setting things up, then I do think that we're going to see this draw out in the long mile for Soul to eventually get those build up.
Yeah, solid point. But pointing the Vayne will be countered by Xin Zhao. So this is going to be a very hard burden for Infi to set up the team fight, so he can give a space for Lotus as a Vayne to play better and add this lay damage towards every single players from Full Sense. But I'm afraid with this kind of draft from Full Sense, this is going to be a very high combo wombo utilities madness.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be in that sort. They're going to look to catch out targets, a good tibbers anywhere. Plus, the exploding cascade from the Gragas can deal a lot. But I'm really happy to see Lotus on Vayne. I know it's a kind of surprise pick coming into these matches, but this is one champion that he's really, really comfortable. I think Lotus and Kratos have played this exact same bot lane maybe at least 10 times during the qualifier. So they are really comfortable, especially also Catbot on the Aurora, right? That's where he actually pops off. Like, we talked about his Katarina, right? But his Aurora is where he shines in tournament format, right? He got, I think, 20 kills like per game he ever picks up the Aurora, and now RTO is also another comfort pick. So that's what I'm liking to see from SC12. Maybe their compositions yesterday, the drafts, maybe they were like told by their coach, like maybe we have to go this way. But now they're seeing that maybe comfort is the way to go. Maybe this is the way to answer back. And I like they're a little pivoting this way. Infi on the trundle, you have to watch out for, because Infi is someone who really likes to be aggressive early on. He's gonna go for those early ganks. Those pillars are gonna come in very useful.
Yeah, that will be a solid point about the winning condition of SAQL. But for Full Sense, they also will have a very good flexibility whether they want to play. They can play to disengage every single scenario that SAQL want to play. Sagi.
SAQL, just like Madness would mention, right? Their early game tempo really revolves around Infi versus the few ones matchup against Full Sense, right? So the early game tempo will be dictated by the two junglers here, and the laning phase will be dictated by the laners here. So we will have to see whose team's laning phase, because from what we saw so far, most of these lanes are in the 50-50 state. It comes down to how these junglers affect the laning state and how they are able to capture all these early game resources, be it the Scuttle Crab, be it the Grubs, be it the Dragons here. That will set a premature milestone for all these teams to achieve, and then we will see a full fight being broken out later on in the stages of the game, probably 10 to 15 minutes around where Rift Herald starts.
Yeah, so it downs to who will shut down the jungle first, because the jungles will be playing a very important role. Because I believe with this kind of drop, SAQL and Full Sense will try their best to open the space for the dual lane. So let's see what will happen on the second game between SAQL and Full Sense. I'm gonna toss it to Caster. So Magnus and Segi, please take it away.
Alright, Madness. So
this is gonna look interesting, absolutely, between them. So yeah, I can't wait to cast this one, especially that SAQL has picked this up for themselves. This is gonna be a banger of a series, and this is SAQL with kind of their backs against the wall. They've already played 4 games, not picked up a point. This is the time they have to start picking it up.
they exactly have to start picking up. That's very well said here. If they do not pick up a game or series win here, their hopes of making it to the LCP promotions or even the LCP Wild Card Playoffs will be eliminated here. It is now do or die. Do or die situation here, Madness, for the INSA region's representative, SAUL Esports. It is now or never. Take one more game of loss and their hopes of the LCP playoffs bracket stage will be eliminated here. Full Sense will be the opponent in today's second series.
Yeah, and this is going to be really exciting. SA or South Asia versus Thailand coming into it, and this is pretty much SA's biggest competition in the recent time. Like in their local scene, they have been dominating, but when they've reached this competition, they have been stuttering quite a bit. And now they bring out comms that we have seen them before. This is the kind of things that we like to see in Infi. This is him going aggressive. He's going to put down the ward, going to get that extra vision earlier on. It doesn't look like Full Sense. He's going to answer back by putting a ward on the red, the chickens, so the raids for the side of SAUL, and they're going to be fine. And he takes a bit of a beating, but it's going to get the reset, come back in. But I think the bot side is where I'm going to keep my focus. Lotus has to step up. Kratos has to step up, honestly, if there's going to be any hope of SAUL actually getting points for themselves here.
But the laning phase will be difficult here coming in from Lotus and Kratos here. They drafted a very greedy bot lane here. Yes, once that Vayne hits that power breakpoint of the Blade of Ruin came into potentially the second item being the Gunsu's Rage Blade, we might see this Vayne pop off here. But the first thing to really tackle in towards the series for Lotus and Kratos will be the laning phase here. Can they sustain against the Arcane Comet Karma that has been selected by Yuyusaki.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of folk coming in, especially. You can already see the Prior going towards the Yunara and the Karma. They're just going to push it in. Kratos already down to half HP. He's going to burn a pot pretty soon. And rest of the lanes look pretty standard. RT on the Mordekaiser is going to be looking like Contra was saying before. He's going to be looking to take maybe some of the front line later so that Lotus can go away. If he takes Xinjiao, then it's very hard for the side of Full Sense to actually catch onto the Vayne if she's going to be tumbling properly in her ultimate with the ultimate Hunter. So that is what we have to be looking forward to. And yeah, bot side is going to be weak-sided, and Lotus and Kratos have never actually been getting that much priority bot side, no matter what lanes they're picking up. So they are maybe getting used to be playing on the back foot compared to what they would do in their local scene, and maybe they can adjust. And I want to see Kratos not get caught out. He made a couple of mistakes yesterday, like on the Leona, where he goes in, and that just made SEDO has to pay the price for it. The bot side, explodes from that point on. So now if Lotus and Kratos can keep it on, that Vayne is going to be deadly later on, and I know that Lotus will do wonders on the champ.
Wonders on the champion here. First things first, get out of the laning phase here will be the jump like you mentioned here. SAUL off to a pretty 50-50 start here coming in from the 3rd minute mark here. We see a parallel jungling here coming in from both of the two junglers here. They will not be meeting on the first Scuttle Crab encounter here. So both of these junglers here, they took a full clear pathing here. You know for a fact that they are both playing towards their strong side here. Judging from this full wave state here coming in from Full Sense bottom side here, they might potentially be planning for a potential 3v2 or even a 4v2 dive here.
Yeah, the dive looks to be getting set up pretty nicely. Kratos has only got one health bot left. Lotus has already burned through his. Mid-side, Cat bot lone, Mana is going to probably look for a reset, and he's pretty healthy looking Mana-wise at least. Top side, RT is getting the push in, and Infi's looking to pick up the Scuttle and maybe get some more vision in the opponent jungle. And now he's definitely going to know where the Xinjiao is. He should know already from the early war, but this might be a gank in the mid lane. He's coming onto the Annie from behind. Is the Annie aware of the situation? And it looks like the pillar was using the flash, getting burned from maybe both of them.
Yeah, both of them seems to have already expended the flash here. I believe Catbot wanted to get the deciding damage factor, the electrocute proc onto Itai, so being able to flash away from that does means that Itai gives a lot of respect here towards Catbot and Infi towards the mid and jungle side here. And towards the bottom side here, Krugs are about to respawn for the blue side jungle here. Few pathing towards this Krugs here has exactly the correct timer here, collecting this wave here, and they're currently looking for a potential dive here.
Oh, the dive is going in. Kratos is low, but nice wall. He pushes back the Xinjiao. He couldn't jump onto his target, but Kratos will be paying up with his life. The flash forward by Lotus. He's chasing Blondie, gets to the kill. First blood goes over to Full Send, but instantly answered back by SATUL.
But still, that was a kill going over to Yu Usaki here. It wasn't towards the hands of Blondie here. Lotus, even though he's losing out on almost double the CS here, he still gets a retribution kill to recover whatever gold lead that he has lost towards the laning phase here. And towards the top side here, we see a 1v1 situation happening between Full Sense Excellence and SAUL's RTO here as they both battle out for the wave control.
They are battling out pretty nicely, and now Gragas is actually getting a bit more proud of that side. But yeah, like you were pointing out, it's the Karma who picks up the kill. It's not the guy you actually want, and you sacrificed a lot going in onto there. You get the flash out of Blondie. Lotus burns his own, but that's just to get the kill back for him. So he's going to get the kill up. He's going to ease a bit more on the laning side. Still, it's going to be on the tougher end. You can see the Hardbound Axe picked up by the Nara on her back. Let's see what Lotus will be going for. I've seen a couple of lanes, maybe even go Kraken first over the Borg, and he's picked up a Phage over here, Sam.
Already a Phage here, potentially going for the Trinity Force first item here for the Vayne here. So Lotus here, we see that he wants to go for the poke-ish build, get that tumble skills in, get that tumble level in here, but RTO here locks Aslan into the realm of death here, executes him with the Q flash for another kill, a solo bolo for RTO.
Solo bolo indeed for RTO on the top side. Nice flash Q onwards, catches out Excellent. So RTO actually picking up where he was lacking a bit yesterday, and now this might be Xinjiao getting caught out over. He's in a tough space, but the exploding plant does get him to safety. Even had Ite close by to actually help him out, and the force stack was up for the Annie, so maybe not in that much danger as we were anticipating. But talking about RTO, really good job in the top side. Is 30%. This is what I was talking about. SC12 getting some of their comfort picks, and you can already see them, doing way better than they were looking yesterday.
For top side, exactly the case here, but for bottom side though, already a 30 CS gap here for the side of Full Sense, Blondie, and Yu Usaki here. But the Vayne here, riding the momentum here, does poke out the HP bars of Blondie and Yu Usaki here coming in from Full Sense here. Ultimate has been popped by Blondie here. Lotus here comes in for the dive onto this Vayne.
They go for the dive, but it's Familia who pays off, but Lotus is low. Yunar chunking away. Nice juggle of third aggro over there. Blondie takes the last one. So a successful dive bot side. 2 kills up picked up by Full Sense, as well as the feats of warfare being awarded to them.
Oh, feats of warfare so early on, 7 minutes in here, but look at Catbot though. He wants to engage on this Yunara that has no mobility spells here. Yu Usaki as well. You are stuck between the alcove, nowhere to escape here. Beautiful roam here coming in from Catbot to pick up 2 quick kills.
Yeah, and that's Infi and the Catbot duo that we were talking about. They come, pick off the Stranglers, they answer back for the 2 kills that Full Set picked up, and both kills, honestly, going over to the Aurora is huge, because Catbot really likes to snowball on this champion, and if he gets out of control, Aurora, that AoE damage is a lot in these team fights, can proc a lot, as well as, you know, he's got the roam, it's successful for him, and Lotus is switched over to the mid lane instead. Drake's being started up by LCP Wild Esports. I don't think there'll be a problem, but look at this, Moon is coming in, he really wants to challenge it, it's on, you know, the Scuttle Ward, Diffuse walking in, dodges out to bounce back from the Familia, but Lotus channels his ultimate, is tumbling forward, and here comes the Xinjiao ultimate instead, because he prevents a lot of damage, but the Condemn against the wall condemns Xinjiao to the Shadow Realm instead, but Lotus falls down as well. Kratos being chunked away. Infi can get the Drake, he does get the Drake for himself, gonna give his life, and it's a 3 for 1 in favor of Full Sense over there.
3-for-1 exchange in favor of Full Sense here, and Full Sense once again another 1.4k gold lead onto the AD carry. Blondie is having insurmountable amount of gold lead here currently, sitting with almost a 40 CS lead already here, Madness.
That CS is kind of arguing for the side of Lotus, right? You got 2 kills behind your compared ADC, as well as you're behind so much in CS, and now Grubs are going to be started by Full Sense. There should not be an answer, but it looks like SCPL want to go in the flash port by the Annie, but no, the port stack stun does not connect. Actually, the pillars there to cause some nuisance, and now Full Sense are actually on their retreat. They picked up one of the Grubs, and they're going to be backing away with the other 2 towards the side of SCPL Esports, so they're going to be 2 out of the 3 in the terms of the feats of the jungle monsters as well.
But the key engage spells here coming in from Aite and Excellence here does not hit a single target here. Excellence wants to find the explosive cast bounce back onto the key members here, does not find it. Aite wants to find the flash Annie stun here, does not get it as well here. But Full Sense with Yu Usaki here, they want to look for a potential dive here onto Lotus here. Lotus gets linked up by the Karma W here, does not get the final damage in here. Both of these AD carries are forced out their flashes.
Yeah, Lotus flashes away before he can, you know, get locked up in place, and Blondie inside was also doing the third aggro, so he jumps away, gets his flash out. So both flashes get exchanged. Lotus is going to pick up some much needed CS for himself, as you'll see in the replay over here. Like, Lotus goes in, not aware, but this is from the earlier part where the Xinjiao comes in with the W over the wall. It looks like Emilio was trying to protect Lotus, but Lotus is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Not many places he can go, and it's just a beautiful juggle of third aggro. But this is the point. Catbot coming in, picks up the jungle, flash forward by Infi with the pillar, slows down Karma, can't get out of it, and Blondie also can't do much, no much mana, no else, can't do anything at that point, and double kill going over to Catbot always will be nice. This is the challenge by Full Sense at the Drake, right? They're trying to go in. Look at Lotus, he goes into the range of the Xinjiao India, condemns him against the wall, then leaves him wide open to get Tibers by the Annie over there.
And right now coming back towards live though, Few forces out the flash towards Catbot here. That's flash for flash exchange coming in from the mid and jungle here. Moving towards to the bottom side here, Blondie once again riding the cannon minion wave. They are trying to assist their jungler here to invade this red buff here. Infi does not have the flash here, forces out a 1v1 situation here.
Does force it out, but Vayne has come in just in time. The supplicate helps Infi stay alive. Now Vayne has to run away. Lotus is running. Kratos has to burn the flash to stay alive. And look at this Catbot on the other side. Gets another kill, but Blondie goes on a killing spree. And more importantly, gets the shutdown for Catbot. So that's a lot of gold going over to the Yunara.
Yeah, 2-for-2 exchange here, but once again, this Yunara keeps getting further and further ahead of the gold curve here. In terms of EXP, we see RTO towards the top lane here. Ever since that solo kill here, he is riding on a win streak in terms of the EXP side. But if we look towards the gold lead, however, 1.7k already towards Yunara, 1.2k already, almost a 3k gold lead single-handedly handed over to a full sense bottom lane here.
Oh, but the TP coming in from behind. It's going to be Catbot making an appearance. Doesn't have the ultimate, but does have the damage going on to Blondie. But Blondie's chasing in. And this Catbot actually getting separated a bit. He gets rooted up by the Karma. It gets taken away by Karma as well. So kill goes over to him. And this Catbot without a TP, that's a bit overzealous. Trying to get in way earlier. The team was not ready to actually go in for the play.
Not ready to go in for the play here, slightly overextended here. There was no follow-up at all coming in from Envy, Kratos, or Lotus here. So another quick kill falls over to Blondie here, but Blondie here gets condemned, does not hit the condemn over to wall here. Cavalry is here, Field is coming towards the backs to assist this AD carry.
Does come in, but the shutdown actually getting picked up by Lotus. So finally Lotus, you're reaping some rewards for the goal that Yunara had picked up earlier on, and you're not in a tough spot. Flash was still on cooldown from that early exchange against Lotus in the bot side, so taking the complete advantage of Flash timers. They get the nice gank, as well as now Trundle completes his Trinity Force. The Ryle is completed for RTO top side, and he's managing quite well, but bot over here, they might be looking to the chanted Q coming in from Karma, hits out, but look at the turret though. I think first turret will be going to full sense in the bot side if it continues like this.
It might just be the case here, because one thing's for sure, on towards the solo lane side, we see SAUL solo lane perform slightly better compared to full sense here, but however, the big gap towards the bottom lane still remains a very big hole here. Yes, the kill is really similar in terms of kill score, but the CS lead is what they have to worry about. You cannot just be relying on kills after kills after kills here, because I think I just saw a Hex Tech experiment play here completed by the Vayne.
It does seem to be that this is a new build with the pop coming in, but hold that thought. Drake being taken by full sense. The TP is also coming in by the Annie. It doesn't have the port stack as of yet, but the chase is on by full sense to just, shoo away as it will from this, and the root might connect. And Catbot actually pops the ultimate, but he use it to jump to the other side, but the ultimate runs out instead. Oh no, Catbot goes down for trying to challenge full sense near that Drake pit. They didn't have the man advantage. The TP was coming. I think when the TP comes in, you just have to skedaddle from that situation, not cause too much trouble. And Lotus might actually get caught out on the bot side, because you can see Zinja was pathing there, but does change his mind. And we were talking quite a bit about that turret in the bot side HP, but even mid, it's not looking too healthy, and they're punishing it here from Blondie and the Karma.
And we're looking towards the bottom side right now. Ite and Field does seem to be collapsing onto the Vayne here. Vayne is getting caught up by the Tibbers here. Electrocute goes through. Ite gets a kill onto Lotus thanks to the help for the jungle Field here. But that's the thing. He's overextending so far into the laning phase here. And I believe a lot of the pings here were pointing out to Lotus to back off here. So maybe a bit of an under-respect here coming in from the side of Lotus.
I think it's also a desperation play, because we're talking so much about the CS difference. I think he just wants to pick up some CS for himself. But in the meantime, the turret falls down in the mid lane as well, and that should be looking like Pete's going to the side of FS, and it's looking pretty healthy. And yeah, Lotus should have actually listened to the pings, because Zinja walked over a ping ward, right, over vision, and that should have been taken into account. But I think Lotus just getting greedy, just feeling the pressure of lacking so much in CS right now. And this Hex they build from Vayne is something new that I haven't seen before.
I have to agree with you. I think it's a very rare build that we don't get to see on a day-to-day basis here. Maybe he has experimented it in solo queue or whatnot here, but the Rift Herald fight does seem to be breaking out real soon here, with RTO leading the charge here.
RTO is going to be leading the charge. Infi goes in, gets the situation off for the Rift Herald going down, gets picked up by the Yunara, and now as you know there's no objective, they have to run away. But RTO is in the midst of this fight. Now Catbot's coming against a huge 4-man ultimate for himself. Does report to the other side of the pit, but that's him being separate. Now Citadel members are strangling, trying to run away from the situation. Infi is going to prevent the rest of his team from dying. So that's 3 members going down with no casualty from the side of full sense. Plus, they get the Rift Herald for themselves.
Clean fight coming in from Full Sense here, getting 3 kills clean without sacrificing any potential members here. I gotta point out one thing, Excellence with the excellent Gragas body slam into the explosive cap to break open the fight immediately, setting up the team for success in this Rift Herald take.
Has been picked up, and Excellence also picks up the eye for himself. He can use it when he will be on the sidelines. But as you can see in the replay over here, Excellence went in, gets the
beautiful
plus the explosion. That's just coming in for him. And Catbot is so late to the party, honestly, when he's going to be jumping in. You can see Annie comes in, has the force stack come out. The Tibbers lands on only one man being R2, but that's enough. He's the guy who's actually kind of early ahead because of the top situation, and Catbot coming with the ultimate so late is not going to be helping out SCWL members there. I think they should have maybe thought about the man disadvantage going into the situation, maybe backed away, but they were really wanting to fight for it.
I think they might have to just give away Rift Herald and, you know, set up more farming pace here coming in for Catbot, Lotus, or RTO, so they can compete later on when Drake spawns, right? They're fighting in unequal terms here. An overly fed Yunara, a decently fed Gragas here, and right now, Catbot once again gets caught in no man's land, gets sent back to the fountain once again, the gray screen time.
Does get set out. Just look at Full Sense's vision in the jungle of SC12. This is no longer Infi's jungle. It has been taken over by Xinjiao, and he's making himself heard. Tier 2 will be falling down shortly on the bot side. The Rift Herald gets summoned top, so that's a Tier 1 going there. But it looks like Infi and RTO want to answer onto Excellence, and Excellence has an Uber to maybe get out of it. He's looking to pick it up, but no, the Rift Herald gets chomped away. It's a 2 versus 1. Excellence might have bitten off more than he can chew. He does pick up Tier 1, but maybe will be sacrificing life. Away, the casket is there. It slows enough. He gets away with his life, plus he gets the Tier 1 for himself.
He gets everything and he does not pay the price for nothing here. That phase rush Gragas cruises away from danger, and right now, looking at the map state, they get top turret, they get bottom turret, and this gold lead has expanded to a 8,000 dominant here. It is not a 30-minute game, it is only an 18-minute game, and we're already seeing this gold lead piled up extremely hard over all members of the side of Full Sense against SAUL.
And the majority of that is on the Yunara as well. Already an 80 CS difference between her and the Vayne. He's one item up. I don't know if the heck like Vayne can show up because we're not that well versed about this build on the champion. But it looks like a dive on the top side. Infi's going in with RTO. It's a very fairly, tanky Gragas who has the E. He's going to dash into you, prevent it. But they're going to be looking to pick up the kill. But no, he lives. RTO will be going down. It's still a trade at the end of the day. But you're losing your tier 3. You're making desperate plays because that's all that's available to SCWL right now. It is just 19 minutes and very smart choice of Full Sense. Yeah, they're going to leave the inhibitor alive, make sure that they're going to get 3 ways for SCWL. I think that's a very smart move by them, that they have to do it.
I agree with you. Leaving the inhibitor alive, making sure that the wave is not in favor of SAUL to be farming extra. No extra gold will be poured over the SAUL for any potential comebacks here. Once again, they collect the Drake, and this is their second Drake. It will be Infernal Soul here, the Infernal map here, so they can pace themselves if the game ever goes towards to a 28-minute mark, but judging on current state here, they might just go for the Archon and they might just go for a game-winning teamfight in just about short of 10 minutes time here. But let's check out the replay real quick on what exactly happened when the top side was having a dive here. Field goes in onto the engage onto Catbot here, immediately gets followed up by Ite here, and we see Blondie goes for 1v1, auto attack for auto attack against Lotus here, takes him down, and Blondie stays alive for the continuous push.
Yeah, and came back to life. Nice pillar by Infi to prevent Yuyusaki from jumping on with the root, with the tether for himself. But yeah, that was a very desperate dive at the top side. It still goes 1 for 1. You get the flash out of RTO, and the mid, you're just losing so much at the same time. Check the bodies up, and it's already a 10k gold difference almost between these two teams. So around that 9k mark. And Atakan's open for the taking. Infi's walking forward, not quite sure. He wants to get the pink ward, and he's actually going to be fighting quite heavily. Catbot's hiding in the bush in the bot side. This could be a nice play, but they TP's coming in from Excellence, and we know what this man can do on this Dragus. Will come for the Q, misses out. Infi's running, but I think Kratos will be sacrificed. He gets pushed back with the explosive cast, but Q is not going to let Infi run away for free. We're going to get your support. We're going to get your jungler at least a flash away from the Trundle, who has to get outside. Looks slow coming for Yunara, but rest come in. Catbot goes too deep. He gets pushed back. Lotus pops the ultimate just to get to safety, and Infi and Lotus, the only one surviving. RTO was coming in for a flank, but he's like, oh no, most of my team is dead. I can't do much in this fight. Looking to maybe take someone to pistol, but before that, here comes the Diver. Here comes the Xin Zhao just jumping onto you, and it's going from bad to worse for the side of SCDL right now.
Bad to worse, dropping another 3 members here, and right now, full sense here, marching towards the Arakan that is available for their take here. No contest will be coming in from the side of SAUL, and Lotus, my friend, that is not where you want to be here. Once again caught between 2 hard rock here, executed by Excellence Baron here, and Kratos once again gets caught out by the explosive cast. Another deja vu moment.
That wasn't deja vu, but that was just so clean also from the guys. They took us into the E, into the Q, gets the kill. And yeah, Lotus is getting really greedy, just trying to pick up CS for himself. And if this continues, Blondie is going to be on maybe 100 CS difference by the end of this match, because end looks pretty nigh given the situation. 11k gold difference from what was looking like 9.5 just a few minutes ago, and this is changing the production. 23 kills from full sense to just the 9 of SCDL Esports, and I don't think this Hexblade Vayne is working out the way we have wanted it to, maybe just make it a bit more spicy in this situation, and Blondie is going to try even deny Infi from picking up his own raids.
And as of this point, right, 19,000 damage already done by the Yunara on the hands of Blondie here. So this Yunara is running out of control, running rampant here. Like you mentioned here, he's potentially looking to solo invade this red buff here, but he acknowledges the fact that it's too dangerous here. He chooses to back off here, and jumping back to the CS that you talked about here. But hang on though, a fight might be breaking out mid-side as Excellent might look for engage here.
And looking for the gates, RT is a bit to get the ultimate comes from Kappa, but the damage is not there. They're trying to get Blondie, but no, Blondie actually gets picked up by Kappa. The shutdown going over to him, but it might be a little too late to start accumulating gold for SCDL right now as they're trying to run away. A nice ball from Milio pushes back the Xinjia, whose W was about to connect to one of the members of SCDL, and now the inhibitor will be picked up by full sense. This is good pacing, 23 minutes around the time you want to, especially if you've broken open the tier 3 at maybe that 90-minute mark. You're setting up for maybe a Baron into the end, because this is not looking nice, but at least goal going over to Catbot. RTO unfortunately has not been doing much with his Death Realm to actually, change how fights look.
It does seem to be the case here. So far, we haven't seen much of a proactive Death Realm to lock away the likes of Yu Usaki or Excellence from the team fight here. Even though if they do lock him away here, I don't see RTO being able to solo out any of the current members here coming in from full sense here. So it is in a tough situation here, and another experimental play here has been picked up by RTO as well.
Yeah, and there's Hexblade galore for the side of SCDL Esports, and that makes sense of the Mordekaiser, because that's kind of with the AD ratios as well that we want to be looking for, and it's a buff, so maybe that's why the Vayne has opted for. Maybe it's the new build on the market, new tech that we're not aware for. You're going very deep from the side of SCDL to just clear vision. The TP will be coming in for the Gragas. They might be looking for a fight, and this is just 23 seconds before the next Drake will be coming in, but complete denial of vision in their own jungle, complete denial of space in their own jungle, and this is pretty much a Drake that's already been given over to the side of Lucian.
Yep, they can pick up this dragon and they can start marching towards the Baron that is just about to spawn in 30 seconds time here. If that Baron does go over to full sense here, it might just spell doom and the end of the game here coming in for SAUL here, because that will cause so much macro pressure here for the side of SAUL.
Yeah, and that's but Infi is going to be looking to get caught out. Look at the Tiber's burst damage. The root will also even come in from the Karma, but no, full sense. Think better of it. They're going to let the Trundle live for a few more seconds. Here comes the Cavalry. Here comes Xin Zhao with the lance, but no. The exploding plant is enough for Lotus to make his way away. And look at Catbot. Catbot's waiting in that tri-bush on the top side. Is he looking to maybe try to go for a stealing Baron? I don't think that's what should be in the cards, but no, he cancels his recall. They might be actually staying for this by the Milio, Vayne, and the Mordekaiser are walking up, but they're walking up blindly. They're going to have to face check everything, and RTO is getting burst out even before the fight. Finally, a death from the flash Q forward onto Itai. He was trying to get the Annie out of this situation, but Annie's going to flash away for the last strong from the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser goes down to Suzuki, that doesn't finish him. Here comes the ultimate from Cat. What 4 members got out. This might be SQL's way back into the game. Infi is going to be that front line, but he doesn't have that much tanking, not enough weakness. Lotus trying to go crazy on the backside, but Milio yet again left to fend for himself, left to the wolves, and so is Lotus. No mana, nowhere to go. RTO, Lotus, Kratos enter the Shadow Realm, enter that gray screen, and Full Sense are looking to try and maybe walk it in over here.
They're trying to look to walk it in here. 3 members down coming in from SAUL here. 14-second death timer. The newest member that will be spawning will be RTO here. So, Full Sense here. They want to go for a Hail Mary play here. They want to go for the game-ending push here. So, first Nexus Tower is projected to go down here. Itai as well channels the teleport here, wants to join for this game winning push here, as they do not want to wait for the Baron push here. Another explosive cat catches onto 2, catches onto 3 here. Kratos, the last member alive here, looks towards the Nexus here, as the Nexus falls towards the hands of Full Sense as they take over game 1 with a dominating fashion.
Yeah, that's gonna be GG. And Full Sense just putting on a show over here. As well, found to be a bit too lacking, and that Gragas was such a huge pickup coming from. He initiated so many of these team fights, honestly, and the Bane lacking bot side. Yunara getting early on herself. Got a lot of kills, a lot of gold accumulated onto that champion. Could do a lot. You just look at the damage being dealt by Blondie. 32.1k is no joking matter, and Lotus unfortunately is just around half of that, so he couldn't do much. And Kratos, with the Milio pick, was looking to support the Vayne, but the Vayne's never going to get strong enough if it continues like this in these fights. It was a risky pick nonetheless coming into this, and it unfortunately did not pay out for the side of SC2L.
It did not pay off for the side of SAUL, and it paid heavily in price as well, because Blondie almost did a Flame Horizon against Lotus in towards the bottom lane in terms of the CS lead. I believe it was about like a 60 to 70 CS there. Not to say it reached 100, but it's still a very big CS gap here in terms of the competition here. But let's throw it over to the analyst desk here for Contra and Abigail to really break down what happened between SAUL and Full Sense in this game number 1.
Thank you so much for our caster, Madness, and also Sagi. That was a very aggressive start from both parties, from SAUL and also Full Sense. But when it comes to team fight, Full Sense did it better, Contra.
Yeah, I think like they definitely identified some of their strengths as well as certain weaknesses as well, where Full Sense overall, you can already see that robust front to back composition that's meant for team fighting duels, whereas for the members of SAUL, they definitely know that, hey, we're really strong in the early game. You saw proactiveness coming from Catbot, going over the bot lane for a gank. Lotus definitely feels so much more comfortable on this Vayne, but the problem with a Vayne is that when it comes down to team fights, I mean, the problem with Vayne is always that you only get to select one target that you really want to pick off, and of course, looking at those kind of circumstances, it is a little harder to actually execute in certain scenarios. I mean, there was definitely some brilliant plays happening around that first couple of Drake takedowns, and for the fact of the matter that Soul was so convincing. I mean, they stand toe-to-toe, putting FS on a level playing field at least for the first 10 minutes. But over onto the course where they were trying to contest for the Herald, that's where, you know, the rest of Full Sense have been able to really formulate so many 5v5 situations that benefit them a whole lot more. If you look into the builds as well, I mean, the Karma really is a brilliant build where you activate the Shurilia and then you could just go ahead, put that mantra onto E to not only apply the shield onto all the teammates, but also allows them to change and charge towards those kind of position to really land onto all these target priority, catching out Catbot, catching out Infi, as well as Lotus for multiple times. I mean, there's just so much to pinpoint, and even Excellence had literally an excellent game.
Yeah, Excellence indeed live in his name, Excellent, and that was a very excellent play from Gragas too. And I feel like this Gragas pick will become very valuable for Full Sense team fight.
Yeah, absolutely right, because when you saw how many instances where members of SAUL try to go in for a certain engage, he's always putting himself on the line just to get, you know, some of all these stuns to channel through. And when the situation gets any worse, that's where he will be able to really put out that explosive cast to displace them in the majority of these team fights. So can't wait to actually hop on board to break down some of these valuable moments that they've been able to create, especially Team Soul. That early game was absolutely beautiful. I mean, I kind of wish that they could actually convert that into something more, but Full Sense, you can definitely see that they are feeling a lot more confident when they are really playing together as a team. So many instances they were giving multiple visits over onto Lotus, knowing that, hey, we want to get Blondie ahead, and eventually they've been able to achieve that. So it started off with this dive over on the bot lane, and at first it looks dire because Kratos was being brought down low. All thanks to the knockback provided, Lotus has been able to also burn some flashes. On top of that, come up with a kill to set Blondie slightly behind. But the rest of Full Sense says, hey, we never back down. We're going for round 2, and this time it looks so much cleaner.
Yeah, it was very clean for Full Sense, but to be honest, I really love the idea for SAUL that try to give it lots of pressure for Full Sense, but Full Sense just realized it.
Yeah, and on this team fight as well, I think this was very well handled by those members of Seoul, where they've been able to target the Xin Zhao. Taking him down really secures the first Drake for the side of Team Seoul. So, despite them losing out, this is where it becomes like a 50-50. Both sides eventually went in for more of all these invades, and this invade was kind of costly initially, where a few got caught out. So Lotus definitely had a little bit more of that solid pop-up performance, but in this scuffle, nobody was targeting Blondie at all, and Blondie was having those free reign to also go in for all these execution. On top of that, having Ite to be able to follow up really allowed the rest of Full Sense to regain control and take over so much space away from Team SAUL.
And that's also one good thing from Full Sense, because once they realized they already had a full control on the dual lane of their opponent, they started to widen their approach to SAUL's jungle.
Yeah, that's one lesson, that you don't really dive at Gragas whenever it's a 2v1. And I think like this is also one play that really mattered a whole lot, where, you know, I felt like Team Soul, they were not really in a place to really go in for the challenge, and it wasn't just one time that Full Sense get to punish them for trying to go to the Drake pit or even challenge for the Octagon, and they hit heavily twice, and that twice is too much to bear, honestly. So the rest of Full Sense, once again, having Yu to just supplement them on this chase to really secure kills after kills after kills, and it just went out of hand. I mean, it became too difficult for the rest of SAUL to really even try to get things done, especially when you have Excellence to always break wall them, and you even see if things get any worse, there's also Tibbers to layer true. So all these point and click stuns have been the bane of their existence in the team fight. And just to really slow things down a little bit, this flank was beautiful coming from the side of Catbot. He has been able to really jiggle his way out of there into safety. As much as they really want to find that kind of conversion, it really seemed to be a misplacement, or it's hard for even the rest of Seoul to get that priority target. If you take a look very closely as well, Blondie has always been super well protected in majority of all these front. Like, he's always centered around these areas where it's been covered by Yu over onto the side, so he could always deny Catbot, and just having the other members to be absolutely isolated. So this is just the way that Full Sense have been able to really find those conversions in a very methodical play style. So good work coming in from FS. They've been able to take the lead here in the series, and from this point onwards, it's definitely even more added pressure onto Team Soul. I mean, they've already lost one. Now the best case scenario is for Team Soul to look for a tie.
Yeah, because it is going to be very hard for them to be left behind on the bottom of the standings of today's group stage. But for us, Full Sense itself is always very well protected from the very first line, and also on their back line. And this is something that SAUL didn't, have no idea how to break through that. And for the second game, probably they could adjust their drop. I don't think there's anything wrong with their drop, to be honest, because that Faerie peak is actually kind of excellent. But it's just down to the how SAUL want to maximize which kind of which lane they want to prioritize.
Yeah, mainly it was really a pick-off com versus, team fight com, and I really felt like handling the team fight is what matters more for the side of SAUL. So hopefully they can find a sort of composition in game 2 for them to band-aid that.
Yep, and let's welcome back our casters, Madness and Sagi, because we are going to start the second game of the second match of today, SAUL with Full Sense, because this is going to be a very important matchup for SAUL. They need to secure 1 point because who wants to be at the bottom of the standings? No one. And for SAUL, I always said the early game was so good, but Full Sense, on the other hand, also have a very good counter attack too. And welcome back, Mathis and Sagi. So, starting the second game of second match for today, Madness. Is it the right time for SAUL to pick another cover pick?
Might be another comfort pick coming in, but I think this was kind of their best chance coming in because RTO was standing quite nicely in the top side, like he was lacking that yesterday. He got that solo bolo for himself top ways.
Oh yeah,
I think that was him looking pretty nice over that side. He Lotus, unfortunately, with his Vayne, he's coming up with the Hexblade build. I understand the defensive stats plus that, but you're so far behind, it's not going to be helping out over there. And Yunara was getting so many bounties, so it's the hard part. What other picks will be left open? We saw him play the Corki yesterday for Lotus, but I'm not sure it played out the way he thought it should.
Yeah, Corki, yes, one of the options for SAUL, but I think it should be down to the condition first. In Full Sense, they are in the first pick. First pick Wukong will be solid too for Full Sense because it will open lots of variety which kind of team fight that you want to bring. Like for example, Wukong and Orianna would be a perfect combination. Sagi.
It might be one of the potential setups here coming in from Full Sense. Draft here, we might see the Wukong and Orianna setup here coming in from FS, but SAUL here, picking up the Lee Sin here. Oh, Renekton top, only RTO locks in his signature Renekton here. So, if you want to go out and blast here, one way of doing it is then to bring out your most favorited and most mastered hero or champion here that you name yourself over with here, and Infi potentially locking in that Diana for himself into his jungle as well.
Yep, I think this is going to be a very good competition for SAUL. We already saw how RTO played Renekton yesterday, and it was very good. But for Infi itself, playing as a Diana jungle, this is going to open sort of like a counter attack towards the Full Sense if they want to go the combination between Wukong and also Orianna Contra.
Yeah, I think like you're spot on that because if you take a look at the first two picks, it's already telling you that hey, we want to go for even more pickoffs. We want to look for some of all these engagement tools, and this is where the Rena shines best, right? If they all clump up, then you just open that hostile takeover and just basically have them being bunched up all together for a bigger Cyclone setup. But to also counteract that, I think that Lucian is definitely a very safe option for them to be able to wiggle their way around. So in terms of this matchup, I really want to see on that second half of the draft, what do they pair this Lucian with?
This is going to be requires a lot of consideration between the both parties, but I really love the Silas band and also Yasuo and Brown band from both parties. Like for example, for SAUL, you actually don't want to see your combination and as well as the combo wombo get sort of countered by Silas. And we also see how Silas can play on the first game, and Lucianomi is the options left maybe after Baron was banned by Full Sense, and Lucianomi is pretty strong too, and also her skill set is aligned so well with Diana and also Renekton Madness.
Yeah, I think the try and tested combo of the Lucian Nami is going to come out. I would like to see a Braum because it blocks a lot from the damage coming in. That's a very smart ban coming out from the side of Full Sense. It's going to pay dividends heading into the matchup. The Rise gets picked up here from the side of Long. And this actually that Diana still can be flexed. Because a couple of times Catbot has played in the mid lane during the local qualifiers.
Yeah, but Full Sense pick so far is very squishy Contra.
I mean, look at, as much as it seems a little squishy, but it scales very well, and it answers true, right? I mean, you can still go semi-bruiser over onto things like a Wukong. Rise generally would go for things like a Rod of Ages, so you eventually have more stacks of health bars to really go for a longer sustained fight. So I do really like what FS is actually bringing to the table right now, because they got scalability, they do have those added pressure coming with those Wukong gangs, and this Mundo could just do his own thing. It's really down to RTO if he could actually really chunk out this beefy Mundo.
Yeah, but looking at ZUL's draft competition, this is more like a very big team fight across Parasagi. What do you think?
SAUL, the first thing before that they have to manage the team fight, I think, will be to revisit back to the bottom 2v2 matchup between Blondie, Yuyusaki against Lotus and Kratos, because if we were to see that last game's bottom matchup was difficult for SAUL, this game is gonna be even more difficult because FS just drafted themselves a Renata and a Callista. This will really check your laning phase here. If you do so make mistakes in the laning phase here, this combo will tear through your bottom lane even faster compared to last game.
Yeah, so still pretty much the same with the very first game scenario between these two. SAULs always rely on the early game. Well, I don't think they have problems with early game. It's just they how they set up the mid game to late game madness.
Exactly, you touched the really good point. Like the early game last time wasn't looking that bad for SAUL. It was the mid game. It was the fight at the grubs that was the part where they started to go downhill, and that's where they have to start improving. Infi likes to be aggressive, but if the other people are going to be as aggressive, you have to maybe sometimes slightly back down into or slightly adjust to the situation. Because you could see, you know, the jungle was pretty much living in Infi's jungle after maybe the 10th minute, and that was proving very hard for him. He was not getting the help he needed. And now Lotus on the Lucian is like question mark, at least for me, because I haven't seen him play that much Lucian throughout most of his career.
Oh, all right. And let's see if SAUL can secure 1 point at least from this match. I'm gonna toss it to Caster. So Magnus and Sagi, it's all yours.
Well, Madness, that will be the final draft here that these two teams might face off in today's series here. So the main focus that we have to talk about here will be the bottom matchup here, but some interesting picks as well that we've seen so far. We got the Push Mundo here being locked in for full sense excellence here, and we also got a Diana jungle here coming in for the side of the SAUL's jungle here. So lots of these interesting picks here coming in thanks to Fearless Draft here. A very interesting way of making the game competitive in terms of drafting and hero or champion selections.
Yeah, it is definitely on that line. And Infi has been known for his Diana, for his J4, and this is one of the things that he can maybe shine on, maybe actually bring that out. It's a Diana, right? To level 6, it's going to be hard for you to do something in these fights, but you have much better potential for yourself over here, and I'm going to be excited for that, as well as Akshay is going to be in the way. Pretty much his most played champion during tournaments, so he's also getting another come through. But yeah, talking about that Mundo, right? It's just going to
SAUL find their first game victory in our LCP Wild Card Playoffs, or will Full Sense bring this game to a 2-0 finish to lock themselves further into the LCP Playoffs wildcard contention, a higher seeding. This will be game number 2 between Full Sense from Thailand and SAUL from SA.
Yeah, and now it's just a bit of, you know, brownie points for the side of Full Sense to get higher seeding. For SAUL, it's just about getting some points for proving that South Asia is improving as a region in League of Legends. It's pretty much new to the scene, joining in. We've had a circuit just pretty much starting from last year, going up into it, and that was halfway through last year. So now they have to start proving themselves on the big stage. They've already proved themselves in their local scene. Can they do it at the big stuff? in the big situations. Can they get points? Like you said, we haven't still got a point for SC2L, and now is the time they should be looking for it, because that will give them confidence heading into further competitions, no doubtly so, where they will be participating, and hopefully they can maybe get their start over here.
I have to agree with you, especially when you talk about getting experience, building that momentum going into the next few tournaments that we might potentially have for League of Legends. So that might be a growing milestone here coming in from SAUL here. The more they grow, the more force that they will be harnessing to be this unbreakable force in the next upcoming tournaments here. So it is experience gaining here coming from SAUL here, but they still need to prove that they are a team to be feared, a team to be respected.
Yeah, they are proving like that. And Akshaj on the way is not bad. His Silas yesterday was pretty nice. He got a solo kill for himself, and that's kind of where Akshaj flourishes. He tries to get, you know, that mid lane presence for himself that he is known for in the region. Is one of the pretty much the best mid laner in South Asia, as well as Infi being the best jungler as well. So that's what we talk about, their dynamic duo of them pulling it up for themselves. Now RTO on his namesake Reddick, and how well can he do against this Mundo? He's pretty much just going to get that wave in, look to put a deep ward for some. But what's it? Kratos actually has to burn the flash and heal simultaneously just to stay alive from the pressure being exerted. And these are the kind of errors you were talking about before, Sagi.
This is exactly what we talked about here. Before we even go into these early game team fights, we have to check the laning phase here. And this lane is exactly not friendly for Lotus and Kratos here. 30 seconds ago, Kratos burned his flash and heal. And on present, Lotus burned his flash and barrier here. And we see the rotations here coming in from Few as he is looking to assist this dive here.
Yeah, and he's looking to maybe go for Infi first. Infi might be caught out near his Grom. That's where you can see Few jumping in. Kratos and Lotus are coming to help, but Kratos doesn't have any mana. Not enough for a bubble, at least in that situation. Lotus gets the piercing light off, has to E-dash away from the exchange. So now at least the dive has been prevented. That is a bottom lane without some for quite some time. But Catbot, mid lane, doing work. The flash actually getting burned from the side of him, because he was on the opposite side of the lane and he was in a precarious situation. He maybe thought Wukong might also be coming, but Wukong has just gone to pick up his red buff instead. Had made the way over earlier this side just to get that pressure bot, because Lotus and Kratos didn't have it. But look on the side, Infi might actually look for a potential pick in the mid lane, and Rise is respecting that.
I'd say respect is the fact that the last time Infi was shown onto the map, it was from the bottom blue buff. Infi might have an angle to flash Q and E here, but does not go for it, as I'd say looks for a safe recall here. As we pan back towards the bottom lane here, Yu Usaki here putting so much pressure here, and the CS lead has already amounted to almost 2 waves now, 26-11 already between Blondie and Lotus.
It's almost like deja vu, like from last game's between these two teams, because that's exactly the kind of lead that Blondie was going for. At one point, pretty much 100 CS on top of Lotus towards the later stage, but Lotus will be lacking that earlier mistake for Kratos of getting caught out. Then Lotus, for just a minion, actually had to burn his flash and barrier to try and go for those trades, and not respecting the damage coming out. And now Lotus low on mana, has to maybe get a reset pretty soon. Maybe looking for the Essence Reaver so he can sustain lane. RTO topside against the Mundo is still going to be even. Mundo, one of the champions with the worst laning phase, so he's going to be comfortable no matter what. Looking to maybe make that Warmogs for himself into the Heartsteel, because plus the Hexplate has also been added to the kit of Mundo from recent builds that I've been seeing. But look at the Rise. Yet again, Itai picks up another Dark Seal for himself in this matchup.
The push build that you just mentioned, the Aloys build, it will be very interesting as well. We talk about Mundo being this weak laner here, but so far, FS excellent. He's having a pretty good laning phase, mitigating all this loss here, but that's a beautiful bubble landing onto Blondie here. Handshake lands onto Kratos, Nami here. The execution PTA proc lands onto Blondie, sends him back to base.
This is Lotus getting up into it. He's getting the kill, at least he gets that right. But the flash forward by RT, he's going to look to go to Excellent, who has not hit that level 6 yet. He's looking, the slice comes in the queue, just barely not enough. Ghost was also popped by Mundo to match the flash pop by RT, but RT is looking to go forward. He might not be aware the Wukong is, but he's just going to be zoning out Excellent. Excellence can't even come in to defend his side, just maybe look for a Q. And he hits level 6 off the minion. Pops his own ultimate, will regenerate to a state where he can actually still fight on the lane. But what top side. That was very explosive coming out for him. You're still behind in CS, Lotus, but you at least have picked up a kill for yourself.
I think this was like at least deja vu, like we mentioned just now, right? It was still Blondie winning in terms of CS, Lotus getting a kill in towards the laning phase to really equalize out their lead here. Now, since the lane, thanks to the kill, equalizes back to a 50-50 here, we need to see if Lotus can really maintain this goalie here as he goes for an aggressive trade here, chunking out Blondie to a low health bar here. Urusaki goes in for the handshake here as Wukong comes in with a 3-man cycle here, catches on the tree here. The bailout is on Blondie here. Not enough damage to take him down as the members of Full Sense here 3v3 takes on and they take a 3-4-0 exchange.
It was looking so good for SC12. That bubble connects from Kratos. That might have been killed on Blondie before this situation spiral out of control. But like you see, it's 3-0 for Full Sense. Plus, they will pick up the Drake. Plus, Blondie's getting more plates on the bot side. It's looking pretty nice. Catbot, maybe it looks to actually push it. He's just gonna give us some chunk damage. Kratos is close by, and so is Lotus. They're walking in. The ultimate is firing. This pair connects with the Rise ultimate, the Realm Warp, to get away to safety. The escape has been made. The Drake has been confirmed. The Feats of Warfare also picked up by Full Sense.
Feats of Warfare once again being picked up by Full Sense here. They are having an exceptionally well early game here. 7 minutes in here, they are securing themselves a healthy 1.7k goalie here. Not as bombastic as last game we've seen so far, but once again, the focal point of both of these two teams here will be the bottom lane here. Once again, that 3v3, losing out all 3 members here, that is not what you want if you're from SAUL.
Exactly, that is exactly not what you want. And now Lotus might be in a tough spot yet again. He's going to be chased by Blondie. Here comes the ultimate from the Kalista, but the bubble this time connects. The bailout is there. There's enough damage to get it back. No! Lotus survives. The bailout runs out. Blondie dies for his trying to get aggressive, and the flash forward by Lotus actually gets another. This is what we want to see from the Illusion. This is the pressure right now. You are behind in CS, but you're winning it because you're winning your fight. And a slight misstep coming in from the bottom in the Full Sense.
I gotta say, Kratos, perfect Nami bubble once again here. That kill that we've seen so far, the first kill, was thanks to Kratos' bubble here. And this specific play as well, catching off Blondie in the laning phase here, landing that critical bubble was so efficient here as another engage goes through from the river. Itai gets caught up by the Diana ultimate here. Phew, does not have the flash here. Might be a biting more than he can chew here. Bailout bails him out of death here as he looks into eyes against Catbot here. Catbot executes the Wukong here, sending him back to base here as both of these two teams here, they are pulling away from any potential continuance of the team fight.
Yeah, that is a 2-for-1 going for the side of SC12 in that fight, but it doesn't look that pretty at the end of the day. You can see now in the replay as it breaks out of the bot side what happened in the 3v3 matchup that we were talking about, right? The bubble here doesn't connect, you know, the passive from the Kalista letting you just jump away, and then comes nice flash into the cycle, gets all 3 members up. And the second R actually helps prevent Blondie. I don't know necessary, but maybe it's really problematic. But this is where Blondie, you know, kind of made that misstep. I'm very, like you said, perfect bubble coming in for Kratos to catch out the Kalista after she does the movement after the auto. So now Kalista can't go anywhere, and Lotus sees a kill potential opportunity, takes the kill for himself with the flash forward, with the piercing, like the E, with the passive going out for himself. And now maybe regaining a bit of the bot side. The CS difference has been narrowed down actually from around the 20 mark to less than that. It might yet increase if Lotus and Kratos can't keep the pressure. They're inspiring despair on the top side by Catbot onto Excellence after he has popped the Mundo ultimate as well. Going to be healing back up. So you've seen the switch. RT is going to be leaning against Rise. That's a third shot that you did not really have to. What side? Here comes the culling, here comes the Nami, here comes the Renata ult actually to come in, but nice turned around by Invi, goes back in, gets the 3-man ultimate, but there is no follow-up. Lotus maybe not aware. Another good bubble by Kratos, but Lotus might end up going down. They're chasing here, they're looking for a tower dive, and SC12 are trying to back up. Kratos might just be the sacrificial lamb that they need to allow Lotus to make his escape, and that's exactly what's gonna happen.
Urusaki here going extremely low here, but once again, Few with the Wukong engage, it catches onto multiple members. Urusaki dodges away from the strike here. Gets rooted down. Catbot gets targeted down by Ite here. Goes extremely low here, but RTO comes to the rescue here. Pulls a team away and gets another kill here. Executes 2 members. Almost make it 3 here. Can Ite walk away from this angry Renekton here? The answer is no. Slice, dice, execute a triple kill for this Renekton one-trick pony.
Yeah, and that is very good. I also start with Catbot actually tipping into the backlines. A very good play coming in. And we were talking about the mid game of SCTL lacking out. This is where they are now going to be coming out on top. That's a very good play coming in for them to pick up Stranglers. You pick up a triple kill for RTO. He's going to pick up the Eclipse out of all that gold he's picked up. He has the Executioner calling to reduce the healing for the Mundo. We'll be looking for something. The Mundo himself will just pretty much be on the side, be getting natural resources, honestly, for himself with the playing. But yeah, the push coming in, the music might start getting cuter once that Warmux has been made. But RTO and Catbot coming out huge in that fight. Lotus is looking pretty fine for himself on the bot side. Still now yet at the 20 CS lead, but you can see the top lane and the mid lane for SCTL is where they are actually getting back some gold and technically have the very slight, by the narrowest of margins, goal lead for themselves.
This is exceptionally well said by you, and especially let's check out the replay real quick on what exactly happened. I think this was a one fight coming in from Full Sense because of this ultimate here coming in from the Wukong here. Immediately disengaging any potential execution here coming in from Infi here, making sure that this Diana is not able to reset any spells here. Sadly, Lotus has no mana as of this point here, and Kratos, being the support player he is, allows his ADC to escape from any further dive here. But checking out this further roam here coming in from RTO here, pops the ultimate here, gets the first slice and dice onto Pew here. As of this point here, everyone is so low on health here. This Renekton just needs to chase down everyone, waits for his next set of CDs here, and he will claim that triple kill into his pocket here.
Yeah, and that Realm just made it even more juicy for the Renekton, you know, flash forward with the Q over there, and he just takes that for himself. Has the level advantage onto the Moonlight, even though he's roamed quite a bit. He's not behind his He's going to be on equal numbers. Excellence are going to pop the ultimate already. I'm not quite sure what he wanted to be doing in that situation. I would have been more cautious if we were on the lower HP markets and maybe pop it, but maybe something else is playing in his mind. Bot side, Essence Reaver has been completed for the Lucian. The Pork yet not complete by Kalista. RTO might get caught out of here. He's not careful. Here comes Few. He does lead with the Cyclone, but a nice slice and dice might create the distance. The Dominance gets procced by RTO. Oh, Few just about survives. Picks up the shutdown on his culling at the bot side, plus the Nami wave coming in. It misses out onto Yu Yuzuki, but Blondie will be safe from it. So he's going to be happy about this kind of fight going bot side. So it's junglers helping the solo lanes, or the side lanes at least. And at least for the side of Full Sense, they come out with something for themselves.
They did get something for themselves, and it will be even more tower pushing, even more plays towards this push window here. A 2v3 breaks up towards the bottom side here as we trade ADC for ADC here, but Infi, does he get the last hit onto Yuzaki? He does, with the Crescent Moon here as they execute the member of the bottom lane here coming in from Full Sense here. A bit of an over-aggression here going in for the 2v3.
Going in for the 2v3s, looking okay right now for them. Talking a bit about the stats, bang even between the goal between these two teams. 10 kills to 8 for SCTL, and this is the kind of mid game that we like to kind of see for them. But unfortunately, Wukong does pick up the bounty from RTO from that early exchange where he went for the gank top. Excellence has completed his Warmrock, so doesn't even mind extended trades. He's just going to pretty much just heal back up, and might not even be building the hearts because he has another health regen. Yeah, he'll still be pretty much building the heart steal at the end of the day, looking to get those stacks. You can already see Infi also has picked up a Dark Seal, and the Dark Seal that the Rise had picked up earlier on has been sold because he doesn't think that he can actually be getting those kills. The Uninspired with a nice sidestep coming in from the Nata to dodge out onto Catbot. The Catbot might be a bit of trouble, but he has the team to back him up. FS has to respect this Moon on the top side, going against Infi into a 1v1, and this Diana might get sacrificed. He jumps in, gets a 2-man ultimate, but it's not going to be enough because Few has gone to the back line, gets his own Cyclone, has to flash away from the exchange. So it's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, jungle for support here. Pretty good stuff here coming in from the side of SAUL here because health bars are blinking low here coming in from Full Sense members here. Hence, SAUL, they can knock on towards this mid tower here and potentially get it for the contention here as more pokes here lands onto Blondie's Kalista here as he takes even more damage, but there's a nice bobble here and Itai may be in danger here, but SAUL takes away the importance of towards the mid tower here, and right now they are pathing themselves even towards an equal mid game.
Our buttons of the well, that was a bit of not what you want to see. Like you're saying, it's a support for a jungler, and that's going to give you tempo for Rift Herald, but they're getting chased away from it. Full Sense are going to respect SC2L's prowess right now, gonna back away, but that death also took away all the stacks of the Dark Seal from Infi, so he's going to be stackless until the next fight that does break out. Talk about gold, Full Sense has made the recovery in terms of the gold difference being in their favor right now. Bot side this time, Lotus is still behind the scenes, but now Eagle Inquisitor are not falling that behind compared to game number 1 between both these teams.
It's definitely a much better compared to game 1 that we've seen so far, even though Lotus was losing out on that initial first few minutes here. But thanks to the fact that Kratos and Lotus found all these engages here, they managed to come back here. And they engage all onto the Yurusaki here. Lotus goes extremely low, executes the support, but does not manage to get towards the Blast Cone for his grand escape here, as we might see a further engage here, but no more engages will happen here. We take yet another 1-for-1 exchange here, but this time losing out on your ADC, that does seem pretty painful here if he's losing out all this delicious farm.
And more importantly, he had to burn his flash also in that exchange. So now it's a flashless ADC for the next Drake fight that should be breaking out in around 38 seconds apparently. But Itai and Few might be going on to RTO. RTO is going to respect the rise, going to back away. He puts down a pink ward also in the bush to spot out. Maybe Wukong will be there later. Will be looking to go for his own resets. The wards are going to be coming in for Kratos towards Drake pit, as Blondie will be picking up CS in the mid lane. The Mundo almost has completed his heart seal, will be looking to get stacks for himself after that. But as it stands, Lotus, after dying there, has lost significant amount of CS compared to what Blondie has picked up.
Yep, 50 CS gap here and about a 1,000 gold lead here goes towards the hands of Blondie on this Kalista here. But gold lead is still equally neutral for both of these two teams here. As we hop back into a replay here to check out what really happened in towards the river fight here, we see excellent here. Man marking Infi has no flash, goes in for the full moon combo here, gets one kill on towards the Renata here. As of this point here, Lotus does do a lot of damage here, but Yusaki here wants to get some vision, wants to get some wards in here, does not have the flash here. Handshake or the hostile takeover does not land onto multiple members here. Lotus, yeah, you get the kill onto the support here, but you expend so many of these spells and utility here, further pushing yourself back.
Yeah, exactly. The flash, very important for an ADC, especially when you have a Wukong going to be trying to always jump onto you. And I think this was an exchange of jungle objectives. We've exchanged the Rift Herald for the Drake, essentially. Rift Herald going over to the side of Full Sense, as it will pick up a Mountain Drake for themselves. They're going to be happy about it. Maybe another fight. Infi throws out the Q, doesn't respecting the distance. RTO is close by if he wants to win the fight, as well as Rice has TP if he wants to come in. But there should be someone picking up the bot wave, and I think that's what Catbot's going to be doing. He's going to get his reset, head exactly to the bot side and prevent that T1 from falling.
And we need to look a bit more on these team compositions, right? If this Rise fully stacks his Rod of Ages and hits the level 16 mark, he's gonna be insanely strong due to his upgraded Q, right? So, one thing's for sure, SAUL, yes, they so far are doing an immaculate job in making sure that the game is equal or towards their favor here. But once it enters the late game and once this Rise starts taking over the game, this mid lane matchup will be key in making sure that they have enough artillery power to outbeat them in terms of damage.
Exactly. Team fight composition should be something that you're going to do. And Catbot might get got out over here. The Wukong's going into the Cyclone, gets invested, and here comes the Realm Warp. That should spell disaster for Catbot. The Flash at least gets expensed by the Rise to pick up the kill. That's a very good essential pickup. At least no objective to fight over. Few from Infi going wide, not getting the blood, but here comes the culling. A lot of damage being done on the Kalista, and you can see a TP from the side. Here comes the big bad Crocodile. He's gonna slice, nice, flash his way forward, go on to Blondie, maybe pick up the kill. There is the payload, will come out in time, but no, it does not. RTO might be paying up his life for it. Infi is being pushed off to the backside on those fights. Kratos uses his explosive plant, gets away. At the end of the day, still, it is a 1-for-1 in the exchange, but you had earlier on picked up the kill on Catbot, the bot side. Rift Herald has been left loose on the bot side, and someone has to answer to prevent that tier 2 from going down. And this is where the push Mundo is going to come out to play.
Yep, a very explosive game, right? So many kills and so many back and forth here. A definitely better game compared to last game. And right now, we see SAUL. They start off this Arakan here in this bottom river here. And so far, no members of Full Sense are near this objective here. It's going down extremely low right now. Few shows himself towards the mid lane here. I don't think he can make this in time.
Yeah, there's no way he makes this in time. The Mundo's trying to do. The Mundo stole it! The Mundo stole Atakan. Atakan stolen by Full Sense. Excellent! As the Excellence has done excellently for his team in that fight. Few was not even close by. A Mundo has basically walked up and stolen it with his E, but the fight is breaking down. Few has got 3 members on him. The Cyclone gets burned out. Excellence is coming in for the fight. Few picks up more kills. It actually a double kill for himself. Lotus, he's away just about surviving. The redemption comes in, gets dodged away. Kratos actually has to flash away, and the damage this Mundo is dealing. Swaggy, even I did not think this Mundo was gonna steal the Atakan like that.
We need a replay of what really stole it. Was it the Mundo E slap that slapped the existence out of the Arakan? Or what was it? Was it a Cleaver steal? That was insane. What happened there? Infi had smite, but he did not secure the Arakan. And they went on to lose out another team fight here, further breaking the goal lead to a 3,000 here. That is so painful for SAUL.
It's painful. This is something that's going to come back to haunt them, because Atakan pick up, you get your XP more to yourself, you get, advantages, you get more in terms of every single buff, you get the 25%, and it's a Mundo of all things that's coming to skill. I think it was the E-Slap that actually picked it up, but yeah, like you're saying, Infi has the smite. It's not even a highly contested fight, because it's only pretty much Mundo standing there by his lonesome, so you can maybe try and zone it, you can do as you want, you use a smite properly. I don't think his E is going to do that much to Atakan, just maybe it does, and they were just not expecting it, and unfortunately for the side of SAUL, this is something they're going to kick themselves in the back for.
It will haunt them coming soon towards this dragon fight that will be spawning in about 25 seconds time here. But man, losing out an objective uncontested like that, it kind of reminds me of Doran's steal with the Camille blindly, but this is not so direct, right? It's just a Mundo slap, right? But it sort of reminds me of the same way of a top laner stealing Arakan away here. But RTO here gets caught up in the middle of no man's land here, will be stuck on by Fuse Cyclone here, as we see more players dropping in thanks to the Realm Warp here as he get executed right before the spawn of the Drake here.
Yeah, that should be a Drake going over. You don't have your reach in the front line. RTO is no longer there. It's a very good pickup by Full Sense. A nice play from them picking it up before Drake. But Infi might be looking to go for a steal of his own. He's waiting in the bush. There's no vision over there. He's going to come forward, but no, it's too late. On the other side, Catbot can't deal with this Mundo. Nobody can deal with this Mundo. Infi pulls out his ultimate, but no, it's going to kill. He's picking up the kill. Another suitcase to the face of the Nami claims the kill. Lotus is flashing. I don't honestly know why at that point, because I don't think there's any way you can get a triple kill coming in from the Mundo. And the Mundo pick, that is not surprising earlier on when we saw it in the draft, reaping so much rewards for the side of Full Sense, right?
Okay, we get a replay of what happened here. I think he slapped it. He pressed auto attack and he stole Arakan. And afterwards, stealing Arakan away, Few was just like, hey, I'm in a flanking position. Let me just do what I have to do here. Lands on multiple members of the side of SAUL here, demolishing them from any potential teamfight presence here. And as of this point, look at the Mundo here. He's just pushing. He's just pushing and pushing and pushing. He's so strong and tanky. Look at the damage on one slap here. My goodness.
And yeah, no one can deal with it because you're Lucian, right? You're not going to do that much. You don't even have any armor pen. Who's actually going to burn through the Mundo? At least you have Leandri's on Catbot to do, HP percentage damage, but he's so far ahead. He's 3 items in right now. A Titanic Hydra completed for himself. He has 700 bounty on his head, as well as the Rise having a 472 for himself. But yeah, this is every single lane has the goal advantage for themselves heading in further in the competition. Look at the fight. Infi walks a bit too late, but look at Excellence. The man is just giga chatting in the backside, does not care. Nobody can do anything. He's just whittling away at Kratos, and SAUL had to run. And I think this Atakan, is going to kill them also mentally about losing that.
I think one thing I have to really pinpoint about SAUL, the fact that they went for a 4v5 was not really rational. Yes, even if you secure the dragon for soul point, that was not what you want to do here. And right now, they're forced to fight a Baron Nashor contest with a 7,000 gold deficit here. Look at that Mundo just pushing through and looking for Kratos for the has to stack as he almost melts it entirely.
He's gonna take it. The wave also gets exhausted by the Nami. Infi's gonna come in, but Infi's not gonna do much. There's not enough damage. Lotus comes in from this side, but he's into his pretty much own demise. No one can deal with the Mundo. He was against 1v5 and they couldn't do much. What were they expecting in a 5v5 scenario? Hue ends up going down. RTO, triple kill, picked up by few, and RTO, the last man standing, not for much longer. The entire side of Ezreal get wiped. A clean ace coming in for Full Sense as they look to march away, take the series 2-0. After what looked like a very good, fight being put up by Ezreal earlier on.
That's just the reason, right, that you need to make sure that you do not commit to odd number fights here. It was a 4v5 in the Drake pit there. You should not be taking that fight with no repercussions here. And you will be punished heavily as Full Sense take the series 2-0. 26 minutes to clock in this best of 2 series with a clean 2-0.
Clean 2-0. I think everything can be just summed up by that Mundo stealing the Atakan, and I think we were both astounded by what happened. And the Mundo, you just can't deal with him at the later stage. You don't have the damage, honestly, to do anything. Infi's gonna go in with the ultimates. It's not going to do enough. Look at Mundo's damage, 27.2k. He just had a pretty nice laning phase. He didn't suffer too much at all compared to what you should be punishing, honestly, Mundo. RTO had a couple of instances where he could go in when he hit that level 6 timer earlier on, but unfortunately could not get the kill with his flash forward also into it. But talking about Lotus, at least this time, but in a way better performance compared to game 1. That double kill in the bot lane, summarize the kind of performance he did with the Lucian after, having a very, very tough early level 1 as well.
They will need to revisit back on how to maintain farm, how to really path themselves and pace themselves towards the mid game here. Yes, in terms of skirmishes, they have shown proper results here, but in terms of the macro game here is what SAUL, this young and new team, have to revisit and have to formulate themselves around with here. But as of this point, Full Sense, they take the series 2-0 in the clean back-to-back fashion here, and SAUL will have to go back to the drawing board as they march further down the LCP Wild Card Playoffs in a 0-win fashion here. But let's toss it over to Abigail and Contra at the analyst desk to break down this series for us, nail to nail and ball to ball. Take it away.
Thank you so much for our casters, Madness and Sagi. That was a very beautiful comeback from Full Sense, to be honest, because the early game, as usual, as yet you have always nailed it really, really well, and especially talking about their duel and Contra.
Yeah, I mean, not only was it the dual lane that gets a whole lot of attention in the early game, I mean, overall, this game was literally excellent. Like, that Mundo was not being managed at all, because we take a look at this kind of composition that they've drafted. Trio of their members steal AP, and yet again, we're not really getting, those early kind of Morellos online for the Hui. I mean, sure, you got the Executioner's calling coming in for RTO to try to manage the situation, but in those team fights, I mean, that Lucian's not gonna get those kind of Blade of Ruin King activated, so it's so hard to really shred out that Mundo where literally he went wherever he pleases. So you can see that excellence. He plays himself so well in all these team fights, which we will get to break down eventually. So as much as, we talk a lot about excellence, I gotta also highlight that it revolves a lot on both Infi as well as Few to really dictate the pace, like what the casters mentioned before we even hop into the game, which is why we get to see so much of the action happening over a bot lane. So I think like the only difference here is that the timing for Few to really come in for a counter is just pretty perfect, right? Especially on the first scuffle that they had that kind of gets Blondie activated. But then again, they try to regain that tempo. Lotus did have some brilliant moments where he's been able to find those double kills in return. But all in all, I just felt like it's once again the team fight potential that was not being fully harnessed coming in from the side of SAUL. Whereas Full Sense, they knew exactly what to do. All they really needed was this Mundo to go very deep to really cause a little bit more of that disarray. And on top of that, the rest of these members could just play that classic front to back like how Full Sense did back in game 1.
Yeah, and that was a very beautiful play from Excellence. And when it comes to the early game, Full Sense always had a very big struggle, but they always managed to, manage the economy gap balance.
Yeah, overall, I think like it came down to a lot of all these challenges inside of throughout the contest for the Atakan, for the Dragons. I mean, overall, there was one instance I remembered. Literally, Excellence was just trying to proc that Heartsteel stack, and I'm not too sure whether the smite was down coming from S8UL or so, but that shouldn't be allowed to happen in those kind of instances where you were already having yourself firmly planted. So we finally get to take a look at what went down. This one was a perfect Aqua Prison coming out of Kratos to really set things up nicely for Lotus. At first, I was like, okay, he's just got enough mana. He secures that first blood. And then take a look at this. I mean, I got to slow this down for a little bit because that timing coming in from this Wukong, I mean, phew, got the Cyclone to really got them all clumped up, and it really allowed them to eventually get it back. So full sense, they regained that kind of tempo. But despite that, we talk about that this kind of Kalista as well as Renata set up to be, a skill check kind of situation. But then again, they've been able to dodge not only the ult coming from the Kalista, they turn the tides around to secure this beautiful 2v2.
Yeah, but that's not only the point of the game itself, because SAQL actually managed to handle the answer to the middle game.
Yeah, there's a lot of all these fights that were pretty crucial, especially over onto these grubs where they've been able to try to retaliate teams. So, I mean, SAQL, they saw that opportunity to really funnel them into the corner. And then this is where everything kicks right through. Once more, I want you to also focus on both sides of these players. I mean, RTO has got them pretty much funneled into such a great position where he's been able to really chase them away, and then he continues on to just move into this direction. Sure, there was that Realm Warp, but it's so dangerous. I mean, take a look at this. The Realm Warp eventually puts them into this kind of position where it was just an easy funnel for RTO to go in for the punishment, and that secures a triple kill for RTO. As much as they got all this stuff going, it was still hard for them to, once again, keep up with that bottom lane dive pressure that was being set up for so many times, where I think it really got to them at towards certain points where, Lotus has already lost like at least 4 waves of CS, being a little bit far behind. So they could just focus down onto all the other stuff, and then, yeah, it all boiled down to some of all these plays coming from the window. He stole the Atakan, and watch what happens next. Okay, we're gonna play. We're gonna fast forward it a little bit. Okay, normal speed. And Excellence, he single-handedly zoned out all these members from getting that Baron. And after that, it was beautifully followed up with the ultimates that just run through its course up against the members of S8UL, and, well, the rest was history.
Yes, and it doesn't, and it wasn't all happened once. The place of the Excellence has just tried to zone 5 players and and like he just jumped into the core of the defense as a UL, and it works really well because it creates a lot of space for Full Sense to set up their movements and also drop their skills in terms to make it as a UL could not move. And let's go back to our casters, Madness and Sagi, because this series actually is pretty sad for SZUL because until now they haven't secured any point, but there's still another match for SZUL. Madness, what do you think? Will SZUL able to secure at least a point for today?
I will always hope for it. I can never say I'm not going to be hoping for it. I hope they will be picking up point. At this point, it's pretty much a learning experience, right? We're pretty much newer compared to the other, regions being playing in the tournament comparatively in the scene, right? And there is, that ping disadvantage sometimes for, the South Asian players because it's like, farther from the server. So that also plays into mind when you go into these competitions. But I think if they do pick up a point, this will be so good for their momentum, so good for the mental, so good for thinking about future competitions heading in. And I think there might still be the possibility that the point is on the horizon for us.
Yeah, but always giving out the hope. But for Full Sense, this is going to be a very good run for them because they secured lots of points yesterday, 3 points, and now they got another 2 points. So it's 5 points for Full Sense. They still, standing strong on the group standings, but we still have lots of matches upcoming, and that's going to be very interesting as well because all this Thailand team will against Indonesian team. Considering the Indonesian team already had improvements better than yesterday, and they even secured 1 point, but their next opponent will be tough. What do you think, Contra?
Well, if we're looking at the next game, definitely there's no easy opponents here since everyone's the rightful champions of their respective region. But then again, like looking at what's the circumstance, I'm pretty sure that they are very eager to really propel themselves up ahead through the standings. So I'm excited as well. We can't wait to actually get the next one started.
Yeah, but Sagi, do you think the absence of Neko Desir really plays a very important role in Faerie Champ's performance back then on the first match?
100%. Negodes is actually one of the most important members coming into the FRC lineup. He provides so much in terms of mechanics, gameplay, team fight, laning phase. So he's a very essential member that's needed to really solidify what is missing for the Faerie Champ lineup here. So if he does revisit back against the Philippines team or the Thailand team once again, it will be a banger of a showdown.
Okay, but let's take a break for a while because we're gonna prepare for the third game of today. So make sure you all stay with us until we go back after the break.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand. And see how your story ends.
Go in for it, and here comes the steal. Between Worlds hanya menjadi pemisah dunia. Ini di World Fight nama yangคงรอชีวิตอยู่แต่ว่าไม่พอ As well, and even full commit is sticking.
But they should try to look for a combo here. The dragon is stolen away.
Kung kami na nakirama ko mga nabuhay, kami na mag-account.
Yes, but the damage is gonna be enough. W does pick up Kratos.
You and Pikachu goes in, and here's the magnet. As the eliminate Phoenix gonna be taken down by Faerie already. ตอนนี้เด็กคูณไปเรียบร้อยชิปเปอร์ชันเข้ามาฮอตรอมชาโด
Welcome back, Salvadors, to the second day of LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025. With me, Abigail, your host, and still have Contra as our analyst. But now we have the pretty Faerie, pretty Riku and Rera too.
Hey,
What's
I'm
up,
pretty
guys?
too,
Hello, guys. Hello, pretty girls.
You're pretty
How
too,
are you
Contra.
today, darling?
Contra's a girly. Contra counts. He's a girly pop.
True. Aww. Aww.
I'm flattered.
But guys, let's talk about the third match of today. Faerie Charm versus Inferno Esports. This is going to be a banger. I mean, this is the Riku's region versus Rerachu's region. This is going to be very exciting. And one thing for sure, we're still questioning: will Nekodes play with FRC or not, Rerachu?
Yeah, we have some not confirmed intel about that because we've noticed like in the past couple of days and then in the Titans Cup for Malaysia Singapore as well that Nekodesu kind of plays the night games. So we have Stellar who plays in the afternoon or in the morning, and then Nekodesu kind of subs in later at night. We've seen the impact that this has on Faerie Charm, where they tend to have an easier time when it's Nekodesu in the mid lane as well. So someone in chat mentioned yesterday, we're not sure how confirmed this intel is. Probably that he has like a 9 to 5 something like that going on. So he really wants to stay at night, but we'll see. It's coming on 6 p.m. here in Singapore, so hopefully he plays. I think yesterday there was like a game 1 and then game 2 sub-in situation, so maybe if not game 1, maybe for game 2. We'll see.
Standing of the group, and there you are, Nekodesu back to the Faerie Charm lineup. Very cool.
Woohoo! Really going to be exciting because I feel like after seeing yesterday's performance by Inferno Esports, it does feel like the laning phase really dictates what's going to happen, who's going to win. Because individual prowess, I feel like they're able to match mechanically and they've been winning lanes and they're able to translate and make sure that they keep the lead, sending them to victory. I think the biggest question is how will FRC sort of match that? And I'm really excited to see how the laning phase and the draft is going to pan out. Because sometimes when you're up against Inferno, 80% of the game felt like it came from the draft.
Yup, but for Inferno Esports on the other hand, I mean, they always beautifully executed every single game that they played, and they haven't lost until now. And to be honest, I always love to see the play of Crimson, Austerity, and also Moves, especially for Moves. As a support, he is not only very aggressive, but he also always set up everything for Inferno Esports playstyle contra.
Yeah, I mean, when you take a look at how they've been able to really play in a fast-paced tempo, and you are expecting things like a Pantheon to be either axed out or being played by teams such as Inferno Esports, and they absolutely thrive. I mean, it's not only just about the jungle, the mid top synergy is also immaculate, and that's what I really want to see coming out of, Nekodesu versus the mid laner of IE. That's going to be a banger matchup between the two.
Yeah, this is going to be a very banger matchup. Will IE finally have one lose, or this is going to be IE's undefeated stage again like yesterday? But to be honest, as talking about the ban and station, this is going to be very interesting as well because we have Nekodesu back on the FRC's lineup, and yesterday we also saw how good he is playing with Aurora, Rico.
I know, absolutely. I think the mid lane matchup is going to really help out because I feel like Inferno Esports, the way that they play, their top and their bottom, especially Austerity and Moves, can be extra aggressive, not even needing the influence of Born This Way. So having to see Nekodesu sort of stabilize the mid lane means you get priority. That means you get to help out the rest of your side lanes.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think for IE, they still also have lots of options for the draft as well. But let's see. I think what will happen next is down to the very first game, the tempo between these two teams, both FRC and also IE. For Nico Yunara, there will be no, but FRC successfully secure Aurora. Right, Ashu?
I'm actually surprised. Oh, okay, so it is the Wukong and the Pantheon. I thought for a second the Pantheon made it through. I think that Pantheon so far for the last 2 days, and especially for Faerie Charm, has been absolutely key. Faerie Charm were the first team yesterday, were the only team yesterday to actually split 1-1 in their series. And I think for Faerie Charm, especially how they do in game 1 really affects how they do in game number 2. We saw earlier today or so, it went 1-1. Game 2, they came back with the Pantheon first pick, and that I think really switched the momentum for this series around. So Aurora, as you mentioned, for Nekodesu, he was absolutely amazing on it yesterday. I think for Nekodesu and Stellar, they have very different champion pools. So he likes to play champions such as Silas, Victor, Aurora, whereas Stellar has more of like a stable champion pool, like with the mages, Talia, Ari, that sort of thing. So, it's gonna be not a mid lane.
Yeah,
it's gonna be wow.
It might be top, it might be mid. I think it's interesting that you already revealed the range range versus X matchup in the top lane, so IE can sort of react accordingly into the draft later.
So Rumble, interestingly, Rumble got nerfed in the latest patch, right? But the thing is, there is a very cool interaction that is now a bit different between Rumble and the Aurora for the top side. It used to be like Rumble, not the best versus Aurora, but right now, if you kind of so much as tag Aurora with your Flame Spitter, you get vision of her later on. So that's actually like really helps the Rumble versus Aurora matchup in the top side.
But I want to jump into the matchup between the Nocturne and also Lee Sin. Will Nocturne be able to follow up the tempo that IE with the Lee Sin setup, Contra?
Well, if we want to look at the current power spikes between the junglers, right? I mean, Nocturne are usually more potent when he does hit that level 6, whereas if you have BTW to be able to, you know, get the activation early, if he just hits level 3, he could already look for a certain gank, whether it's going to be mid lane to try to suppress Neko Desu's proactiveness, or maybe even more of that visits down the bottom side. And at the very same time, I mean, if they were to be looking for some of all these moves, I definitely do think that there is some slight edge if they could actually get Crimson that kind of hit start, or even Austerity, whereas that Rumble kind of can play weak-sided in the sense where if you're going up against Aurora, naturally you don't have that kind of edge until you have the Equalizer up online at level 6.
But I also love the way how both teams try to lessen the ADC pool for each parties, and especially for FRC, because we all know that Austerity and Safasky is a very strong ADC. So it's going to be very hard for FRC and both IE as well to, you know, carefully pick which kind of champion ADC that they can pick, Rico.
I'm really curious because they really saved Austerity and Moops' lane for the very last, because this is again where most of the action is going to be happening and how they're going to be propelling you know, these lanes. And I feel like having the Kai'Sa, I'm wondering if they want to do some a heavy engaged support to back that up. I think a lot of the top performers were an Alistair as well, being able to just really frontline. But with the Kai'Sa being locked in, you do have that backline access for the squishies where FRC sort of wants to jump on you. Now they locked in the Sivir, that means they want priority in lane. They can also enable heavy dives with the Nocturne come level 6 if the wave is in their favor.
I think I believe with this kind of a draft from FRC, it downs to the early game. They need to maximize the combination between Ahri and also the Nocturne. And for Sivir, they could not lose the lane. But this Bard pick will be very interesting, Contra.
I mean, it is beautiful, right? This is definitely a response that they can actually turn tides around. We've seen it plenty of times before. This is Kill One special on this very pick itself. And for this pike pickup, it also doubles down on the kind of aggression, but instead they switch over to Well, which is of course a little bit better because they absolutely needed somebody to either create more room for this Kai'Sa to be able to have enough space, and by doing so, if anyone gets clipped over on a Magnet Storm, it will be a full set with the Equalizer. You can already see the team fight angles coming into place, and on top of that, I mean, once again, it boils down to the mid jungle duo because they have great dexterity to really amplify what they could potentially bring to the side lanes.
On the other hand, for IE itself, they also have a very flexibility and a good setup of balance for the early game, mid game, until the late game, because they also have the late game insurance. But this is going to be very exciting to see that the FRC actually doesn't really have a solid tank, Raju.
Yeah, I agree. I think that historically we've seen Fairy Charm actually opt to go for the more safe type of compositions. You see them draft a lot of engage, a lot of tanks, a lot of 5v5, especially in their yesterday's compositions as well. But I think what they're doing today, I love that they're switching it up with the Nocturne especially, and as Contra mentioned, the signature Bard Frick from Kyowan. I think that they're really kind of showing all their cards on the table. They want to either win lane or they want to win the early game, that sort of thing, and then snowball that into like a 20-minute closeout. So yeah, I'm excited. I hope that this works out. Not to sound biased, I am excited for both these teams.
Totally
I'm excited for both these teams.
Sure.
You're good.
To be honest, I'm also very excited to see what's the outcome from these two parties of having a first game. So I'm gonna toss it to our beautiful casters, so Riku and Raichu. Just take it away. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Abigail and Contra. And Reirachu, I'm so excited that we'll be casting this MYSG versus PH matchup. And of course, no biases aside at all. I feel like this is the perfect caster pair for this matchup. But I want to talk about the draft a little bit more. We talked about the lack of tanks, but for the side of FRC. But what's interesting is that sometimes you don't even need tanks when you're just gonna go full on damage, jump on someone, and then just pour all your single target. But of course, on the other side of the spectrum, we've got IE. Austerity and Moops, I think, are going to be the highlight here. But Crimson, knowing that they got the Talia, is going to be absolutely interesting to see how he's going to be influencing the side lanes later on. But of course, again, this is going to be an important matchup. Will we see FRC put more points on the board, or will we get to see IE's constant domination here on day number 2?
I'm super excited for this matchup. But before we get into faces of both of these teams,
here we are, match number 3, kicking it off with an amazing matchup between the Philippines versus the MYSG region, Faerie Charm versus Inferno Esports. This is going to be an absolute blast, Reirachu.
Oof, I'm so excited for this matchup. I'm wondering if we're gonna see any early level 1 invade. Actually, we saw Faerie Charm in game 2 earlier today. They when they played Pantheon though, they did go for that early level 1 blue buff invade, netted them the first blood, they won that game. So I'm not sure if we're gonna see anything with the Nocturne and Lee. Nocturne really not the best at level 1. But I mean, if you're gonna go for a pick of the Lee Sin and Talia, I'm kind of expecting things to get pretty exciting, a bit sus at level 3, level 4. We'll see for those timings.
I agree. I think that's, I do feel like IE just really loves to pull the trigger, set up the lanes for a possible gank. Born This Way on the Lee Sin has, procced a couple of respect bans in some of the matchups that we had yesterday. Now, seeing it in game number 1 means that FRC is ready to match that aggression.
Yeah, I agree. And I am pretty excited to see how this series affects the standings also, because this is actually IE's first series of the day. They ended yesterday 4-0, whereas Faerie Charm ended yesterday 3-1, and this is their second as well as last series for the round robin. They've played all the other 3 teams. IE is their last team left to play. So this could potentially cause an upset for the table over at the end of the day. We'll have to see. Of course, IE does have their series later on in the day, so for them this kind of feels like a bit of a warm-up maybe for them, whereas Faerie Charm, they're coming off of 2 1-1s. I feel like maybe they want to get a bit of revenge coming in.
I think it's even starting. When we look at the bottom lane, usually Austerity and Moops level 2, they're able to win their lane already with the trades, but so far FRC, they're doing fantastic.
Yeah, they've got the early side lane push as well. And it's so important versus enemy junglers such as the Lee Sin, because the second that the enemy team gets the push onto you, and if they have Lee Sin, you always have to be so careful of those early game lane ganks if the minion waves are pushed. So they played the level 2 very well, managed to get the level 2 spike first. We saw there, I think it was something like 8 to 4 CS early on. So yeah, well done by Faerie Charm.
And as well as, Faerie Charm's doing an amazing job making sure that the level 3 is mitigated, because I feel like that's where Born This Way is going to enter the stage as he's already making his way over to his blue.
I love his idea. Actually, I love all the ideas for both of these teams. Okay, girl. I feel like Faerie Charm, they have such thematic ideas because their team name is Faerie Charmer, and then they've got like Reverie, they've got like dust, like the little fairy dust going on. When Stellar plays, it's also like the star sort of theme. So yeah, I like it. I like what we're seeing. It's not like a 5 solo queue mashup name, right? They're showing we're a team. We're a team. If we're gonna get a kill on you, we're all gonna emote together. You know, I like that sort of team spirit.
That's so real. The coordination, definitely very important. What I like about this, however, Inferno is able to sort of stabilize after losing the trades from that level 1, level 2. So I think this is really good for them. Level 6 is where it's going to be very interesting because you've got your Fate's Claw and Reverie's Nocturne ult. So I'm really interested to see how Austerity moves because I feel like this is where it's going to be at. The action's going to be at.
Yep, and already we're seeing kind of about a 5, 6. Oh, okay. Ooh, with the W doesn't land. That's all right. Walk it off. Walk it off. Yeah, we're already seeing a bit of a CS difference over in the top side between the Aurora as well as the Rumble. Aurora, of course, does have pretty great range, especially when she gets both the Q as well as the W. Also, it's pretty easy for her to CS. But oh, mid lane, gang.
Here we go. Nicely done. Knock up into the combo. Neclodes able to sort of escape. No level 6 just yet. Holding on to his flash. The sidestep, the flash now being initiated as Moops is incredibly low. Born This Way is going to try to save the day with a shield. Reverie eating a lot of damage and a turret shot. First blood's going to be in favor of Inferno Esports, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
Such a shame for Faerie Charm. I think that Nicodes was trying to bait IE into getting closer to the tower, especially with the flash, but oh, here comes Kaomon. I'm not all too sure what he can do because he's not in a good position to really get this stun off of the Rel. If you're in the mid lane especially, there's no good wall for you to, you know, proc your Q and the stun off of. So even though the enemy jungler was really low, I don't think they could really have capitalized on that because Lee Sin recognized like, oh, we don't want to get reverse killed right here. So he stayed really safe far away, but oh, more people, 3-1.
Here comes the party. The charm's going to be incredibly important. Nice knock up to just gain some distance, but the ult's now going to be activated. Flash to avoid the charm. Crim's going to be fine.
No longer has the TP to get back into the lane, however, but I do believe that he picked up the blue buff off of Reverie. Reverie had a very good... Okay, we're going to look at the replay. So Reverie has... This is further back than what we were expecting, but Nicodes does a great job of surviving. He has, I think, a little sidestep. Yeah, he manages to sidestep, I think, the Talia, the last bit of the Talia Q over there. So Reverie comes out with an insane amount of burst at the start, but unfortunately not quite enough to get the kill onto the Rel. Maybe a misjudge of the damage output right there, but I mean, regardless, that's kind of the move, right? Because your mid laner is getting ganked under tower. You kind of have to go in at that point, so a bit of a shame.
Yeah, it is, again, Born This Way being at the right place at the right time. And speaking of Born This Way, while all of that is happening, IE is able to secure the first dragon of this game.
Yeah, really good pickup from them. I think that one of the things that we've really been noticing from Inferno Esports from watching them for the last 2 days is they have very good map sense. They have very good control vision of the map kind of at all times. So when you're watching this team, they know how to play as 5. They have very good synergy and they know that like, oh, if we get one advantage, they know how to push that into getting more objectives. I think that's...
Equalizer now activated as well. There is no On the Hunt actually activated. Nice stun into the kick. There is quite the gank that's happening here as Savasky is going to fall in battle. A beautiful pick there coming from IE.
Yeah, very well played, I think, but I'm not sure. My screen's a bit small. I think that the Nocturne was still level 5. No, my camera now, I'm trying to squint so hard.
Savasky's level 5.
Yeah, right? I think it was level 5 and Lee Sin was level 6 at the start of that one. So as we were talking about, right, like just IE is so good at knowing the timers, knowing what's happening on the map at all times. Kind of knew that we have the level 6 advantage for our jungler right now and wanting to push that further in the top side. They knew that they had the equalizer available for Rumble as well over in the top. So very nice pickup from them. I think it's always hard to try and get the jump onto an Aurora because she has so many disengage mobility tools to get out of the ganks. I think IE also recognized this and they just go for the Nocturne when he's still level 5.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We're always worried about having a Nocturne pick. It can be incredibly aggressive, set up some tower dives, especially if you have priority in lane. You sort of get in and get out. But once the laning phase is over, it just sort of minimizes all that thought. Here we go!
Uh-oh.
The damage! That's what we were talking about! Rhaera!
That, honestly, that looked like a clean 1v1 to me. You don't really need much backup. Yeah. That's gonna be so hard to deal with as well, especially later on in the game when you pick something like a Nocturne. You're kind of saying we want to delete someone on your squad off of the map entirely. You want to turn the lights off. Oh, if you don't have TF, how are you gonna see us coming, right? So that's a very good example of that. I love how Faerie Charm capitalized on that first Nocturne ultimate, which is always going to be very important in terms of getting that momentum, getting that tempo. But talking about momentum and tempo, we do have Moops right here. Sneaky. He's got a ward on the left too. They've got so much vision for this. Dust has no idea, does he?
Let's see. The waves is slowly getting cleared by Dust, so a tower dive might not be a possibility at the moment. Although, you get to see Born this way sort of hovering at the red side jungle of enemy territory. And just doing skedaddle.
Yeah, I mean, we did show that that IE have very good deep vision. You can see the Rid Ward over there in between the tier 1 and tier 2 of the Faerie Charm jungle. I think Moops recognized, you know, you're just a level 5 rel. We don't really want to go for anything too sneaky. We're just going to make the safe play, get a bit of your jungle camps while we have this vision set up. But, we're going to see a pause. I can't remember. Did we pause at all yesterday? I feel like so far
we did a little bit, just a little bit,
Yeah?
and then it came back after a few seconds.
Oh, it must be you then.
It must be me. Oh no, I am the curse. I apologize for being the curse. The broadcast.
Whoa.
Whoa, hello there. We're back.
Not me caught in 4K laughing at Riku.
You know, that's okay. People laugh at me and with me all the time,
No.
but oh, it's okay. It's okay. We're back, everybody. We're gonna just gonna take a little bit of a pause as we maybe talk about the game a little bit, because I feel like there's so much to dissect in the composition and what the expectations are gonna look like. Because Inferno Esports, this is probably the first time we're seeing in the LCP that they're not ahead after 5 minutes. Usually we get to see a 3k gold lead already, but FRC, they've been doing a fantastic job matching and making sure they don't, you know, get a humongous lead early.
I actually was the most excited to watch this matchup coming in for these 2 days, just because, as you mentioned, Inferno Esports, they've been doing so well and did very well in their their country qualifiers as well. But Faerie Charm, because earlier we were talking about how IE have very good game sense, right? They know what's going on at the map. They know when to push the level 6 first ultimate. They know how to push the level 5 versus level 6 advantage. They know, oh, if our bot lane, if they hit level 2 before us, they know how to play that one out, that sort of thing. They're very good with the game knowledge. But Faerie Charm are also that team. Day 1, we saw them just pick all these team fighting compositions as well. We've seen them. They know like the jungle timers. They know when the enemy mid laner doesn't have flash up, that sort of thing. So I was very excited to see how these 2 teams match up. I know you're probably used to seeing IE have a bigger lead at the 10-minute mark. But for me, I still feel like IE have that slight advantage. They have that little like tempo going for it. I mean, just look at their vision. They have so much vision around mid as well.
They're really prepped for the second dragon of the game here, and I think before objective timers is where FRC's composition is going to truly shine, where they sort of burst one down immediately before the dragon to make it 4v5 with the Nocturne. So maybe this is the time we get to see action again.
Yeah, they're making it again as usual in our region. Just nonstop, constant action. We should both do play-by-play.
Yeah, true.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, the fact that IE have so much good vision laid out just makes it even harder for the Aria and for the Nocturne to roam. I mean, Nocturne, if you have the ultimate, as we've just seen, whether or not IE have vision and wards, like even in the River doesn't quite affect you as much, but it really affects Nekodes on the Ahri at the mid lane because it just means that whenever she tries to roam, she's gonna get spotted out by IE. So I think like IE have made that a priority to just in that sense shut down the Ahri roam.
Yeah, it's interesting as well that yeah, they were able to shut down that Ahri roam. In contrast to that, they wanted to maybe get a pick off top side and race and trade second dragon for the first blood tower. Now they're racing either bot or top. Which one's gonna go down first?
Ooh, and it's just about coming to 12 minutes as well, so that's going to mean a lot of tower plate gold also. Always nice to get before that 13-minute mark. There is that lane swap where Ahri over in the bottom side. I think that IE did have 3 people over in bot, just trying to get more of those tower plates or maybe trying to cheese something out because Ahri was hidden in the bush. But it is 3 plates going over to the side of IE. That's so much gold.
It is so much gold. It's so unfortunate too because FRC, you know, they have the right idea in mind to make sure that they trade objective for objective, but I guess the consolation prize would be turret plates. But I do feel like if they're able to dive bot, they might actually even get first blood tower at this point.
Yeah, and Ahri also, she's down a bit of CS off of the Talia. I think the CS differential pretty even across the board in pretty much every single lane except for about like half to 1 wave bot side in favor of Faerie Charm and the Ahri versus the Talia as well. So I think that Faerie Charm really prioritizing who their carries are in this game. You saw like, oh, there's the lane down in the bot side that's pushing towards tower. We're gonna give that easy farm over towards the Ahri. The thing is, she's level 10 already, so I think that as the minutes go on, the window for Faerie Charm to really make something happen with Nocturne and Ahri closes, but ooh.
Weaver's Wall used defensively here, and it's perfect. Born This Way is hovering around the corner, and you can really tell they want this top lane tower. They want this first blood tower.
Oh, they want it so bad. I mean, IE have very good mobility as well as you've just seen. And I think that for the mobility tools on IE, they're very flexible. It's good disengage, good engage also depending on which way the tides are turning, whether Faerie Charm's jumping on you and whether you want to go back in or whether you want to get the hell out of there. So yeah, I think it's going to be difficult to get the jump onto IE. And we've seen the kind of soft disengage from the Talia Weave as well, but they've also got the hard engage, hard disengage that comes out from the Rel also. I just want them to fight, you know. Come on!
They're so careful. They're so careful, and they're waiting for these ult timings.
They're waiting for Christmas.
They're Christmas, New Year's. New Year's is paranoia. What's Christmas? I think it's just New Year's.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while, right?
Yeah. But it's kind of close. Already in the...
It's been a while.
It's
been a while since we last casted League together. It's got to be like 5 years, I think. Right?
It's crazy to think about.
I think now we're back
for the LCP.
We're back!
Yeah!
So happy. So happy to be back.
Samesies. Oh, is this a dive? At this point, they put a target on Crim's head. Like a passive. It's like Reverie is a Kindred and the mark is on Crim every time. But the thing is, look at this though.
Yeah,
Objective. Yeah?
I think this is their second one that they've picked up also. Earlier, after they got the after they had the gank over the top where they got the level 6 kill onto the level 5 Nocturne, they also rotated to the Herald Pit as well. So I think that you know, as you mentioned, they get one advantage and then they snowball that into more objectives, and right now it looks like it's gonna
kick
be
though
another
into
kill.
the equalizer, and Dust is now being fried like a barbecue. Austerity's gonna get that kill. They even get a tower without even dropping the Herald.
Yeah, very well played from IE, and that's what we were talking about, right? They get the Herald and then they snowball that into more vision. Oh, but counter are gonna come out from Faerie Charm, but well-timed escape. from Moose.
Oh, Necklace!
And the blue buff though. Oh, that was way too tasty, I think, for the Ahri to pass up. Usually you see the support in your jungle and you're like, the audacity.
Yeah, excuse me.
Sometimes you let that one go. But I think Ahri, when she realized, oh, wait a minute, that's a free blue buff, like Deliveroo into my jungle. But mid lane, gonna be 4v2. I think Fairy Charm gonna back out. They don't quite have. Oh, okay. They are going to go for the Cloud Drake over here in the bot side. I think that would be their first dragon going over to them. I think IE did manage to pick up 2 dragons earlier on.
Yeah, nicely done here by FRC, translating a kill into more space for the Cloud Drake, knowing that there's no equalizer to sort of, ruin that dragon congestion. And now they get towers and a fight into another king. Born This Way is being incredibly massive on these skirmishes. Now Dust has no escape and is going to be obliterated. That's going to be a double kill into the second tower in the mid lane going down.
They got so much out of this one Herald because that Herald managed to get them mid-tier 1 as well as mid-tier 2. I think that Fairy Charm didn't really try and mount any sort of defense against the Rift Herald. Usually you kind of want to mitigate the number of times, the number of hits that Herald does get onto your towers, but they seemed like they just were content to give up both the mid-tier 1 and tier 2.
Yeah, I think that it was so difficult. You've got Born This Way setting up these amazing fights while the Herald is going on. And then it's just so difficult. Oh, you can't even get the top tier tower. Let's take a look at this replay though.
Yeah, so they've got really good vision. As usual, you can see the 2 wards over in the blue-sided jungle. And with the Kaisa, as we were talking about, she's just able to pop her R and go for that execute really easily. Ahri as well, picking up the blue buff. Oh, Weaver's wall actually blocked off the escape from the side of IE.
Yeah, exactly. Able to take it down immediately. There's this double stun. Beautiful stuff by the support. But here comes Born This Way, exhausted. And the killer instinct from Austerity just to finish the job. Necklace is out of commission. The flash just to add into more damage as they refocus refocus the fight onto Reverie, and he falls down.
I feel like people should get 1 free name change, and I feel like Born This Way just to me feels like the millennial version of the Gen Z built diff.
Actually, you have a point. You have an amazing point there, Rera.
I feel like that's what the kids say. I don't know, man. I saw it on a Valorant
Born This Way. What can I do?
Skill diff, build diff.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
I mean, we're running out of good things to say for the side of Inferno Esports there. You saw the Talia entry of the Weaver's wall, but kind of actually blocked off the exit from the side of the Rumble. He was kind of forced to pop Jonya's when he realized he was actually on the wrong side of the wall. So we've got the rest of the squad of IE who would come in at that point, but it's a pretty split up fight. A lot of flashes being blown. I think that IE are just eventually satisfied to get the kill onto Nocturne, who had split off from the rest of his team. Kind of the sacrificial lamb at that point.
Yeah, I mean, Reverie had really strong damage there into that skirmish, but here we go, another setup being started as On The Hunt's going to be activated. Weaver's wall to block Savaski's escape, and the timing of this as well. Atacon is up.
And you said KO1 had to make a hasty retreat out with the barred tunnel. Not quite able to get out after the Talia wall. I feel like you should be able to magical journey through the Talia wall. I don't know, just me. I feel like it should be like any other wall, but IE right now, a bit of... right? I mean...
It is terrain, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Anyway, yeah, they decide to go for the Atacon over in the top side. Bit interesting that Atacon spawned over in the top side for this round. I think that both sides of the map have been seeing a fair amount of action here and there, but they do manage to pick up the Thornbound Atacon. Fairy Charm, though, they're going to settle for the mid-side tier number 1 in exchange.
pretty worth trade there for the side of IE, willing as long as the second, the inner tower is not going to falter. Dragon's about to spawn real soon, and I think this might be the first time we get to see an actual clash, because so far the first 20 minutes they've been trading objectives from one point to another.
Yeah, I agree. I'm excited to see what a 5v5 versus these two teams looks like, right? Because you're kind of expecting Ari to start things off with a charm and a pick over on the side, either popping the R or a flash to start out the fight, and probably on a high priority target as well. But you've got the Kaisa and the Talia, who both have very good mobility. So your best bet probably going to be the Rumble. But the thing is, you can't really dive onto IE space either. They've got the Lee Sin, they've got the Rel, and if you dive on the Rumble, he kind of drops Equalizer on your face, and then you get shredded and you get burned. So that's the thing when we go back to the draft phase for Faerie Charm, right? That they have kind of a lack of that frontline tank, that frontline beefy engage. So not too sure how the 5v5 will shape up for them, because they are about 2,000 gold down at the 22-minute mark. It's not really all that much. I think 2k at 20 minutes, you're not great, but it's not something that good teams can't overcome. The thing is, we've been talking about the window for Faerie Charm this entire time, and past the 20 minutes, I think it's really gonna start being difficult for them. But at least it's not 5k. 5k, I'd say, you know, just go next, but 2k though. Oh,
this is gonna be another fight though. Nicely done, Charm. Born this way, really low, down to half at the moment, but LJW is gonna come from behind, and this is a massive team fight. What a knock-up. The Equalizer just burning the rest of FRC, and they're now cooked. Dust is the only one left against Born This Way in a big 1v1 into the alcove, and there's nothing left to do but to push the wave down bot.
And with that, I've just blown the gold lead from 2k to 3.5 thousand right now. It's just getting more and more difficult, I think, for Faerie Charm to try and come back into this game. I think that the game plan so far for Faerie Charm has been, they've recognized they can't really fight 5v5 that well, so they're trying to push out the side lanes or farm up and try and use those small advantages that they can get here and there. The thing is, the longer they try and do that, though, I think the IE team is just going to get stronger. And as we've been talking about this entire time, IE are good at recognizing what you're going to do. So they see the Ari with 1 or 2 people in the bottom side, and they send 3 or 4 down and pick up those easy kills. I mean, just very well done from IE.
I know, this is just amazing read, and the fact that usually without objectives, that's when the Nocturne just wants to start these fights and get picks off of the side lanes, but instead you got IE with this roaming death squad.
Yeah, we're seeing the Talia actually playing a bit more aggressive than the Nocturne with the ultimate versus the Weaver wall, right? Which is a bit surprising, but I think that IE, like, nowhere on the map is safe if you're Faerie Charm right now, because IE can just close in on you from anywhere.
Might happen real soon, as we're going to see a bit of a hover. Born This Way? Able to get the scuttle? Oh no, it is secured by FRC. Here we go. LJW.
That's a really deep flank from Moops, actually.
It
You can
is.
see him on the minimap.
Yes, alongside Prim here with the Equalizer in the middle. Moops is going to just really get that double stun. But here we go. Dust is going to be the first one to fall. Killer Instinct just to attack the backline. That's going to be a double kill for Austerity. Flash into the blue to make sure that he's safe and sound. And he's doing fantastic. Triple for Austerity. They get the A's and they get everything on the map.
I think I've seen enough. I think I've seen enough to no, hear me out.
Okay, I'm here. I'm sorry. I reacted like prematurely.
No, this is good for you. This is good for your country. No, yeah. I think man, I don't want to call it this soon, but I have a feeling that 2.5 days from now, at the end of LCP Wild Card Playoffs, I think that think that IE are going to be the top team. I mean, just look at the flank, look at the vision from this. We're talking about the Talia as well as the big loop around from Frel. If you just look at the map right now, you see the deep ward behind the wolf pit. They actually have another ward that is over on the right side on the mid lane wall right there, because usually it would be almost impossible to get this type of deep flank onto a team such as Faerie Charm. But IE just, you're wondering how did they get that positioning? How did they literally manage to close it as a circle onto the entire team of Faerie Charm? But the setup for that was just insane.
Yeah, that sandwich was delicious for IE. And
They're
cooking. And Austerity, again, so fearless, doing these very deep killer instincts, and just knowing that he has a flash, it's fine.
I mean, Flash, no problem. She's 8-1 right now.
Yeah.
Oof.
Crazy stuff. Oh,
yeah, I think. I
This
would
is
love
interesting.
for this. Is this the Fnatic Bush?
maybe. Oh, they
Level
gave it up a little
11.
bit, moving on to the river.
Oh. They just moved to a different bush.
Yeah,
Come on,
it's
Riku.
still that's true. That's true. Oh, they're moving. They have a secret mission. Oh, a secret mission.
But there's so many
exposed.
wards. Look at the ward coverage. Like you cannot get the jump onto IE at all. So they're gonna settle for their second cloud dragon. But this is not a good trade. This is not a good trade.
Oh no! The towers are going down. Here comes the paranoia now activated, but they're not going to be jumping on anyone as they're very, very close together. The Coke's going to come in though, as the dive from Born This Way is going to come through. The charm is not going to connect, but look at Kyowon. He's half HP, not even. The killer instinct just to finish off the rest of the targets. Meanwhile, that's the Aurora ult coming in. Crim so low. They want to finish off Dust. The fight is split into two, divided. But at the end of the day, Inferno Esports is going to be taking game number 1 in this best of 2.
Absolutely cracking stuff from this Philippines team. And I don't know what to say, man. That looked like at 20 minutes, the game could still go either way. But at 23 minutes, IE just said, you know what? We've played things slow enough. We're just gonna win.
Yeah, dragons were stacking. They were like, okay, it's fine. That's going to be your second dragon. We've got Baron buff. We're going to push. They were not in a hurry to get that dragon soul at all towards the very end. And again, the game sense of Inferno Esports is just so impressive.
I'm disappointed actually in how Faerie Charm just looked like they were getting choked out the entire game. I think that if you just look at this game, you think, oh, Faerie Charm don't look like their usual selves. I think that they played very passively. But then you think of why did they play passively? Like, were they silent or were they silenced? Because I think that this game, IE were the ones who silenced Faerie Charm, like with their ward coverage, with their map sense, their map timing. I don't know. Usually in this type of situation, you know, game 2 or in any type of series, you can come back by drafting different champions and so on. But when it comes to a difference in terms of understanding the map, I'm not sure that that's really something that you can overcome within a game 1 or game 2. But definitely, I think that, you know, different composition would probably work better for Faerie Charm.
Well, we'll have to see, as that is just game number 1 with IE's victory. But first, we're going to hear from Abigail and Contra to break this all down.
Thank you so much to Rerachu and also Riku. I mean, it is going to be a big upset for FRC as they also brought in Ecodes, but sadly they were lose to IE. And I think the very first thing is the difference between the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, wow, you're opening with jungle diff already. Okay, so yeah, there's definitely this kind of talking point when we first got into the draft, because we're talking about, you know, how do they actually kickstart all these engines from the side lanes, right? And true enough, I mean, we've seen great proactivity from both, but what really was the difference maker is that Born This Way, he took all these accumulative leads where he stole a couple of camps away. I think one breaking point coming into an instance was that fight that they started over onto the upper corner of the map, where he went in for the blue side invade, he managed to steal the buff, also walked away with a kill, and just by really taking so much of that space, a lot of all these members of FRC were forced to react. And there was also a few moments where, especially on this kind of play, you see it was great ideas coming into play with the Rel coming with the assault into the tower, and then both junglers chime in, and both of them got taken out. So both mid laners, they've been able to actually get something returned. But Savasky, this was that heavy punishment that came in. Born This Way have been able to find those perfect avenues to eventually deny any form of those heavy pushes coming from the server. And this was that moment that I was talking about. Look what happens here. So I'm going to be slowing things down for a little bit. So they managed to got them clump up over the corner. They stole the blue buff previously. And they tried to at least form up a little bit more of that response. So what happens after was that, oh, the Rel kind of burned the flash in that moment or so. So they've been able to, once again, have Necrotis to really collapse upon. And at least I would say that FRC, they've been able to formulate a certain response where they went in for the top lane takedown, and then the Talia ult came in maybe a little slowly. It didn't look all too perfect, but at the very least, by the end of this fight, Austerity as well as Born This Way, they just accumulate even more stash of gold, getting those couple of kills. And you can just see they were so proactively punishing Savasky for so many points. This was what really got the rest of FRC broke. So this one will be pretty much the game-winning fight, if you ask me, because there was this separation between all these members of FRC. Despite the TP wing channel out, I mean, Dust was absolutely isolated. So whether if they were to collapse onto Dust, that is going to be pretty possible. He came in with the between worlds, but even despite so, it was very difficult for them to actually follow up because they were already being backing away. So it forces FRC to recommit into that fight, which was not exactly ideal. I mean, they could just easily walk right into a Mac Storm set right there by Moob. So yeah, it was kind of rough if you ask me for the members of FRC.
Yeah, that was pretty rough for FRC side. I mean, it's very hard for them to secure win on the dual lane because the punishment from IE is way too harsh towards the FRC's dual lane. And by the time Savasky has his spot, Kaisa from IE and K Austerity just steal the spotlight from him.
Yeah, and can I also highlight that there was just so many great killer instincts coming in from Austerity. I mean, this is another great example. And usually when he goes through, moves immediately drops into the redemption, and all these members were really funneled into the choke point, all thanks to Crimson's Weaver's Wall and also the combination with the Equalizer. So it was a very, very well thought out setup coming in for those members of Infinity. And I felt like the final fight, I don't need to say more. They recalled a little late because they were trying to deny the Drake Soul, but even despite them coming up with those kind of efforts, it's more important for you to keep the game running by defending the Nexus. So yeah, I think like FRC definitely have to buck up because overall they found their openings by punishing Reverie. So I'm hoping to see a different champion. I mean, we definitely get different champion because it's through this draft, but you gotta get something that really match up to the pace of Born This Way because he absolutely loved those pre-level 6 kind of gang setup. So yeah, I'm looking forward to what FRC cooks up next.
Yes, because it's going to be very upsetting for FRC. And first, we'll come back our casters, Redacho and Riku, because we're going to prepare for the second game between these two parties. And welcome back, babies, Riku and Redacho. But the very first game is very... the first game
babies!
Yay! We're the babies! Contra, do it.
Yeah, let's do it all together. Yay! Yes, you're doing it.
That's gonna be the screenshot.
Yeah.
For our social post later on.
On the first game between these two parties, it's a very interesting move from IE. They were shut down the FRC's jungle referee. He actually couldn't do anything to help the dual lane, and it was giving kind of like a domino effect towards the FRC. So you got your jungle shut down, and you also got your dual lane shut down. Very cool.
I think that's what's the pros and cons of a Nocturne. It can be incredibly oppressive during the laning phase, and like just every time Paranoia is up, you sort of just pick a lane that's the most vulnerable, and then you just sort of feed off of that lane. But I think what the rest of IE did is that they made sure that they reeled themselves a little bit. This is not the usual IE. Usually they will win lanes individually, but they recognize the threat, and that's why they reeled it in and played a bit more passively, and this paid off because the mid game was just, Nocturne mitigated, therefore they can just do whatever they want during the mid phases of the game.
Yeah, and since FRC will move to the red side, this is going to be a counter side for FRC about what IE will bring to the table. But for IE, of course, they will not give a Pantheon to referee because we saw how strong referee with the Pantheon played on Contra.
I mean, not only referee won this way, also did pop up with his own Pantheon. So it's really interesting because they also got the blue side selections, which means that they are looking at even bigger pickups like the Gwen right now. Oh, I absolutely love this.
Ooh. I would love to see Gwen again, but I mean, if you have Authority and Zavasky, of course you want to lock a Varus because the Varus has a lots of benefits to your team. If he clears lane very quickly, and also not to mention his utilities like the Chain of Corruption will lock a lot of champions in the team fight, so it's very useful one Brella too.
Yeah, this is super exciting for Fairy Charm. I think that Gwen so far in pretty much most games, Gwen is generally banned out across most of the regions, playing worldwide for League of Legends as well. So the fact that she's kind of managed to solidify the draft, I think with the Trundle as well as the Nico TF bans from both sides, is going to be very exciting. I think for FRC, they were kind of wondering like what jungle do we want to go for. There's J4, there's Sinjal that are more of the traditional meta picks, but I was wondering, is Reverie, going to pull out more of his specialities like the Talon, the Nidalee, the Kindred that we saw yesterday as well. But it is going to be J4 and Gwen, so already Fairy Charm look like they have a very scary team fighting composition, but this is exactly what we wanted to see from them for game 2.
Yeah, I would agree with that point because if you have a Jarvan and also Gwen, it will put your opponent to the dilemma. Which one you wanna, get your hands off of with? Either it's J4 or Gwen, but Nautilus Contra.
Yeah, this is Spike City, babies. I mean, look at this. It's all giving all these crowd control to really shut down all these members of FRC, but you really need perfect execution for this. I mean, with all the setups coming in from Nadalas, Move so far has been playing very cleanly, and it seems like FRC, they also want a little bit more of that safety net, so we're finally getting to see Savasky on the Ezreal. I believe this was pulled out maybe one game out of the Thailand's Cup that he's still pretty proficient on the Ezreal.
Yeah, but Ezreal, I also love this kind of pick because if you want to see which kind of champion who also offers you a quite a fast clearing lane and also have a escape skills in terms of the team fight, Ezreal is one of the answers really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the Ezreal. I think the only struggle that I usually see with Ezreal lanes is that wave clear can be a bit of a challenge, and when you're up against a Varus, usually they can clear the wave in such safe proximity. So I think the support, whatever they're going to be picking later, is going to be incredibly important. Most likely, maybe with wave clear as well. Karma is at the top of my head for FRC.
Yeah, but IE starts to ban assassins. I think this is going to be very reasonable because you have two champions that practically not really tanky, which is a Varus and also Jonas. So if you let your opponent to have an assassin, that will be bad for because it will just dissect one of the utilities combo, right?
Yeah, I agree, but I think that Fairy Charm, they're probably kind of expecting IE to go for more teamfight heavy, a more CC lockdown in the rest of their composition, which is why they picked the Ezreal. As Contra did mention, we do very rarely see Savaski play Ezreal, but I think that you don't get to high level in our region without being able to play Ezreal as an AD carry main. I think probably famously worldwide, right? Like the only really famous AD carries I can think of who don't play Ezreal, probably Gumayushi, right, from T1. But that's probably the only one I can think of. I think everyone across the board has a pretty solid Ezreal. It's going to be very classic Ezreal and Braum. I think that, it's not like Lucian was picked, right? But Braum is also very good with the Ezreal also. It's going to help him a bit more in the lane. But if that... Oh, I'm
curious
the
about this
pick up actually, but
is it
yeah,
a Nautilus jungle?
Oh my god! Yeah.
Nautilus
just pick it.
Oh,
Finally, after a year, I am able to see someone play Trust in competitive scene, especially in Southeast Asia. Thank moves. Trust is actually like hit or miss because yes, the good thing for having a Trust support is the aggressivity level that you can bring into your dual lane, but at the same time during the late game phase, it actually Trust just lose his value control.
I mean, this is definitely a very heavy punishing lane, right? If you make one mistake over the bot lane, it could just absolutely collapse. So with the help of Born This Way, who's actually playing the Nautilus, now this is something that I want to see. So Nautilus, the value of it is that you could always just go in for very active ganks very early on. So sure, you may say that, hey, the jungle clear speed may not be as crazy as how a couple patches used to be, but hey, it's still very reliable. You get that lock on target, and it lines up perfectly for this Fate Seal coming in from Celeste, who's actually the mid laner.
Yeah.
So there's just small little changes coming to the roster, which, this is perhaps that wild card, trump card that they're throwing out in this game.
Yeah, but I would like to ask for Riku's quick predictions between IE and FRC, who will win this series.
I don't know, I really like, no bias, but austerity moves, bot lane with the Thresh and the Varus. Jeez. I'm excited.
That's going to be very exciting. So I'm gonna toss it to our beautiful caster. So Riku and Rachel, just take it away. Bye bye, babies.
Bye bye and hello. It is us once again, Riku and Reirachu. R's, double R's. We're not pirates, but we're casters. Thank you very much, Abigail and Contra. Reirachu, there's a lot to talk about. Which is the one that excites you the most?
I think that generally as analysts, as casters, I feel like we always tend to prefer the easier compositions, like the team fight, the late game scaling, the 5v5. I feel like for us, we always like to prefer the compositions that look good on paper. I know a lot of teams, especially in our region, really like to go for those like solo queue, win lane, win game, or we're going to just straight up win the 1v1, the 2v2, and they tend to favor those types of compositions every so often. So for us, for this game, I don't know if it's the bias talking, man, but I like Fairy Charm's composition better. Just a bit better, especially with the last pick of the Azir. I think that really seals the deal for me for this one.
No, I agree. I think Ezreal can be absolutely menacing. That caster AD carry. Once you get your 2-item power spike, most especially, it does feel like the moment that you have your W, you just queue somebody into an arcane shift, and then they're practically almost one shot. So I see the vision here for the side of Savaski. But of course, this is going to be the second match between these two. I wonder who's going to win. Will one end their win streak, or will Fairy Charm be able to just take this 1-1? we go. Game number 2. Faerie Charm versus Inferno Esports. MYSG versus Team PH. Again, Team PH has been on this crazy win streak since day number 1 and is the region to watch out for here in the LCP Wild Card. Meanwhile, FRC, they're able to match the early game of IE and able to sort of keep them shackled. But when the mid game arrives, that's when it gets a little bit sticky.
Yeah, I want to see for IE this game, or I would love to see them try and push the level 1 or level 2 over in the bot side, because if you land a hook onto the Ezreal, if he only has Q and W and he has no Arcane Shift, I think that could really start things going for the bottom lane for IE. I think that's really the window that you want to push, like before Ezreal gets the E and the extra mobility. But it looks like Faerie Charm have another plan on their hands. How long are they going to do this for? It's 1 minute 10. Oh, okay.
Okay.
There's already a blue ward there, though.
True. Maybe that's why Born This Way is crying. The Yumi emote. Like, no, you're gonna spot my rotation.
There's, I think it's Reverie from Faerie Charm. He does this really BM, well played with the heart, in the candy heart. He does that every single time he kills someone on the enemy team. It's so funny.
It's almost like
I'm not sure if right. I feel like, I don't know if I find it funny because he's on my team, but I don't know how other teams feel about this. Wait, no, can I just say, because Faerie Charm came up from the Titans Cup, right? Over here in MYSG, like that was one that we had for both our countries. We also simultaneously ran a Titans Cup challenge, which was for all the KOLs. The teams who registered for Titans Cup, they could use the KOLs codes to register, and then if your team, like if you have the most teams who make it furthest in the competition, they win you skins. So I actually, because of how well Faerie Charm placed, I won 10 epic skins for the Titans Cup.
Oh my
word! This team, I mean, I don't know what happened in the other country tournaments, but this team, they're my ride or die.
I see why. 10 epic skins, that's a lot of value. Well, I'm really curious.
Thank you, Riot.
Thank you, Riot. Thank you, Riot Games. I'm really curious though, because when I look at, I think there were like a couple of hovers on each lane, and so far top and bottom for IE have been winning. Meanwhile, Nekodes able to, you know, deal a huge chunk on Celeste, so I think he's really, really having a hard time here on as the Yone versus the Azir.
Yeah, I think that Yone, you aren't spiking right now, right? And then Azir, if you, Dicey. Over in the top, getting pushed in very early by the Fiora actually is going to be forced to CS under the tower. I think that as like when actually Fiora not backing off with the wave. No, I wanted to see that.
Okay, we're back. We're back.
We're back.
We're changing channels.
We're back to watch.
But you were watching. Wait, I was watching that. Mom, don't change the channel. It's my favorite cartoon. Top lane versus top lane.
Anyway, yeah, I think that the laning, the CSing is really where we're going to see just how much experience that these players have with the matchups, right? Already Gwen's down more than 10 in CS off of the Fiora. It does get a bit easier for the Gwen later on. I think that before any items, it's always going to be very hard to last hit under your tower. You're always going to have to kind of be sacking those first few waves. But the Yone versus the Azir, almost even. I think Yone's down just a bit. Oh
wow. Going right in with a bit of a poke. It looks like Celeste is able to win that one. But yeah, going back to the top lane matchup. Again, Fiora, LJW all has to worry about, you know, Gwen's W. But the vital points early level 1, you can just sort of just use it as a harass tool, and Dust definitely needs to pick up the pieces. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Reyra, looks like it's still pretty even, but Tyr now being picked up by Sivasky.
Yep, so the first back, I think, for all of the laners across the board, pretty important because you see the recurve bow as well for the Azir. Generally, as Azir, if you're trying to perfect CS early on, you do end up dropping quite a bit of mana. It's not as bad when you're versus someone like the Yone instead of like a fellow mage mid laner, but he did pick up the recurve bow, so actually it's going to be quite easy for him to CS in that lane as well. The tier also is going to be giving Savasky that bit of mana, a bit more of the mana sustain over in the lane, and he's going to be able to start stacking that one early as well. So I think that at the 5-minute mark so far, mostly level 4s, level 5s, we haven't really been seeing much action. I think both sides just content to farm up for a while.
Yeah, that's true, considering that these two junglers are very early ganking junglers, the Jarvan and the Nautilus. But Reverie now starting this dragon as bot lane does have priority. There's going to be a bit of a fight here between the bottom lane. Savasky forced to Arcane Shift, but the poke and the Comet's going to put him down to really, really low health. But at the same time, looks like Dragon's going to go towards FRC first.
Yeah, I think Kyowon did have to expend the flash just to make sure that the Azir wasn't going to go down. But
wait
what a good catch!
Oh, one this way, however,
No!
really incredibly low. LCW
Disaster!
cannot join the fight. Flash is forced in here, including the ultimate, but that's going to be secured 1-for-1. A hook's going to land coming from Moops, but the damage is just too much, so the commit won't be there.
I'm not sure how much experience Born This Way does have on playing the Nautilus, just because we've seen time and again how good he is at going aggressive in the early game as a jungle, that I'm not sure if maybe he slightly overestimated the Nautilus damage that might come out. I think when you're playing something like a Nautilus, a Trundle jungle, you kind of always have to make sure that your laner is the one with the burst with the damage, because you're there to provide the CC, you drop the hook, you kind of skedaddle out of there and hope that your laner can finish it off. But does unfortunately give up the first blood. But
The Moops! You are absolutely insane! Dear me, what did we just witness? That was disgusting! They might even get a second kill here. One more auto attack. But no! Reyra!
What? This guy can literally see 2 seconds into the future.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm shocked.
What
This
did
is
we
exactly
just
why.
see?
It's exactly why Moops is the catcher, like, player over here on the side of IE. Plays Pyke, plays Thresh. My word.
He's a hook main, that's for sure.
Definitely a hook main.
Wow. I mean, we were talking, like, silly us for saying that, oh, once Ezreal gets Arcane Shift, he's gonna be safe.
Yeah.
I mean, what do we know?
We're just casters.
Let me just catch him after he Arcane Shifts. Like, it's hard.
Crazy. That was crazy. I'm happy.
That needs...
Yeah.
That if GIFs could be framed, that needs to be framed in his house.
I agree. That was
That
a
needs to go
stellar
on his
moment.
highlight reel. Yeah.
Oh, hold
That's
that thought.
the highlight reel for sure.
However,
Oh, they had to
second
stop with the
objective.
Void Grubs.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, wait, this would be so bad if IE actually get all 3.
It will be, and I feel like it is.
They
because
are
they're
gonna get
making
all
it-
3.
Oh, the hook's gonna land on. Oh no!
FRC
Okay.
can't contest.
They cannot. They cannot. They were first in, but they were forced out because of the advantage that IE was able to gain through lane, and their setup is just deadly.
First in, forced out.
Yep.
Tale as old as time.
True.
Yeah, so that just means that FRC will have to try and get more of the top lane push, get wards, get prio over in the top and mid to kind of protect against IE from going back and picking up the 4 for picking up the second round of all of the Void Grubs. And I mean, they do have the mid lane push. Top lane, I think, will be a bit difficult for them to make happen, though. So it's something they're definitely going to have to be careful for in the next couple of minutes. But yeah, looking at the CS once more, I mean, Dust is about, quick math, 24. CS 25, CS behind.
Yeah, LJW has been really adding the pressure constantly on top side. FRC, of course, Reverie just really needs to match Born This Way here constantly. But as we get to see a bit of a swap now happening, AD Carry's now going to the mid lane, and we'll have to see when the action starts once more.
But IE somehow at the 10-minute mark, they've managed to accumulate quite a bit of a gold difference. Almost 1.5. It's 1.4 gold right now. The thing is, we're talking about how Fiora has such a big CS lead over onto the Gwen. The thing is, that's pretty much negated by how much of a lead that Azir has over Yone. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's just about 10 CS over in the mid lane. So not as much. But the thing is, when they're on the map, IE actually have made that into a 1.5 gold lead in their favor, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, as long as Nekodes is able to land these free hits or be able to set up a pretty good ult, then perhaps nice lantern on this way. It might just go true shot barrage being initiated. Meanwhile, a bit of a tussle at bot side. Celeste now down to dangerously low health numbers, forced to go back. Dragon is up, by the way. And this is what these teams are going to be competing for. There it is, K1. Oh, there it is, at least the QSS Sivasky able to escape. Lots of respect. Moops, however, might not stop. The hook's not going to land, but they're forced out of there as Dragon spawns. Meanwhile, Nekodes not allowing Celeste to go home. And he's pretty much stuck under tower.
Yep, getting harassed constantly. I think IE wanted to give Celeste the easier lane to farm in, but FRC did respond with a lane swap of their own, just making sure that they're trying to keep the Yone down. It does work out in Faerie Charm's favor. I think one of the advantages of the Yone is that if he does stay in the mid lane, it is easier for him to roam towards top side and bottom. If you stick him down towards the bottom side, then you're really limiting how much the Yone can go help in the side lane. So it does work out slightly for Faerie Charm, but Mountain Dragon was picked up as well.
Due to the fantastic pickup for on Sivasky, again, the chain of corruptions forced the important players to just go back, and that's why they had to, give up the second dragon for themselves. But at least I feel like the game's a little stabilized, but the problem is the gold lead is slowly building up. Let's take a look at this replay.
Oh yeah, I think we missed the skill over on the top side.
Yeah.
There's the 1v1.
Oh, the dodge, the W, waiting for it to expire? Oh dear! Even procs the grand challenge, and that's why LJW was able to win that fight.
Yeah, also, kind of bit of a late, not sure about the cooldown, missed for the Gwen as well for the immunity. I think just waiting for the CD for that also, but well played.
Absolutely.
2-0 already. Only one on the team with her bounty, actually.
Yeah. This is a pretty crazy top lane matchup. Meanwhile, Moops already in the lead here, trying to rush for a possible pick, but the minion waves arrive. Will deter any death sentence to be incurred.
I love how aggressive Moops is. Just regardless of any champion he's playing, he's just running straight at you. I love it. I love that for him, and I love that for IE as well. That's the type of support play that you want to see.
True.
Clearing out a lot of division. I think that what we didn't see as much of in game number 1, because IE constantly, they have very good ward coverage, very good ward control, but it's not that Faerie Charm don't lay down wards, it's just that IE are very proactive at clearing them out once they get the sweepers trinkets also. So it's again another point in favor for the PH squad. A bit of poke gonna come down on Celeste. You have the lane swap again for Faerie Charm. They're going to try and send the Azir top side to try and deal with the Fiora. Fiora, of course, you don't want her scaling into that late game and being that horrifying split push Fiora. I think Faerie Charm maybe have recognized that if that does happen late, it probably is going to be the split push Azir versus the split push Fiora. So just getting things started a bit early on.
Yeah, I think that's a scary part later for LJW. These side lanes could immediately explode and just have so much pressure in favor of IE just because of how much free farm, how much lead, and the fact that it's a 2-0 Fiora already constantly going to be matching up against the Gwen. But I love this from the FRC. They're being very proactive on the stronger side of their side lane, which is where Nekodes is being being positioned.
Yeah, and one thing for Fairy Charm as well is that most games they're very clear about who their carries are going to be, and usually they always have Reverie try and feed those carries those kills early on. We saw it just now. Savaski on his team went in, helped invade the blue buff.
Oh, teleport's gonna happen here. Move's already down to
Goodness, we're
half
in
HP.
trouble.
Cataclysm and the Lantern saves more this way, but the True Shot Barrage is gonna finish the job, including a double kill at that. Beautiful stuff by Savaski.
Yep, very well played from the squad of Fairy Charm. As you were saying, how they are always...
Oh, they're not
Make it
stopping.
3.
Here comes the Glacial Fissure. The flash is going to come through. We got K1 getting the tower
They've got it
shots, the
back out.
side steps coming from Austerity. It's absolutely nuts. Even dodging every single skill shot. But meanwhile, Rift Herald's going to get taken. Reverie in a big 1v1 as K1's going to go in there as the smite happens. Celeste is going to get the knock-up, including these free hits. But the problem is, the Arcane Shift is going to save the day, and Savaski is able to live once more. Wait.
Yep, smite fight, good one by Reverie. Might not be done though, but Savaski is kind of too far back and too protected by the rest of his team, I think, for LJW to make anything sneaky happen. You can see how Savaski's the one channeling the back end 2 members of FRC, standing in front of him being like, you are not gonna get anywhere close to our carry. In fact, we're gonna jump on you.
Oh, interesting though. Nice sidestep by LJW, even sidestepping the flag and drag combo, just buying a lot of time. Lantern's gonna be there. LJW says, no, I'm gonna enter the fight. Grand Challenge activated onto Dust. One more Vital to activate all that, but looks like that's gonna be a no, as Born This Way is gonna come from the side. True Shot Barrage is gonna miss a little bit, but they try to run for the hills. The hook's not gonna land, and looks like they're gonna be fine for now.
Yeah, a bit of an overthink, I think, from the side of IE, although they knew that they, at the start, did have the man advantage, and they knew that Savaski had bead back towards base, so they were trying to make something happen. They're going to settle for just slightly pushing out the middle lane, but going back to about 2 minutes ago when we were saying that how the side of Fairy Charm is always trying to help Savaski get a hit, they invaded the blue side jungle to give the blue buff over to Savaski. Ezreal actually started that fight with both the Rid as well as the blue buffs, and then he picked up that double kill. But Dragon also
half HP. Oh my word! Immediately another hook gonna come through. That's gonna be Reverie. Good thing Flag and Drag is there. It looks like they want to mitigate the Rift Herald charge, and they just don't let this charge happen.
That's the thing also, right? Because they do have the Azir passive with the tower, which is always a very strong counter towards the Rift Herald from the other team. So even if they didn't have the minion wave right there, I mean, Rift Herald is going to be pretty much useless. So IE are going to settle for the Inferno Drake. I think we're going to get a replay of... Oh, it's the earlier fight over in top.
Yeah, this is the teleport, right? The Lantern from the Cataclysm, Born This Way though, with a True Shot Barrage, able to snipe him down and moves.
Oh yeah.
Despite the minion waves arriving to block and make sure that the loops was safe, it's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, I think Kyoan, we saw him pop the Braum ultimate to try and catch the person under the mid-side tier 1 as well. The thing is, when Varus popped his ultimate and managed to stun down Ezreal, FRC weren't able to juggle the tower aggro because they knew that if Braum was trying to take tower, but because they both got stunned, if Braum had taken one more hit, they would have at least given up 1 kill. So Fairy Charm kind of realized, oh, we've wasted the Braum ult, but we've got to back out.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It is a kill secure for the side of FRC. Honestly, really impressive stuff.
Some people say kill secure, some people have a different meaning.
True, that's true. You're right, you're absolutely right. It happens, you know. Just, you don't want to make sure that the kill did not escape. So sometimes I mean, it happens.
Like, if you wanted the penta, you could have worked for it, you know?
True. I agree. I agree. If you missed out on the penta, that's not my fault.
It's a team game.
It is a team game. It is a team game. Anyway, Atakan timers has spawned, so this is going to be the point of contention more towards the top side of things. So I'm really expecting some action being devised by IE most likely, as they are in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, I think that one thing that I have done very well is just constantly maintaining topside prio. So far, so we saw them early game managing to pick up the Void Grubs, and they're almost definitely going to want to get prio over Atakan that's spawning at 20 minutes. The thing is, Faerie Charm are ready for this. You see them with the 3-man over in the mid-side bush. They know that. Oh, wow, that hitbox.
Run this way! Able
for
to get a
the-
hook,
What?
however, on the KO1.
No!
Able to at least jump to his allies' side and escape. That could have been tricky.
Yeah, so Faerie Charm knew that IE, of course, were going to try and set up for the Atakan that has just spawned as well, which is why they're camping in the mid-side bush, but IE didn't want to pass that one up, so we might see a bit of action over in the bottom side, but as you can tell, if you look at the mini-map
Look at this
already,
damage! Grand Challenge
that's so much
activated even.
damage!
W is gonna come in just to
He's
make sure that
dead!
they're able to
No!
dodge the damage, and that's why Gwen can outplay you like that. Well played by Dust.
Tower man, what a bro.
I know.
MVP tower.
Now it's a 4v5 with Atakan spawning. This could be incredibly critical for the side of IE. LJW has 30 seconds on the clock. They have to contest this one. Sivaski trapped on the backside of things. The
so
poke is just too
dangerous.
much from Austerity as well. Born this way sees the opening. Flag and drag. The hook's not going to connect, however. But look at this knockup. Shifting sands just to make sure that they have space as they now play front to back. Sivaski's on a killing spree. Atakan is so incredibly low, and they have secured Atakan for FRC. The hook lands at what cost, however, as Sivaski falls in battle. This could be a quadra for the side of Austerity as well, and that's gonna be the ace, and that's gonna be a lot of space.
Oh, that's such a shame. That fight actually looks so good for Faerie Charm at the start right there, but tides really turned in favor of IE, and Sivaski just got chunked really low. The rest of his members dead, and he kind of knew that he had to back out at the end there, and it was just a bit too little too late. IE are going to pick up the bot side tier 2 as well with this Fiora. I hope we get to see the replay of that.
Yeah, that was
It's really
that
such
was
a shame for
intense.
Faerie Charm. They kind of, I think they managed to corral Ezreal to the back of the fight, but it did look like it would go in Faerie Charm's favor at the start.
Yeah, it did feel like they were onto something. It was a 4v5 at that even. It's just that IE just knew where to attack. Sivaski didn't have a lot of space. He was being pressured towards the flank, and the shifting stance was not even enough.
Yeah, but it looks like a bit of a attention focus being shifted towards the bot side.
Dragon time. Oh my word.
He's just
LJW.
constantly emoting.
Yeah. The thing is, like, LGW does not have teleport, but they're willing to fight 4v5 on this dragon. It's fine because they won 4v5 earlier.
Honestly, the Fiora is really turning into a menace. I think that this might be dangerous. As you mentioned, Fiora pushing into the top side, so IE don't have that TP available, but there
look at
is
that.
a flank from IE.
Oh dear. They're gonna stop the
they're
backs
gonna
at this
back out.
point.
No.
Actually, oh dear. There it is. Okay.
Fiora's gonna get inhib.
Two is gonna go home at least. Oh no! They weren't able to come home! Okay, flag and drag there to walk manually back to their own base, and you got Austerity pushing towards mid. LJW gonna come from behind. W is gonna be immediately procced, as that is going to be grand challenge. One more vital point. It's not gonna be enough, but at least here comes another possible fight in the jungle. But they back away and they're happy about that inhib being taken down.
I'm just not sure that Inferno Dragon was it worth it enough for Faerie Charm to try and contest that. Like, I understand that you don't want to give IE's third dragon over because then, you know, they're so much closer to Soul Point and then you really have to defend for the next dragon after that. So right now, at least it's split 2 and 2. But I'm not sure about that. I mean, IE, just the audacity to not only have the Fiora split pushing top side, gets the tower, gets the inhib, but they also have the Varus who's pushing the mid side wave as well. I think for IE, they knew that, oh, we don't want to fight. We're just kind of going to bait Faerie Charm into thinking that we might want to go for the 4v5 Drake fight, but actually we're also pushing the mid.
Oh, this is the replay you wanted to see. Okay, so it's a true shot barrage, but everybody's Nekodes immediately was so taken down low. Sivaski as well. It's pretty much the poke game for the side of IE, and they're pretty much satisfied with that setup.
I think that 2 members of Fairy Charm got hooked. So we saw the Nautilus. We saw Thresh hook someone over the Baron Pit wall, and then I think Nautilus also managed to hook Nicodus at the start of that fight. But you can see it's a bit of a split fight for Fairy Charm because they've got both Ezreal as well as Ezreal towards the top, more of the top side of that fight, and then Nicodus gets hooked, and Savaski's just kind of forced to try and back off towards Tribush, but after that happens, you know, no one's hitting the rest of the squad of IE, and it's just very easy cleanup for them.
Yeah, it was just... Again, I marinated that Atakan tussle. Another hook's gonna come through. Moves with the double hook alongside Born this way. At least able to join the squad, but the knock-up coming from the Yone. Celeste able to deal a lot of damage. Here comes Austerity coming from behind. It's hooks for hooks. The shifting sands even utilized, but he's strapped. It's cramped in the jungle. Savaski trying to run for the hills. Meanwhile, LJW has to deal with dust, or rather the other side. The other side of the spectrum, it is not good for the side of FRC.
Yeah, this is just bad from Fairy Charm. They're...
What?
Yeah.
What? What vital point tap HP? And now they finish the game!
Arcane Shift? What Arcane Shift?
What Arcane Shift? And here we go. It is Inferno Esports continuing their undefeated streak over here on the LCP Wild Card. Team Philippines still dominates the competition.
If you thought game 1 was a blowout game from the side of IE, I mean, we didn't see nothing until we saw game number 2. I think that was a 26-minute win, 10k gold up over by the end, just non-stop action. I know at the start of the game we were like, oh, where are the kills, make something happen, but by the last like 8 minutes or so, I think IE just once again turning things up and just going for the split pushes, going for the very good catches as well into the primary targets, very good target selection on their squad. And Fairy Charm, there was that one skirmish over in the bot side where we saw Azir with the very last Shurima shuffle right there. Savaski was actually free hitting on the right versus 3 people and doing barely any damage. Like, he was doing his best, and we saw the Azir trying to create space for the Ezreal to free hit, and even then it was nowhere close enough.
Yeah, it did feel like there were some chances. They were able to get off picks because Savaski was incredibly painful. The mid lane tussle where he was able to get double kills. But eventually I do feel like LJW was one of the reasons why that game was such a hard game for the side of FRC. But of course that concludes game number 2 of this series. We're going to toss it back to the analyst desk for the breakdown, Abigail and Contra.
Thank you to our babies, Redachu and also Rico. That was amazing from Inferno Esports. They play so clean, and I think the Fiora pick became very valuable for them.
Yeah, and they're showing a different side of them as well. We talked about how aggressive this team usually is throughout day 1, and today they're showing us a different kind of pacing, which, you know, plays a lot more around austerity, and they've got multiple win conditions, right? There's those easy setups in those team fights, and there's also that pushing prowess, and there's just so many brilliant mechanical plays that happen throughout the span of the match, from the mid lane to the top lane, bottom lane as well, where I just really want to touch on that top lane skirmish a little bit more, because we see that back and forth between the Gwen as well as Fiora. Let me dissect this in such a way that why this Fiora pick makes so much sense is that usually when you go up against Gwen, she's weak against those hard-hitting duelists. Like, Fiora is definitely the best call. So more often than not, you'll see the traits favor the Fiora, which you saw. She was sitting under the turret for most part, but that dive that went on was absolutely pixel perfect for dust to turret lights. But eventually, that kill still went over the side of LJW. So that was the top lane portion, and you saw how many times that they were trying to duel, and that Gwen needs to rely on hugging the turret to try to win the trade. So that wraps up the top side. Let's talk about mid lane though, because Celeste, I think like there was not too much that he could actually do about that Azir lane, because you just get free poked by that Azir every single time. But the impact from Celeste was actually that big setup over onto the Opticon, because in that fight alone, he's been able to really burst down Neko Desu in the blink of an eye, and that made that fight possible for them to eventually come up with an ace. And of course, bot lane, we saw a lot going on. And I think like Rayra did actually mention that it was really difficult for the side of Savasky to try to churn maximum output on his damage potential. And let's break it down for a little bit more. So I gotta slow the tempo for a little bit because this could potentially be a really good dive. But then again, it's a Gwen that we're talking about. She could just bring out the miss and try to turn it. He commits with the flash, but so does LJW. So as much as it was a 1-for-1, you still see that Fiora coming up ahead. And then this crazy prediction. This is definitely wow. I mean, this is the reason why moves is just so scary on the trash. It just provided that instant setup over the bot lane. And we talked about it before. One mistake is going to be very, very costly in this lane.
Yeah, and when you have a support like Whoops on your lineup players, basically the only thing that you do is just lay damage, as simple as that. Create a burst or maybe DPS damage towards your opponent. But I would like to talk about this kind of segment where FRC is supposed to be taking the void drops, but they couldn't.
Yeah, they couldn't really do it because they haven't really hit that level 6 power spike, whereas LJW is already level 7, you already have level 7 for Born this way, and we also had more and more of all these solo bolo action. This is the only chance where they got a little bit more clear space to play, but it was a little tough where you see it's all about really hitting all these skills at the right moment. As much as that ult really fully connected, but it was just too overwhelming with the snip. And finally, we move into those kind of big fights where this was the only moment where Savasky got that limelight where they've already burned their resources. And by doing so, when they try to escape, that true shot barrage did connect onto both members, eventually securing themselves a little bit. So all these kind of solo kills really add up. And then there was this game-winning fight, I would say, for the members of Infinity. They managed to get the snatch over onto Neko Desu, and then even despite the Chains of Corruption being burned very early in this matchup, the positioning of Austerity is just sublime, and that perfect shot coming in from the piercing arrows really sealed their fates overall.
Yup, and that was another upset for FRC. Despite they took down the Altacan, they just lose to 5 players, and that creates a moment when IE getting stronger during the late game.
Yeah, I mean, the catches were ridiculous. You saw moves coming in with those death sentence, and then honestly, there's not too much that can be rescued from that point onwards because, you know, most of the FRC members were nowhere close towards the red buff, and they really just had to, you know, let certain things slide. So that being said, though, Infinity Esports, they are still undefeated, and undeniably, they are looking like the best team to take the top spot.
Yeah, because FRC was turned down with IE with 0-2, and I would like to re-invite our babies, Rerachu and Riku DRR. So welcome back, babies!
Oh, thank you so much!
Called us baby, so I had to do it.
But it was a very lovely match to watch. I mean, that was a very intense between IE and Indeed with FRC. But we still have 2 more matches, but we're gonna take a short break. So make sure you guys still with us until we come back after the break.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand. And see how your story ends.
Go in for it, and here comes the steal
Between Worlds hanya menjadi pemisah dunia.
ตรงนี้ดินเวิร์ไฟหน้ามายังคงรอดชีวิตอยู่แต่ว่าไม่พอ
as well, and even full commit is sticking. Combo, but they should try to look for a combo here. The dragon is stolen away. Not yet, but the damage is gonna be enough. W does pick up Kratos.
You and Pikachu goes in, and here's the back set.
As the below in HP is gonna be taken down by Faerie already.
ตอนนี้เด็กคูณไปเรียบร้อยชิปเปอร์ชันเข้ามาออนรอบชาโด
Welcome back, Summoners, to the LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025. We are back for the fourth match between YDP versus AZUL. Still with me, Abigail, your host, and Contra as your analyst. But now we will change Riku with Madness and still with my baby Red Rat 2. Are you ready for YDP versus AZUL Madness?
Yeah, I'm excited for this. I think maybe this is the time we maybe get some points. We don't pretty much out of the competition, but now, like we were talking before, motivation is necessary. Like getting wins here, experience. This is a learning experience for the region, and I think it'll pay off very heavily in the future for SDL.
Yup, and I believe this is going to be very interesting too for Young Nepal as well, because they showed us a very big improvement today, and also they scored 1 point, which is left SAUL behind at the bottom of the standings. But this is also very good opportunity for SAUL to make it even if they can secure 1 point against YDP. But Contra, talking about YDP versus SAUL, what do you want to highlight about them? I mean, they have a very different playstyle. I mean, mean, YDP, yes, on the very first day, they weren't playing very aggressive. They're so passive, more like very respectful to their opponents. But today, they just came back to their sense.
Yeah, it really seems like these two teams, they've been quite dynamic on their improvements, and they've been able to really fix all these kinds of pain points where we eventually see today's victory for Yangdae Pao up against FRC revolves around, playing around a bit harder, and then you have more activations coming in from the top lane, from the mid lane, where Cruz as well as Bombchum was very heavily involved onto multiple setups. So the rest of Seoul Esports, I mean, Catbot as well as Infinity, they've been fantastic. We've also seen that improvement coming from the bot lane as well as RTO, where they've been able to go for that comfort pick. So I'm hoping to actually see them once again go for something similar, because those early game pickups coming from Seoul Esports look fantastic. Now it's more about how they translate that to a mid-game setup that's going to be able to really amplify them even further.
Yeah, because if we talk about the players from AZUL, and especially RTO, we cannot underestimate his Renekton, and I think this is something that YDP will respect to. So I'm afraid we will not see Renekton coming out on AZUL's hand, but still, not only RTO, we talk a lot about how Catbot can also carry the game for AZUL Madness.
Yeah, Catbot is one of those players. He was target banned quite heavily throughout every single series they have played. His Karin has been banned out. His Kiana also has certain matchups that he doesn't like to play. But even then, he's bringing out his champions, trying to do his best. I think we have to focus a lot more also on the mid lane, bot lane from the side of SATUL. They have been making steady progression. Even last series where Lotus on the Lucian gets the double bot side, it looks improvement-wise, even after a very shaky start with the Nami. I think if we narrow down those weak points, I think it'll be a great outcome for SATUL.
Yep, and for the duel from SAQL, I would like to mention as well. I mean, this is going to be a very interesting matchup within YDP itself, Rarachu, because both of them, yes, often use a scaling ADC.
Yeah, I agree. I think that for YDP, one interesting thing is, I mean, mathematically, we know that they can't quite crack into the top 3 already at this point in time because they are 1 and 5 and only the top 3 teams make it into tomorrow. But I think one interesting thing that we've seen them play around with is they're fully utilizing the fact that we have a multiple man roster. So today, we're seeing them go with Cruz as well as Bacon in for ZFAT as well as Jester on their side. And it kind of also does shift their champion pools as well. I mean, Bacon with the, I think his specialty champions more of like Bard, and then a bit more traditional with the Alistar and the Thresh. But I think a Cruz that we saw earlier today has definitely been making an impact with the YDP team. I mean, they did win that game 1 versus Faerie Charm earlier today.
Yeah, but back to the ban and pick section with YDP and also SAQL, and it seems like they just put 3 of respect ban towards each other. So we will not see Boomchang playing Aurora on the battle lane, but that leaves Yunara open for Nidogari Contra.
Yeah, I think this is definitely very interesting where they're kind of forcing a very new setup coming from both sides, right? So immediately we are looking at 2 different types of carries. I mean, there was that hover onto that smolder. They're still looking for that scaling, which is still pretty much essential for both sides of the bot lane. But instead, switching things up, it seems like teams SAUL, they want that high tempo. They want to get those engage going on. Very likely, we're going to see this Pantheon in the jungle.
Yep, during these 2 days, a Pantheon plays a very important role instead of in terms of ganking, and this is going to be a very big threat for YDP because the global presence from Pantheon will give a threat whether it's on the top lane or Nidogar as Yunara Madness.
Wow.
Ooh, the Zed hover, that's interesting coming out. I would like to see that come in, though that would make it so much interesting. Even Abigail's just nodding her head. Yeah, we definitely want it. It gets locked in.
Do it!
Okay, it's come in. And a Braum setup with it as well with the Yunaro. That's already a very strong bot lane as well.
Yeah, but that is very strong bot lane. I mean, like a Yunara weakness is the weakness of laning phase. So she needs lots of protection, to be honest, and also lots of hand to help her. But having Pantheon and also Kara for the team fight, for me, this is so horrible, too.
Yeah, I mean, Sivir Karma, it's just very traditional long range poke. You just want to make sure that you don't get poked out of the bottom side. I mean, YDP are running the Yunara as well as the Braum, so Yunara, of course, is going to have quite a bit of mobility as well. Even once she's like level 3 or so, she's going to be able to really try and dodge those Karma Qs, the Karma Empower Qs as well. So that'll be interesting to see just how safe S8UL as well as YDP want to play this, because Braum has that potential to be very aggressive. I think that we'll have to see whether what YDP want to choose for their jungle, and I think that will really show us just how aggressive they want to play, because we're thinking of the 2v2, but there's also the potential 3v3. I think that Pantheon combined with the Karma as well could make for some very scary ganking opportunities as well, especially if YDP don't tend to ward out their river as well. So we'll have to watch out for that. I'm so excited for the Zed though. I really wish that YDP could have let the cat through. I mean, come on. This series essentially, like, you're trying to play for like pride, right? It doesn't really quite matter in terms of the standings at the end of the day. Just let the cat through, man. And maybe game 2. Maybe game 2.
Game 2. Hopefully it goes
Manifest the game 2. But personally, I think the only job left for YDP is carefully pick champion for a Boom Chun-Li, because they indeed want to play revolves around Cruz and also Boom Chun-Li contra.
Yeah, and you know, they stole away that Mordekaiser that was being picked by Boom Chan early on. I would still say that it is not going to affect too much of his champion pool. I've seen him pull on things like the Aatrox. I'm not too sure if it actually bodes well if it's being matched up against Mordekaiser. But to answer back, they have a very oppressive lane. I mean, this Darius will just basically walk forward, and if you get caught by the hook and into the swings, it is going to be quite devastating. So we'll expect both sides to play very respectfully, but then again, I mean, these two teams, they love those early tempo in the solo lane, so we'll have to see how this one pans out. But that actually solidifies that this is a jungle Zed for YDP.
Yeah, jungle Zed for YDP, and I think this is going to be a Cruz work to help the dual lane of the YDP, because this is going to be very easy for Cruz to take down Infi, who actually take the server for a while for Lotus, and for AZUL they need to protect their dual lane as you know, as hard as possible. But that Silas last pick for me could be a very good counter attack for YDP, because Silas can, you know, just steal away which kind of useful abilities from YDP players in terms of big team fight preparedness.
Yeah, it is going to be on that. And we have seen Catbot at least once in this competition already play the champion, and he did get a solo kill in lane. That's where, you know, the Catbot does shine. He does try to go for the solo bolos for himself, try and get that, you know, aggression. That's why he gets targeted quite a bit. That's why Infi plays around him as well. And he has been a bit on and off during the season, during this series, depending on how he has been playing these champions. But I really like to see that Infi's bringing in the Pantheon. It's not something we get to see that much from him, or at least I have not seen him play that much. So let's see for some, you know, pretty nice ganks coming in, because this is yet again another very good early game jungler, and I'm expecting Infi to make some of these plays.
Yup, and I think the title of the match between YDP versus AZUL is gonna be whoever loses the early game momentum will most likely lose the game. So I think this is the very right time to toss it to our casters Madness and Reda to just take it away.
Yeah, this is looking a bit like it can be a bit spicy, especially with that Zed jungle come in. Okay, that was a nice flex coming in. That the Ari gives away, you know, the secret at the end, but I'm excited to see this play out. RTO did get his Mordekaiser, which I'm interested to see, because this is one where he was standing ahead to, like, his Mordekaiser in Renekton. That's pretty much what he's primarily known for in the top side. So he's getting allowed to play these champions, and I think this is the first time we're seeing that an opposing team is actually banning out other champions of SWL, not just catballs.
Yeah, I really think that YDP did their homework on SAUL, right? And it's really showing, because so like from the pick and ban phase as well, and just the type of champions that they're throwing out as well as banning. But before we get into the game, guys, we're going to take a look at both of these team intros. number 2 of the LCP Wild Card Playoffs between YDP and SAUL. Both of these teams mathematically don't quite have a chance to make it in through the top 3 for tomorrow, but I kind of feel that when you have no stakes left, that's where we might see the most exciting games. And I'm so happy that a lot of signature picks for SAUL are coming up, right? So RTO, the Mordekaiser for him as well. I'm so excited to see that. The Zed Jungle from YDP as well. Already looks like SAUL trying to go for a little bit of cheese up in the top side, setting 4 members atop, but
Oh, RTO
he's
spots
trying to get
out. He does.
yeah,
spot him
he's
out.
trying to get. They're trying to get the deep ward over there, but you know, YDP kind of have 2 people. They've got cruising around in between mid and top in the river bush as well to kind of spot that one out. So we'll see how this goes. I think YDP have definitely drafted themselves a very pick-heavy composition. Early game. Ooh, talk about early game. Ninja chip damage.
The chains do connect. The electrocutes are getting procced up, but you saw that SE12's vision was getting denied. Like you saw RTO was trying to go for it, but instead YDP, just look at how deep their vision wards are. And just on that note, look at Zed. He's going for the invade, and Infi has no idea whatsoever. His top side is going away. Zed's going to be taking the red buff for himself, and we already have a very explosive start to the laning phase in the mid and bot.
I think already bot side from the side of YDP being chunked down. You can see that Nidhogg is forced to use those very early pots. Meanwhile, the Ahri kind of healed up a bit with the pots as well. Neither mid lane have any form of sustain life, but the stun is going to land.
Stun does land.
Simba's gonna
Lotus
walk
just
it
barely
off.
stays alive. Kratos has to actually burn Flash. He's getting stacked up by the Braum. And what looked like maybe SE12 having slight priority early on is completely neutralized.
Yeah, I didn't see that closely enough to. I'm not sure whether Sivir skilled her E was forced to skill E for the health back on the shield at level 2. But early gank from Pantheon. That's gonna be first blood going over to SAUL. Very nicely done.
Yeah,
They
that
don't
was what he
know.
used for it. Cruz is coming back in. He wants revenge for his teammate.
Don't give him
gonna get a
red!
nice stun. The chains don't no! Catbot, but look who's here. Darius comes out from the fog of war. Catbot 1 HP dies to the bleed, and Darius is not done. The ghost flash popped. He even gets Infi at the end of the day. So yeah, first blood picked up by SE12, but instantly answered back by YDP, who are 1 kill away from feats of warfare.
And that's what we like to see here at the LCP. I love that the Observer gave us the Fog of War vision so we could see the cinematic of someone jumping out of the bush over in the middle to top side. But TP gonna come back out from Silas to come back into lane. Ari's probably gonna have to head back soon though, but we're gonna see the replay, and there's the charm not going to mean all that much when you are ganked 1 versus 2. Of course, single target charm, but for 2v1 ganked. The other person is just gonna come and clean up, and there's the follow-up gank as well. He has red buff. I think that Cruz maybe could have tried to play this a bit more safe because you yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't matter. They do get the kill onto Catbot, but what do I know? I mean, we love to see this type of aggression.
Yeah, but that's also just due to Wimchang Lee getting a very good roam coming out, recognizing that he has kill opportunities over the Catbot eats the electrocution proc from Raphael in the mid side. The chain token is going to connect on the minion. The charm does land though from Raphael, and the Q follow up as well. Catbot has to play this lane a bit safely on the top side. RTO being forced to flash away. All 5 stacks of the bleed were taking away. The Darius was looking for the kill opportunity, and the flash that Darius burnt in the mid lane, it's answered by RTO burning it in the top side. So now both are flashless, but Darius will be coming up around the level 6 timer as well.
Yeah, I think Silas is in a bit of a hard spot. So he does his electrocute, but it's going to be... Ooh, what? Oh, that was so close. Yeah, it's going to be like he's trying to maximize the combo and then trying to get the proc from the electrocute. So I think earlier, not this game, but the one just now, he was pushing in the minion wave into the tower, but then I think he realized that he was pushing it a bit too much and he was going to be susceptible to the Ari charm under the tower, which is why he backed away. Otherwise, I think that one-on-one would have gone very differently. He was just one tower shot away from going down. But you see the CS, he's down more than 10 CS already. The thing is, if he tries to take the creeps, he'll end up pushing out the wave, and that's not really... That's going to be more dangerous for him later on, I think, because YDP, they've got Ari, they've got Zed, you know, they want to play for the early game, so I think it would be a bit more dangerous for him. We're going to take a look at the skin. Oh, what? Why was Raphael still in lane?
Raphael was greeting quite a bit. Artio, nice E. Pulls away Cruz as well. Bumji Cruz trying to go for another kill on Artio. And Artio has not had the best of time in the top side. Has picked up a Bramble earlier on to deal with the healing that Darius is doing. Because Darius is pretty much chunking Artio underneath his own turret. And Artio can't actually answer back from much. But in the meantime, Catbot, yeah, picked up that solo bolo in the mid lane against Raphael. For Raphael greeting. And this might be another pick coming in here. No, but he just gets out of root lanes. Even the Mantra Q does not connect from Kratos. Catbot was looking, and this is Raphael is still level 5 without flash. So Catbot might be looking to go for the all-in as typical of the player. Captain Chase to connect, but look who's around the corner. Cruz is coming in. Catbot eats a turret shot as well. Raphael is very close to level 6, and Catbot steals the ultimate. Cruz shadows forward, ease in, but it's not enough. Infi might come in for the pick as well. Cruz is now the one having to head to the hills. Infi comes in, picks up the kill. Feats of Warfare claimed by C2L. Now Raphael left in no man's land. At least he's hit level 6, has the ult, has the dashes available. Nick Horror plus the Jester are coming into this fight, and the charm connects on Infi. That should spell his demise essentially over. It's not who ends up picking up the kill. It's going to be Nick Horror picking up. It's a very important kill going over to the Yunar on the bot side.
So, very messy, I think, from both of these squads. I like the aggression, I like the thinking behind what's going on, which is we're going to have our supports roam, we're going to just have, like, both of the supports go towards mid, roam around the river, see what they can get, but just very messy. I think that bit of a lack of vision in the bottom side jungle right there, which is why their jungler managed to disengage. I think it's I think coming off of the last series, especially, where we saw a lot of vision control being prioritized, where we saw if there was a jungle gank, it was because the vision had already been set up prior. So that's not quite what's happening in this game, but I do like the aggression and the roams.
Yeah, and I like Cruz. He denies even the second red buff from the side of Infi. And Kratos and Lotus are using that range, using that poke in the bot side. Even Lotus has picked up the curl that does wonders on Severe Plus. And we'll see in the replay exactly over here. Look at Catbot. Uses the Storm Ari ulti, goes in onto Cruz. Infi with the follow-up. And Raphael has hit the level 6, has his own ultimate for the dashes. But Infi, look at this. The charm connects. He can't do much in that situation. Maybe looking to pick up something for him. He's going for another stun. Almost got the kill onto Raphael, but the heal comes in from the Braum. So that just pretty much saves his life. And yeah, Nidogger is going to be happy with how that exchange went for them.
They're going to be able to translate this into a 8-minute early dragon over here at the start. Do have to pull a couple more members down towards the bottom side to make this happen, but it doesn't matter. They know they're safe. They know the Zed is still over in top side towards the river there, and ooh, bit of a flank from Raphael, but there's still a man down.
Yeah, this is a 4v4
Who's
technically at this point, but Infi's going back very low. Yunard claims the kill. The death mark is going to kill the life of Kratos on the backside, and Lotus doesn't have HP, doesn't have mana, but Raphael goes really deep, eats a turret shot for his troubles, and this is YDP, causing trouble to SC2L. SC2L thought they were the ones catching YDP out, but they did not see Raphael coming in with the flank, and Cruz immediately goes to the death mark. Kratos prioritizes the shielding champion on SC2L, and that provides the avenues that YDP now has the kill lead, and Catbot dangerously low on the mid side. Here comes the ultimate from Envy from the heavens. Jester, there's not many places this Braum can go. He's just pretty much biding time and dragging them to Darius. Again, the same bush. Again, the Darius pops out from the fog of war. This is deja vu, Jack in the Box moment coming from the Darius. The Q stacks, the bleed is enough. Plus, Nidhogger is actually the one who gets the kill. That's a very good kill being given over to rightfully so. ADC is going to scale so hard in this matchup, and Raphael on the bot side uses the TP for this game. So was like moment, and Lotus actually has no CC to prevent him from going anywhere.
What is going on? I mean, just so much happening across the board. I think earlier we did see Bom Chen. He was so far pushed up in the red side jungle as well. And the thing is, the Darius, he's 201. He's got that bounty over on his head. He's about 10 CS up off of the Mordekaiser. The thing is, it doesn't quite matter when you're going up against the Mordekaiser, because as Mord, even if you lose a lane early on, you're always going to have your ultimate to lock down one of the opposing carries. Very likely going to be Yunara or Ari if she maybe gets too close, but ideally you want to try and lock down the Yunara at the start of those fights. So no matter how far behind you fall in lane, especially versus Darius, it's not going to matter as much because you'll still be useful later on. So I think that SAUL, they do recognize this and they're trying to push advantages over in other lanes. So we're going to take a look at this replay of what happened.
Yeah, Jester comes pretty deep. The ultimate comes out from the Braum. Like, they're trying to capitalize on him, but Jester just never dies in that fight. And Cruz instantly chooses Kratos as the target. The death mark goes off fantastically. He picks the kill. And Raphael goes deep, and from the heavens comes Infi for the overextension by the side of YDP. They stayed too long in lane, and Infi's going to definitely make sure they pay for it. And then here comes the Darius from that exact same bush. This man pops the ghost, running in. Not many places Infi can go. The route, or the link connects from Kratos, lands it on the Cruz, but the damage is not there. Catport doesn't have much mana to go back into the fight either. So instead, it's just going to be the Pantheon dying, and that's the fourth death for, unfortunately, Infi already in this scene.
Yeah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I think SAUL have fallen for that bush trap twice so far. We'll see if that happens later on. I'm sure there's going to be another fight that breaks out soon over in the river anyway, over in the top side towards the objectives. But right now, a lot of pings going down towards bot. There is the Braum over in the bottom side, though, to protect Nidhogg. So we will see. Pantheon might want to make this a 3v2, but over in top side, Bongchan once again on the wrong side of the map is forced to flash the other way, doesn't have the ghost available. But as you can see over on the minimap, there's no red wards over in the river at all from the side of SAUL, which is the reason why Darius has been able to be pushing into SAUL's jungle twice now in the last few minutes, because they can't punish.
He's going to be jumping in, but he's 2 levels behind Cruz, honestly. But Cruz has been separated completely from his team. Uses the shadows, actually, to use the deathmark, and he had left a shadow before. He jumped back to position, get out of it. Catbot's going in, but I don't think he can honestly catch anybody at this point. He had used the stolen Ari ultimate, but it's to no avail. Nothing much can be said. But because of what Cruz did in the early levels, Infi is very far behind in terms of XP, in terms of camps compared to the Zed.
Yeah, absolutely. And also just the fact that there's so much disengage on both of these squads makes it really hard to try and lock someone down when you go for something like that. You've got the Ari, Zed, Yunara all very mobile, as well as the Karma, also Silas and Sivir. So, he's got double buff though. You don't want to give that up.
Oh, but a nice sidestep on the chains, though, honestly, coming in from Catbot. It doesn't connect, and Infi is going to be so pissed on the top side that his dread was taken again. But in the meantime, Braum ultimate coming in. Braum's walking up. Braum wants that kill onto Infi, but it's going to be Raphael claiming it with his Q. Raphael's going to flash over the one of the charm connects. One more out of the Braum stacks come in. Catbot doesn't have many mana, and the dunk comes in from Darius. The ghost is being popped. The E, the apprehend to pull back Kratos, and a double kill for the top laner of YDP.
Yeah, disaster for the side of SAUL. What started off as them just looking to clear out the control ward over in the top side mid brush, just it turned into them giving up 2 kills right there. I think they really just thought, they're gonna clear out vision, maybe just poke mid and support a little bit, but didn't expect it to get caught by the charm from the Ari and then the follow-up from the Braum as well. I think YDP, they're about 3,500 gold up right now. So we were talking about how in picks and bans they need to push the early game advantage. There they are in top side again. Will they dive this? They have enough numbers to juggle. Yep, so they're gonna get that one nicely, with the Cruz making it out safe as well. We are past the 13-minute mark though, so no tower plates available left for them. But as we're talking about, YDP they know what their win conditions are, which is push the early game, roam around the map to get those advantages, and they've been doing that very well.
Yes, Exactly, they have been doing it very well. RTO can't take extended fights, honestly, against this Darius, because Darius will always come back on top, especially after Shogun has been completed. RTO doesn't even have his dry lights to get the slows and keep the spacing, but the Death Realm goes in, and the flash forward by RTO with the bonk from the Q, but the heals are still coming from Team Changli, even through the Bramble Vest, but another missed Q by RTO might spell trouble. Team Changli does not have any mana, the E does not connect, the pullback from RTO is not there, and Gestures come in from the side, a nice decisive on the Q, but here comes Catbot. He flashes in, has the death mark, pops that one, gets the kill, and RTO is coming back for even more. But Nidhoggers joined in. This is an outnumbered fight that you do not want to be in SCTUL, and exactly so RTO pays that price. Who's going to claim the kill of Catbot? That's going to be Raphael. And what looked like SCTUL might come out on top quickly turned into a man numbers game for the side of YDP, where they even end up picking Rift Herald up.
So saving grace for SAUL is that they did get the bounty onto the Darius. I think it was 700 over gold right there, so definitely a good pickup from their side, although SAUL did pay quite a big price for that one. I think 3 deaths as well as the Herald for them. But that's the thing, because you saw at least 2 members of SAUL, they had to shoot their skill shots blind into the Fog of War, into the bush, to try and get the kill onto the Darius, because they just don't have the vision. And that's the 3rd time, right? Because ain't no way you let Darius walk into your jungle twice, and then you also, like, you can't punish him when you're trying to chase him, because it's just all Fog of War for you. I think that, you know, if SAUL want to take something back with them in terms of after this competition, might be just, you know, that vision control for them. I think that's been just one thing, you know, we've noticed in the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, and I think
See, look at this.
would have actually even
They're
mana, yeah.
right there. They think he's running up, and then after that, I think the chains are that, yeah, as well. It's just he has to shoot that blind, and then he gets the shutdown.
Yeah, and that's after Catbot even wasting flash to go in very deep to get much for himself. And he's going to give up his life. Raphael gets that kill to the R. He's going to get another kill, especially with that Orb of Deception. In the meantime, in the mid lane, Lotus goes down. Cruz is on a rampage. A TP is coming in, as well as Infi from the heavens. Actually, a double TP because it's Catbot plus RTO. They're going to get the kill out of Nidhogger just about, but Catbot keeps a bunch of turret shots, but he has his own Spirit Rush that has stolen. But the charm yet again connects him to Infi. This seems to be the story that is always happening. Infi goes slightly bit too deep, always ends up taking the charm coming from Raphael, and then they end up dying. And in the meantime, Darius is just split pushing. He's just going to be doing his job, and the tier 1 turret in the mid lane is going to fall once the Rift Herald has been summoned here.
Yeah, they have to give up the mid-side tier 1. I'm not sure if SAUL really wanted to fight right there, because they wanted to save their mid-tier 1 from going down, right? But then they were the ones who engaged on YDP. I think YDP maybe slightly had been greeting for that before they had dropped the Herald. So maybe in a different world, SAU8 perhaps don't engage for that fight and they wait for YDP to come towards them, perhaps.
Yeah, that is a lot of There's a lot of fighting happening in the jungle. The red buff obviously too well. And it looks like RTO has taken Cruz all the way to Brazil over here, but can he get the guy? The Cruz with the move actually, the shadow being used. But Cruz will end up going down once the realm does finish. Another shutdown actually going over to Catbot. But they are not done from YDP, but I think they should be backing out. It's a 4 versus 5. They at least should respect when they have the man numbers not in their favor. They're just instead going to be moving towards that Drake side while the resets are coming in for SAU.
The thing is, SAUL have the teamfight composition, they have the scaling composition also. So I feel that, I mean, they are down about 5,000 gold, which is not great, pre-20 minutes especially. But I just think if we look back to 1 or 2 team fights ago when they weren't perhaps so much in the deficit. We'll take a look at this replay. I think at this point, you just, I think maybe you wait for YDP to engage on you. They haven't dropped Herald yet, and you kind of try to fight underneath your mid-side tier 1, maybe.
Yeah, he can. But Infi, that's what I'm talking about. The charm just keeps on connecting to him. He seems to be a charm bracket in most of these fights. And he is using, you know, his ultimate pretty well, right? The Grand Starfall is coming in very good times, plus the double TP. So you had 3 members just pop out of nowhere over there. But the death mark on Kratos, and it doesn't even need the death mark to finish it. It's just for the last bit of HP, and then a kill going over to Cruz. And this is the problem with the Zed. He's just going to completely always try and go for these assassinations on Lotus and Kratos. It's just never going to be able to live.
Yeah, they're going to also pick up the Cloud Dragon for their efforts, but that's the thing, right? Because as SAUL, you know that YDP want to play for picks, but their jungle, their own jungle, is not safe. So the thing is, they walk into their jungle, they try to farm up their own jungle camps, and then they get picked off by YDP. They lack the vision, and they lack the map control to be able to do what they want, and they're just letting YDP fulfill their win con.
Yeah, YDP are fulfilling their win con. That Yunara is really strong as well, right? Over here, he has 2 kills to your name. I think the kills have been reset.
Yeah, and she's finished both her items and boots also.
Exactly, she's finished.
Yeah,
Plus the Runes Arcane's enough, but this might be Bumchim getting caught out. He's on the sideline going for his own split push. He's being taken into the death by RTO, and once that finishes, that should be a kill going over to him. And that ultimate, so much damage to RTO. I think if he did have a grapple, if he didn't have the armor, that should have been a kill, maybe even going over to Boomshaggy. And he bought so much time for his side, but this has brought everybody from SC12 to the bot side. So this should be an Atakan also for them.
Yeah, but one thing for the side of YDP that maybe might come back and get them in the future is that they have Ghost, we mentioned it like in the first few minutes of the game, on their Darius instead of the TP. So if you're going to play that split push like that, it's really hard for you to get into the fights. The Ghost, of course, is good in the 1v1, 1v2 sort of situations, but in terms of the team later on, not as good. But 4v5 down in bot.
4v5 down in the bot side. This is not looking good right now for their members, but they are trying to do as much as they can. Kratos will be going down in this fight as well. A double kill for the Yunara, a triple kill for Cruz, as YDP are asserting their domination. An ace coming in for them, and the only one that was a casualty was Nidhogger, and they're not going to mind that because it's another tier 2 for them, maybe even compression tier 3. The timer is not there, it's still shallow in their death timers, but SCUL are still finding it tough to find a standing in this matchup.
Yeah, it's so hard for SAUL to try and stem this bleeding right here. You can see 5v4, they think that they have a shot already out of time, chunked down so low, but RTO just dies super early on in the fight. I think he didn't have his ultimate available either, which was why, I mean, you do have a man advantage, but if your Mordekaiser doesn't have the ult, you can't lock down someone on the squad of YDP, then that's pretty much one person minus from the side of your team. I think also just the goal difference at this point, YDP are so far ahead that honestly, they can probably still take those 4v5 fights.
Yeah, that is actually something that can be on the book, especially if Cruz is there. He instantly takes out a member anywhere, so it makes it mostly a 4v4 the way this is basing it out. And the Yunara is pretty fed. She has very good peel for herself as well. The Kraken, the Ruins Hurricane, even another BF sword for that Infinity Edge, while Sivir has just a... It is barely behind in terms of pace and goal difference. Look at the goal difference between both junglers. 3.6k in favor of Cruz, and he is still 2 levels above Infi.
Yeah, Zed hits like a truck at this point in time. He's 9-2-4, he's going for lethality, he has the extra bit of movement as well from the Yomu's, so honestly, he could just pop up anywhere out of Fog of War and just ult your face, and you're probably going to get deleted off of the face of Summoner's Rift. So I think the earlier team fight also, when we looked at the damage graph, it was by far and away Zed with the highest damage output at the end. And we were saying RTO with the Mordekaiser ult. Hold up,
but he did this. They again.
Chunk backline.
Again, he deletes Kratos. Kratos can't live, and look at this. Catbot is just trying to survive because now he has Raphael and Nidhogger on him. Nidhogger is going to claim the kill of Catbot. Infi and Lotus can just look on as their tier 2 will meet destruction. On the bot side, Darius is still going to be keeping his push, and RTO is going to have a very hard time managing it. And this crash connects to the Realm of Death, channeled by RTO, and here comes Infi from the heavens with the Grand Slam. But as soon as the Deathworm finishes, again, the flash actually gets used by Darius. He was trying to dodge the bonk from Mordekaiser, but unsuccessfully. At least RTO gets another kill for him, and it's maybe a silver lining given how this matchup has been going.
Yeah, they do get the kill onto Bumchen. I think he had about 200-ish gold shutdown, so nice little bit of change going into S8UL's pockets right there. But I mean, just think about what they expended in that fight as well. They now no longer have the Pantheon ultimate available. I think that RTO also uses ultimate for that. In fact, thinking back to the catch onto Bumchen a bunch of minutes ago, I think that was also when Mordekaiser had used his ultimate, which is why in that 5v4 versus Huracan, he didn't have the Mord ult available, which is just such a key thing. If you're going to use it on these picks, sure, you do get one kill, you do get a tiny shutdown, but what about your 5v5? That's what you drafted for.
Yeah, but here comes Cruz. He's trying to steal away the Drake, but unsuccessfully. It goes over to the hands of Infi, and this is the fight without Darius, man. You didn't have a TP to come in for it. Infi goes, gets the stun on Raphael on the backside, but Nidhogger is doing damage. He's been left alone, but finally he goes down. But there's 3 members dead from S8UL, and it's not long for the rest of them. Only Infi stands, but he stands no longer. He also ends up beating the Grayskin with the rest of his team. And yet again, Nidhogger is the only casualty in these fights. Yes, you do get the Drake, but you're going to give up so much more afterwards. And mind you, this was technically a 4v5 for a majority of it, and Cruz almost even got the steal for himself.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, S8UL maybe want to think about the next game. I just don't really see a viable way for them to come back into this one, since they're about 9,000, 9,500 gold down. YDP do have both lanes, mid and bot, pushing in their favor, but oh, Bumchen might have stayed a bit too long. Cruz also.
Cruz gets a taste of his own medicine, the stolen death mark being used onto him, and yes, you do pick up the kill for the guy staying too long at that point, as well as Bumchen goes down for his 4th death of the game. The TP from RTO go topside, gets some pressure, maybe even pick up a tier 1, and it looks like this might even be Baron for the side of S8UL right now, given that there are 2 members down. Yeah, but now just taking a look at how this Drake fight went over here, Arya.
So, pretty split fight. I think YDP, bunch of members low. You can see Cruz over in the backside, knows he can't get over. But oh, it is going to be a fight at the Baron after all. Lotus goes down really early at the start. Nidhogg gotta be careful. It gets blown up once again for the 2. YDP trying the rest to back out. But it is going to be the shutdown onto the Brahma as well. And Raphael, last one standing. He's not gonna make it out of this one. And for everyone, shut down onto the Ahri also. I'm not quite sure what YDP were thinking right there. They knew that Bumchen as well as Cruz had overstayed their welcome over in the base of S8UL earlier, so they knew that if they wanted to pick a fight at Baron, it would have been a 5v3, but they opted for the fight anyway. S8UL though, they do get pushed off from Baron because they know that there's not enough time, and both the Darius and Zed have already come up. So once again, S8UL are kind of pretty much stuck in their base. They do have top as well as bot waves pushing out slightly for them, and they did manage to get a bit of vision around the mid side as well. So their jungle is a tiny bit safer right now, but yeah, they're down about 6,000 gold right now, actually. They brought that lead. They cut that lead by about 4,000 gold.
Yeah, but at least they did also prevent Baron from going, and they've even catch on to Bumchen yet again. He seems to be the target. They always focus. The death mark being used onto Cat, but he's getting locked up in place. He doesn't have stasis anymore. His Jonas was used in the last fight. A good 3-man ultimate by the Braum. Not that many members. Raphael's come from this side. The charm connects yet again onto Infi, who ends up meeting the gray screen. Only RTO, Lotus, and Kratos left alive for the hopes of S8UL in this game number 1, and that's also not longer. Only Kratos survives, and he should be going out for triple kill for the Yunar. Nidhogger is going massive, 11-4 and 14. Nidhogger and Cruz have just been doing a ton of damage in these fights. Bumchen Lee has been a lot of the scapegoat that allows S8UL to be very safe going into fights, with them being 5v4. But it is still an YDP that is so strong that the 5v4 does not even matter.
Absolutely, and with that, YDP I think are finally going to close out the game at the 28-minute mark. I mean, it was written on the walls, right? I think about 15 minutes in already, YDP, they drafted for the early game, they drafted for those picks and the early to mid game snowball, and that was exactly what they did. I think that SAUL kind of got baited into playing YDP's game. Usually if you have this sort of team composition with the Mordekaiser, Silas, Sivir, Karma, Pantheon, you have such a good 5v5 team fight scaling composition. It doesn't matter if you're 2,000, 3,000 gold behind going into the late game, because with your composition, 3,000 gold, you're pretty much even by the time you get to the team fighting spot. But I think SAUL, they just played at the pace of YDP, and that ultimately led to their downfall.
It did, and they didn't even get much starts as well. And every single time they were going for Brimchang and they're trying to get some plays off of him. But Cruz is so fed, Nidhogger is so fed. Like 3 members, Cruz, Raphael, Nidhogger, have above 25k damage in this matchup over here. And unfortunately for Kratos, every single time Cruz saw him, he just pretty much deleted him off the map.
Yep, but guys, we're going to welcome back Abigail as well as a Contra to hear their thoughts on what just happened.
As usual, thank you so much to our fellow casters, Mathis and Redachum. Welcome back, Contra, our analysts. And I think the very first thing that I would like to point out is the almost trolling from YDP.
The keyword is almost. I mean, I'm glad that they still had it in the back. And overall, I do absolutely agree with Rayra. I mean, overall, I felt like SAUL, they don't really have to play towards the kind of tempo that YDP was playing on. Because the first couple of things that they got it right was, you know, the efficient start coming in from the Zed to actually go in for the invade, take the red buff. So when that first blood happened, yes, surely they got Catbot ahead and they thought, hey, maybe we can actually turn this into something. But a lot of the times that they try to actually go aggressive, it instantly gets punished in return because of, you know, the good map reads coming in from Cruz. And there's just multiple bot gangs that really went towards the favor of YDP because of the presence of the Zed. The problem is, like, you can't really deal with it. And for most part, I do absolutely agree. Like, what you really need to do on that bottom lane for the Sivir as well as the Karma was just basically hold, soak in the waves, and you just basically play for that late game skirmishes. But that didn't really went all according to plan when every single time that visit comes through. Somebody's got to take the L, right? It's whether it's Lotus or Kratos, but it was just that big build up. And when it comes down to certain skirmishes over the mid game, what I really love for the fact is that over on the top lane matchup, I think RTO held his ground well, but Bomchan Lee does it better, right? The moment that you have this Darius bullying the lane, I mean, he's just shoving waves after waves, it allowed Bomchan to come in with those early game roams that has really brought Mass Effect onto, you know, all these big pickoffs, really putting Cruz ahead alongside with Raphael. So we go back into what really went on. So that was the first blood. They stayed a little too long, eventually got punished for it. Seems so SAUL though, I mean, they've been able to get these dragons in the early game, but once again, they're focusing onto the Braum. Jester could actually tank it, and he did manage to survive towards the tail end of it. And that allowed the rest of YDP to, of course, extend this fight, going in for a deep dive to be able to actually reap more rewards.
Yep, and I really loved the way you were pointing out about the performance of Boom Chanli. Yes, I think Boom Chanli did a very good job back at that lane, because he, even though he doesn't kill Mordekaiser that much, but still, the way he managed to make the balance of the battle lane, it kind of lift up the Cruz burden a little bit.
Yeah, and I think like there's definitely a few things that they really have to take care of for the side of SAUL. Like, they kind of over-aggress in certain matters, and then you see insta punishment. Raphael flashes over the wall, and it was just beautiful setup coming in, and Boom just always perfect in position, securing that double kill. On top of it, I think like there was definitely certain chances where Sola has been able to seek those kind of avenues. They did manage to get the shutdown in return, and you thought, hey, Catbot should be back, but look at that kind of choke point that they really put themselves into. There's just no way that they could actually get out of. So yeah, I just felt like Team Soul, they kind of have a little bit more of that one track mind that, oh, they definitely need a little bit more of that plan B. And then this fight, I gotta pause this for a second here, because this actually allowed those members of YDP to really get a big Ace, all thanks to the Braum coming in with that massive glacial fissure.
Yep. The massive desert fissure that connects to 4 people that actually make it YDP become stronger by the late of the game. But to be honest, I think like AZUL actually have lots of everything they need to win the game, but they just couldn't maximize it.
Yeah, I mean, like, you saw so many of all of these choke points being set up. Initially, when they dove over on the wall, I mean, when they cut right through, try to land the steal, you can see that majority of all these YDP members can just close right in. Cruz has been able to also come in with the wraparound as well. So this really prevented Seoul from really going out of that area. So despite, you know, them actually securing whether the objective or not, there's no way that they can actually walk out alive out of this fight. So they were forced to commit, and that kind of commitment did really put them into a good spot.
Yep, and that was a good spot that YDP really needs to execute the fight. And I mean, this also happened not only once but twice, and especially I really love the moment when YDP counter-attacked the AZUL's I think slashed.
Yeah, and I definitely do think that this was that one moment where they've been able to eventually get something in return. And what they really have to do is after securing all these kind of kills, you got to go in for the big reset, because they were a little bit too late to also start off the Baron overall. But instead, they kind of overstayed a little bit more, and the rest of the other members of YDP, they come in with even heftier punishments when they are pretty much stacked up all together, allowing Nidhogg to get those beautiful angles on the Transcendent form. So eventually it was just that death ball for YDP to get their closure.
Yup, and that was executed beautifully by YDP, because they always put a fight in a very good choke point. So AZUL have no escape through the glacial fissures. And let's welcome back our casters Madness and also Red2, because we are preparing for the second game between YDP versus AZUL, and I believe this is going to be very exciting, because AZUL indeed really need a point to break through the 0 score in the bottom of the standings. Madness.
Yeah, SC2L, I think this is the last game they're going to play. So is YDP for right now, because like we talked about, mathematically they cannot move to the next stage. So for YDP, they've still won a couple of games. SC2L still have it. So this is going to be SC2L, the backs against the wall, trying to get that one win that will make sure that they have made some progress. Because I think they have improved quite a bit throughout this entire tournament, right? Essentially, the entire gameplay that's coming in. They are matching in lanes. RT was suffering quite a bit earlier on. This time was matching. Unfortunately for him, RT just roamed. That Darius Roam got those 2 kills earlier on, and then you can't match him in lane. You can't do much about it. But other than that, I think there has been quite a bit of improvement for them, and hope to see that maybe it accumulates into this next game and see what can come from it.
Yeah, I mean the pick, the champion pick from SZUL, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean you have a very solid gameplay with Karma and sort of Anthem, but it feels like even though they have anything that they need in the team fight or in how to win the game, they just couldn't maximize it or utilize it, because you have these strong abilities on team fight, but I don't know what happened with the SZUL, because they often to lose the game during the team fight regard too.
Seems like you're muted.
Yeah.
Oh my god, am I back? Testing.
Yeah, you're back.
I'm back. All right. Yes, as I was saying, I think that for SAUL, looking forward to game number 2, I think that they have a very important decision to make, which is what are they going to draft and will they play according to that draft, right? So game number 2, either draft a team fighting composition and make sure you stick to that plan, play for the team fighting composition, or you do what YDP did in game number 1 and then go for that early game comp if you want to play that early game style. I think that SAUL still have a lot of cards on the table right here. We were saying game number 1, we saw a lot of very cool signature picks from them earlier on, but they do still have a whole bunch of picks. Maybe Cat will be open. You know, RTO still has the Renekton, the Ambessa that they could play. Infi as well plays a pretty mean Sinjao. Is J4 also that we could potentially see. So I think they have options, but they just need to make a decision and stick to that.
Yeah, but well, to be honest, I feel like also YDP and SAUL have some very similarity within the winning conditions of them. Like they highly rely on the jungle and also a Battlenet. So I think this is going to be very good strategy too for SAUL if they want to, prioritize their Battlenet control.
Yeah, I definitely do think that maybe if they do secure something that could actually hold the lane well enough or even put pressure towards Bombchan Lee, then those kind of roams won't happen. I mean, overall, you just gotta also deny some of all these pickups in that sense. So this banning phase for the side of the members of SAUL is going to be pretty crucial. Like, maybe take 1 or 2 things off the list and they should be good to go.
Yep, and to be honest, I sort of feel like that YDP's respect bans towards the SAUL's prime pick is very useful for them, but I would like to see what will SAUL do in this last game of them, I believe, because this is going to be very important. I mean, we haven't been able to see SAUL's securing a game so far, and this is going to be very bad for them, even though they are the US region in LCP Wild Card Playoffs, though they have a very big potential. I mean, I still find a problem with their late game, but I feel like there's also an improvement during the middle game because they managed to do a counter attack and it's even make YDP kind of slowed down during the first game madness.
Yeah, it's also a bit in these team fights the prioritization they're going for, right? You could see Infi's jumping on the back line, but it's not in way the coordination the way he's trying to make the plays coming out. And that's the synergy between Catbot and Infi. Like a lot of times the plays are made around that middle lane. RTO's been pretty much left to his own devices in the top side, right? Not getting much love from the jungler, and Infi's trying to make the plays here where he thinks he can actually get those opportunities. But unfortunately, I think that prioritization is something just not sitting right when they are going for the next, because you can see that they are very divided about what they want. They're in 2 minds about what they want to go for the play, and they are getting like they got pitted a couple of times when they thought the Darius is dead, right? It's a 4v5, but they're not realizing their strength is so far behind the side of YDP in that matchup at that time.
Yep, and I think for SAUL, they probably can prepare a better draft for YDP. To be honest, I don't really find it very competitive with the drop of a YDP because it's just like more like a cover pick and then more like a solo queue pick. But to be honest, I feel like it is also only YDP can play that type of composition during this LCP Wild Card Playoffs. By the way, let's see on the ban and pick section for the last game of SAUL and also YDP. Still respect ban towards each other, right at you.
Leave the cat open, you cowards! I paid good money to come watch the show. I paid no money. Sorry, guys. Anyway, thanks for watching this broadcast, all of you. All this great free content we've got available for all of y'all watching. But anyway, it is unfortunately going to be the Respect Katarina ban coming through. I mean, I get it. You know, YDP, they want to play safe. It is their last game of the day. I think that even if they do win this series, if they do end up 3-5, unfortunately, because we have 3 teams who already have at least 4 points coming in from yesterday, and Faerie Charm got their 4th win earlier today, so they won't be able to make it through. But I mean, we do see the Volibear as well as the Aatrox. Ooh, this is gonna be exciting. I love the Volibear. I know Contra loves Volibear.
Yeah, I mean, some people also say that I look kind of like Volibear sometimes, so I mean, jokes aside, I mean, if this is gonna be the kind of matchup, like, between the Volibear as well as Aatrox, it can very well be Volibear favorite in the sense of sustain, but then again, it's a very technical matchup where you cannot afford any kind of mistakes. But I've seen Bombchan, I mean, he's a friend of mine. He carried dozens of games with this Aatrox pick, so I'm actually super excited because, you know, he is a very impressive laner when it comes down to how he actually plays on an Aatrox.
Yeah, I'm just going to be very all comforting from YDP, I believe, and for ZUL to deny Boomcham's latest pick. I think that leaves Boomcham to pick the Aatrox that I always wish to be used by Boomcham during this LCP wildcard. And that Kai'Sa pick also very a strong point from AZUL because Kai'Sa provides a very good sustainability during the late game as well as the burst damage, and also for the laning phase. It's not really that weak because she has a very fast clearing lane madness.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I think Lotus will feel much more on pace with the champion. Depends what Kratos is going to be pairing in the bot side, but Infi pulls out the Viego. Okay, that's going to be interesting because like Infi's got a pretty big pool, and this is something that he does honestly like playing, but we don't get to see him much because he usually sticks to the J4, the Zinja, to help out his limbs, like we've been talking about with him and Catbot on that side, right? And talking about a bit about RTO, right, on the Volibear, I think his third most played champion after Renekton and Mordekaiser is going to be the Aatrox. So I think he's going to understand how to maybe play the matchup well in terms of what he has to be looking out to do for himself. So other than that, I think still he's going to have a hard time. His Volibear might not be on the same level as the rest of his champions, but yeah, let's just see what he can make out.
Yeah, but to be honest, I kind of expect YDP to pick Jin instead of Corki. But yeah, Corki is what much more safer options for YDP in terms to have a matchup with Kai'Sa. But Jin could be a good option too for YDP because the current call will set a perfect game for them. But let's move to the next main phase. No Nautilus, and for AZUL, I think this is going to be very important for AZUL to, you know, deny every single champion that could take down Kai'Sa and also Viego Rerachu.
Yeah, I think that both these teams have drafted some pretty good flexible options. So for SAUL, you've got the mobility coming in, and then for YDP, I think that they're showing a lot of the cards on the table. Where you've got Orianna, you've got Corki. Sure, Corki, you know, 1-2 item going to be power spiking, but I think that they're showing that, you know, they really want to put some, maybe not all, eggs into the Aatrox basket for them. So I think that level 6 in particular will be pretty exciting for both of these teams. I'm just not sure how aggressive that they both will play it, but we will have to see the last 2 picks. But you know, support, maybe they could go for YDP, especially draft a bit more frontline hard engage to synergize with the Aatrox to start off the team fights, or maybe YDP as a whole might want to go more poke heavy with the Corki, with the Orianna. So we'll see.
Yeah, and for YDP, after Jester using Braum, probably one of the best matchup for Corki is Ali. Ali is a good pick, but I was thinking about another tank like no Leona, or probably Jester. Jester could use Zac support, but no Zac support. So that leaves to AZUL, which kind of support that they wanna pick, but I pick it towards the YDP contra.
Yeah, and YDP, I think what's really missing here is a jungler, right? What better way than to actually bring something like a Vi, where it's an ease of execution for you to just go in with a cease and desist into a shockwave. That's a grand idea, but then again, you also do have the trash, so that becomes maybe a nuisance to deal with. And on top of that, doubles it down with Qiyana. So, this is definitely going to be some high-tempo game that we're going to be seeing from the side of So. But then again, execution-wise, is it going to be the easiest? Not really. Conditions need to be met. So I hope that we get some big muscles being flexed here by Catbot.
Yeah, but YDP just take a Talon as the last pick? Madness, how do you feel about it?
That's interesting, the talent pickup. I'm more excited about the Qiyana coming in for Catbot. This is something that he has a lot of prowess on, or something that people really fear from him, especially in our own region. It's pretty much always banned out. If the cat's not banned, it's definitely the Qiyana's getting banned out. And I'm not sure why they've left it open. Maybe prioritizing direct and not going to the hands of RTO is essentially on the other side, because even yesterday's series, the Qiyana was banned out against Catbot. So at least we get to see him on one of those champions. He doesn't sometimes like to play mid because there's a lot of matchups that don't go in his favor, but he's finally going to be bringing it out for his last game here in the Wild Card Playoffs, and I can't be more excited.
Yeah, well, I'm also very excited to see, because I feel like the AZUL want to try to push a very high tempo towards the YDP, and YDP feels like have no any other options aside from following that. But let's see what will happen in the very last game between YDP and also AZUL. So Madness and Rarachu, just take it away.
Thank you, Abigail and Contra. I think that what we've seen from this game number 2 draft, I'm personally very excited. I feel as if it's almost like SAUL and YDP have swapped what they were going for in game number 1. So this time around game 2, we're seeing a very pick-heavy sort of composition from SAUL instead with the Kiana. The Kaisa kind of will, can execute, but yeah, I gotta wait till past level 6 as well. But it does open up a lot of options on the map in terms of mobility, whereas YDP have a very good teamfight focused composition with the Orianna and the very good pickup of the Alistair at the end to synergize with the Aatrox if they do want to go for those head-on fights. What do you think?
I honestly have to agree with you, but like this is exciting, especially the talent pick for the jungle later on. You can already see what Cruz can do on Assassin like the Zed. Let's see what he does with the talent with even more mobility, just hopping over walls, gets a kill, hops back over. He's gonna be having like free reign depending on how these lanes will be going out for him. But I can't wait to jump into this action for this game over here.
Take a look once again at the lovely team intros. And with that, folks, we are on the rift for the final map for YDP as well as SAUL. This will be their very last game here at the LCP Wild Card Playoffs, and I'm super excited. I'm not sure which way this is going to go. Will SAUL play that revenge game and pick up their first point, or will YDP close this out 2-0?
Exactly. And like you said, this is the last match either of these teams will be playing in this competition right now.
Yeah.
They cannot play us, unfortunately, right now. And Infi last time was, the guy who had to suffer because of what Cruz did earlier on, took his red buff away and took the second red plus the third one pretty much into those bushes. So this time Infi is going to be defending his top side, right? You can see he's just waiting to see if Cruz just makes the same move. But I don't think Cruz is going to do the same thing.
It's the PTSD, and the T stands for talent. Bad joke. My bad. I'm sorry. But anyway, we saw at the start of the game, I think Cruz was trying to go for something fishy in the mid lane river, but they had his number. They had about 2 people over there just to make sure. So nothing too exciting over at the level 1. We are going to see a lot of chunk damage though this early, and both mid laners forced to pop their pots.
Pots getting popped bot side. Kratos and Lotus have got that pressure. I haven't actually seen Kratos play that much Thresh, honestly. He was known to be the guy with, the support kind of engages, but it was never Thresh. It was always a Nautilus, a Leona, or a Rel. That's what he's going for. And Thresh is probably the least played out of in competitions from him from supporting edges. So it's going to be interesting to see how these hooks will be connecting from this man in the bot side. But already Catbot going in for Raphael. Nice electrocution. But Raphael gets the face rush. Coming back, the autos do a lot of damage on the Orianna as well. So this is a match that's going to be feisty. It's about who makes the smallest mistake first to claim the victory.
Yeah, as you said, very good electrocute proc from Catbot right there. Of course, both mid laners, no more pots left. I think that the thing with laning for the Orianna in the early game is you really want to maximize the use of your passive, because you get the stronger auto attacks there with your passive, and that generally helps you with poke if you're going to get close enough in range. But it's going to be a bit dangerous as always if you want to get into that closer range of Kiana. But early game, gank coming out from Cruz. They have the deep ward, but I don't think... Yeah, they're going to just walk this one off. I don't think they can really force this.
Yeah, there's no way. The Voice Seekers missed from Lotus onto Jester. And it looks like Baby Karth might have to burn flash, but he just calmly walks out, no problem whatsoever. More importantly, Jester's coming in with the Unsealed Spellbook, so watch out for double smites later on, depending on these fights go. But both junglers had started top side, have moved on to their bot side camp. Viego has a slight edge in tempo as well, because Talon was looking for gank potential, and now look at Viego. He's going to be recognizing that fact, and he's not going to be walking onto Vision. He's going to put it out with maybe the Vision Ward. Going to be fighting for the scuttle over here. It's going to be hard for Cruz to capitalize, because Kratos is there for the backing as the bodyguard for Infi right now. So Infi going to calmly going to collect this up. Lotus left alone bot over here. Jester's going to be zoning Kratos out from walking up to help the Kaiser top side. Oh, the flash Q3 did not connect onto RT. RT burnt his own flash to get out, but it already looks like Boom Changli has that advantage in the top side. Or here Cruz is going to be walking into Catbot. It's caught trying to jump over the wall. The electrician proc has to flash over back the same wall he jumped over. But now Catbot and Eevee can't reach. But the flash by Catbot, he actually gets the kill onto the Talon. First blood to SA2L Esports.
Yeah, Cruz kind of caught in a bad spot at that point, just forced to back out towards the left, towards the blue jungle, which is absolutely not safe. So SAUL were able to very easily pick that one up after they first chunked him out. I think Cruz maybe thought he was a bit safer than he actually was. But one thing that I like that we're seeing is that we're seeing a lot of very early game proactivity from both of these teams and both junglers. Oh,
bot side, Jester's going in. Kratos actually flashes the hook. The death sentence doesn't connect on like basically a fadeaway coming in from the Thresh. And Jester is going to be taking that one in his good books. Flash gone from Kratos, so you don't have to be worried about flash hook. He doesn't even have Hex Tech flash, so you don't always have to be aware of the bush. But Nidhogger and Jester are going to be claiming the bot side for themselves. Lotus is doing okay in terms of CS numbers mid lane. That the Kiana from Catbot is doing wonders of how he's playing it out. Cruz, it's a bit too good for him, gets shut down, but topside is a completely different story. And look at Cruz, he's going to be sneaking into this bush. This might be a play on RTO later, but no, the wave's getting pushed in. Cruz doesn't want to waste too much time over on this side. Instead, he's just going to pivot, move away from the side where his lane's always like pretty much perma push.
yeah, I mean, pretty level 6 with the Talon and the Aatrox. Pretty squishy, no real tank, and also you don't have the ultimate, so I don't think they really wanted to commit very hard to the tower dive right there. It could easily go the wrong way. Flash being bird from Kratos on the Thresh, not going to hurt too much in all likelihood, because you will have it by the time he is that level 6, level 7 to use in combination with the first ultimate, very likely. But meanwhile, bit of good damage actually. Raphael jumped to below half health.
And that's Catbot using the level 6 timer. He even gets the solo bolo onto Raphael. Raphael not respecting that much damage can be out of Catbot, right? He pushes him against the wall with the ultimate. Raphael can't do much in this situation. As well as he burns his flash to get out and still ends up dying. And this gives priority towards this Drake side as well. But YDP want to challenge Cruz and Jester just hovering the bush. There's no vision from SA2L. This might be a steal, honestly, if they want to go for it. But no, Infi secures it. The lantern is there for the escape route. This is SA2L off to a pretty good start in game number 2 of the series.
Yeah, and it was Hextech as well, which honestly, not too bad for SAUL. I think they're going to be pretty happy with that dragon. The little bit of damage, but the slow, I think, is going to be particularly useful for champions on their squads, such as the Volibear on the engage. But Lotus forced to flash out of that one is Kaisa, though, so does still have some good long distance options. Hook is going to land. Jester surely is going to go down. Barrier is popped as well, but she's got to be careful. Lotus at Cruz going to arrive a bit late just to say hi, but Kaisa already going down. Very good pickup from the side of YDP. They pretty much got that one 2v2. Now
but Raphael might be caught out here. Arteos come in. He just slam dunks onto Raphael. Raphael normally doesn't have the flash. Kill very deservedly going over to Catbot. He's going to be trying to be snowballing, or has started Dick. And Raphael is not enjoying life right now in this mid lane. He's being ambushed from every single direction. It's almost never a 1v1. And when it was a 1v1, even then Catbot came out on top. And this is why I was so hyped when the Kiana was picked by him.
Yeah, bro's just not enjoying the game right now. And I think that was just what you were talking about, right? That Kiana, one of Catbot's signature picks, not sure whether YDP knew this or not, but it doesn't look as if Oriana or if Raphael has that much experience maybe playing in the Kiana versus the Oriana matchup, at least not early. One thing that we really like to see though was RTO's Volibear just when he hit that level 6 going for the roam, making very good use of his first level 6 ultimate to pick up that kill over in the mid side. So already we're seeing such a different game from SAUL.
Yeah, we are seeing complete difference. Like it's pretty much between night and day the way they are playing. I think with nothing left to lose, they are just going to be playing all out, and Jester's going to be caught out over here. He's still level 4. A huge shockwave from Raphael finds 3 members, but the death sentence still connects, and Infi will be switching on. He's going to get the reset, gets another double kill coming from the jungler from SAUL, and Cruz has to hightail his way out. He did pick up 1 grab, but the rest 2 should be going to SAUL, and Boomchangli has come for a roam, but there's not much he's going to actually grasp on. He's going to be walking into the grubs. I'm not quite sure about it. Yes, he's going to be second guessing. Very rightfully so, going to walk away. Not much the Aatrox can do over there, but oh boy, this is SAUL with a good goal lead. Have the grubs, have the Drake, the first Drake of the game, and they're off to a flying start in game number 2.
Absolutely, close to a 2,000 gold difference already over on YDP early in the game. It's going to empower their basic attacks as well after taking those early Void grubs. And we were talking about how game number 1, you know, SAUL just lacked the type of vision control, maybe a bit of the map awareness that we were hoping to see from them, but that's completely different, completely switched around in this second game. We're seeing them have very good awareness of those early objectives and making sure that they land those objectives.
Exactly, and now Cadbur and Raphael are going to be duking it out in the bot side instead. Kratos going to make his way over. Nidhogg has to be careful. The lantern's been thrown. The Valkyrie has been used by Nidhogg. The death sentence gets sidestepped by the Corki, so does not connect. There will be no death, at least as of yet. But looking at kills, 3 kills for Tiana is going to be huge. His Yomus has already been completed by the 10-minute mark. Jester's also come in mid-side to provide protection for Nidhogg, because, you know, his Valkyrie is down. The death sentence is going to be updated soon. And topside, RTO actually is slightly behind in terms of CS. Maybe he's going to get a plate over here with that Demolish proc, looking for more. Actually going in onto Boomchangli, not quite sure about it, using the E-shield to negate most of the turret damage being done to him. And look at where Infi is going. He's going to be walking to Cruz. He's looking for some payback maybe for last game of Cruz, just pretty much permanently living in Infi's jungle.
Yeah, I agree. I think a bit of revenge over there. I mean, this time around, we're definitely seeing Envy have the upper hand over on Cruz. Earlier, game 1 was just all about Cruz in the jungle, having Prio going for those invades. But this time around, SAUL with a lot more of the first movements, I want to say. And, oh, Cruz, he seizes. He can stop the back and be annoying. Yep, they're gonna dive. Absolutely. He has the ultimate as well. We were just waiting for him to. I was like, surely he's gonna go. But yeah, so easy pickup for them for the tower dive. We were saying that, you know, SAUL, the Volibear is pretty bit behind off of the Aatrox. It is going to set him a bit further behind at this point, but I kind of feel that, especially in the Volibear versus Aatrox matchup, if you fall behind, it doesn't quite matter as much because you still can go for the team fights. You can be powerful once you pop that ult and go in as well, and you have that round zone beneath you, so you're always going to be of some help, right? I mean, meanwhile, Aatrox, if you fall behind and you go in with your ultimate later on the team fights, you blow nobody up. So I think that, you know, it's a sacrifice that they're willing to make.
And this fighter grubs, just take a look at this. Jester gets caught.
Oh, what a good
shockwave. It's such a good shockwave. There's no follow-up. Most of his team is being focused on the grubs instead, and he's left to fend for himself, and then he can't do much, especially after the shockwave goes off. Bot side, Catbot looks to get another kill, and this rightfully named so the ultimate of Kiana, you know, supreme display of talent, and that's exactly what he showed over there, because this is Catbot getting into his element, I would say. This is where he shines, when he tries to start snowballing, especially on assassin type characters, and it's doing well. And also topside, when Cruz went for the dive there, right, it allowed Infi to pick up the Drake, allowed them to get their third epic monster, also claiming the feats of strength for them.
Yeah, Cruz and the team play also earlier just now in the game, right? Because he ulted and parkoured over the wall, but he made sure that the kill went over to Aatrox. And this goes back once again to what we said over in Picks and Bans. But sure, they're gonna get this one. It's just gonna take a bit of time. Down goes the Aatrox. Finally, SAUL will prioritize keeping the Aatrox down. But we were saying, you know, YDP show their cards in the draft phase, which is they probably want Aatrox to be one of their primary carries on the squad, at least towards, you know, mid-game-ish until maybe Corki in the late.
Oh, this is definitely
There's no way he makes it out of this.
RTO is not gonna get out of this with his life. Jester burns his flash at least, but Kai'Sa's coming in with Void Seekers. He has Kratos in tow. YDP are gonna try and dip.
Don't get hooked.
If the death sentence connects, it could be deadly, but no, it does not connect. Nobody hooked today. YDP gonna be successfully out of it. Cruise. Are we going for more? No, he's just going to actually fully channel the recall, get back to base. And for right now, Nidog's call has still not been completed. He still has 11 stacks left on it. Whereas Lotus completes the Kraken Slayer, has that, you know, tempo for him, as well as Infi has his own Kraken Slayer, going for more of that, you know, Kraken Slayer upgraded build right now on the Vigo. He's looking for maybe the Collector afterwards, so he's going to do quite a bit of damage, while as RTO has gone for the Rod of Ages build over the Cosmic Drive. So he's going to sacrifice his speed for the health that he will reserve for the top side. But yeah, you were talking so much about the Aatrox, but Aatrox has pretty much been neutralized quite a bit, only up in terms of basically CS right now.
Yeah, it does have the Shojins as well. I think that YDP probably want to prioritize the Aatrox and Talon initial burst, but it's going to be another skirmish on the top side. Here comes Cruz once again to back up his teammate, and they're once again going to pick up a easy, clean kill onto RTO's Volibear. It's a bit out of vision right now, but YDP's top side tier 1 just is one auto attack away from going down. So SAUL maybe want to prioritize keeping their own top side tier 1 up. So they are going to send Infi up top to help. The W not going to land. We'll see if Cruz can get out of this one, though. He's kind of in a rough spot.
He is, and Catbot flashes forward, gets the kill. They get the turret as well. That's 2 members going down. So basically the treatment that RTO did receive gets answered back. The first turret gets picked up by YDP, by the side of SA2L. They get 2 kills. It's a nice roam coming in, and the TP comes in from RTO. It looks like Nidogger really wants this turret. He's going to get it, but how much can it be over? And it looks like RTO actually is the one who has to turn tail and run. The battle before by Nidhogg, but a nice Q in, plus the W healing from the frenzy. Nidhogg has to burn flash, does survive. Kratos was looking to him help, but there is nobody left to help actually at this point. So unfortunately for him, he can't. The hook connect, but work. There's no damage at this point, not much. The TP comes in from Aatrox. He's gonna chase onto Lotus. Lotus has flash available to him. Might be using it to jump out of the Q3. Nice E to dodge out. The Q3 will connect. Unfortunately, so will the pullback. This is definitely going to be a dead Kai'Sa. But the Lantern! And no, it's actually Kai'Sa gets the kill because the shield comes in from the Lantern. Well played by Kratos to help Lotus. And Lotus, very good fancy feed work to not die earlier.
Fancy feed, but also messy skirmish from both of these squads. RTO, not sure if that was a Hail Mary ultimate or if he just wasn't sure, maybe thought he could finish off Nidhogg with the last bit of the damage right there, but does give up his own life, gets nothing in return for that one. Right now, Corki with the red buff over in mid lane, tier 1 still very healthy at the 16-minute mark. Corki, of course, very able to clear those waves, but SAUL look like they want to set up for the next dragon that's spawning in just 2 seconds. Oh, it looks like they're switching mid tier 1 for dragon play.
And the turret just barely survived after the Rift Arrows hit it. Yeah, it's still gonna end up
unlucky.
Go down. But this is going to be the third pick picked up by SE12. Going to put them on Cloud Soul Point right now. So they have a good tempo in terms of jungle objectives. They're 12 kills to 5 right now. And a pretty nice substantial goal lead as well. And this time at least the turret should fall. One auto from Lotus should do it. And that's exactly what will happen here. One falls down. Alistar's maybe looking for a flank. But Kratos is keeping his distance, already ready to throw the lantern to the Kai'Sa if it needs. Boomchang in the meantime picks up tier 1 top side. And basically what happened to Raphael in the early game is what happened to RTO later on in the top side.
Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Bungjen, he picked up the topside tower, so it does mean that the lane is going to be pushed out, but it also does mean that it will be a bit more dangerous for the Aatrox to try and catch those waves because you're deeper into the blue side jungle. Talking about blue side jungle, though.
That's gonna be a Thresh getting caught out. That's gonna be Cruz picking up that kill. Moonjungli is looking for more actually. He's just waiting in the bush in case anybody walks up. But in the meantime, Catbot will be looking to push in this wave, get reset because he knows people will just be moving on to him. He's gonna get out maybe in time, but he's walking very dangerously over here. Cruz is 3 levels behind this Kiana, but it looks like Infi might kick off, has to ult to get outside. No, the headbutt pulverized. The combo was messed up by Jester. He could not get the knockup properly onto this Viego, and he's gonna end up living. Catbot is in a 1v2, but look at the level difference between him and the other. They can't actually do much in this scenario. Catbot's just baiting and buying time because Kai'Sa is just around the corner. Raphael might be walking in as well, but no, I don't think anything else is gonna come of this situation.
Alright, so bit of a breather from both these squads. They do get the dragon, trade that for the mid-side tower, catch out the Thresh in the jungle, but after all of that, looks like we will have just a bit of breathing room for the next 30-40 seconds or so. Did you ever see, there was once a Chinese support who crashed out so hard when he met an Alistar and solo queue who didn't know how to headbutt pulverize, that he crashed out and he made a video showing how he could press headbutt pulverize with his toes. And then he posted it and he was like, is it hard? Is it that hard? Did you see that? That was so funny.
I have, but that sounds fun, and maybe Jester might be looking that up, or Nidhogg is maybe just giving that video over to Jester right now. Like, come on, man, this was like a free kill for us. We could have secured that for ourselves. But look at Infi, look at his items, right? He has a Kraken and Collector. He's going to do a ton of damage at a very quick pace. And Nidhogg has to be careful. The Valkyrie with the Flash W connects, plus the Killer Instinct from Lotus to follow up. Infi goes on a killing spree. Nidhogg not respecting that he's a bit too far forward, and a very excellent Flash W by Infi connects. The Killer Instinct to follow. So Lotus is there to help out, but look at that, he's on legendary. Infi, no, the death sentence doesn't connect. This is the problem though with Kratos' sister. I'm not seeing that many death sentences connecting. A couple of good team fights it has, but mostly for these big opportunity is not actually manifesting that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of wasted opportunities for them when the hook doesn't land, but I mean, they do have very good burst potential from the Catbot and the Kai'Sa. Pretty much, if that hook lands and Kiana and Kai'Sa are anywhere nearby, I mean, Kai'Sa... Whoa, wait a minute.
That's Miss Kiana ult plus a Miss Orianna ult actually, because Orianna did shockwave there on the backside and Catbot was already out of it. In the meantime, Atakan was picked up by them. They're going to be happy about it. They were just pretty much spacing. Catbot was pretty much just getting that space, zoning them away from the fight, and YDP are fairly substantially behind at this point. It's a 4k gold difference. They're going to be picking up a star, but they can't do much. In terms of jungle objectives, all that they have to show is just 1 grubs for themselves.
Yeah, the zoning Orianna ultimate, where, the team doesn't really want to fight, but if you land the shockwave, you kind of have to fight, so you just kind of put the ball there, you airball, so both teams just walk out of that one. But meanwhile, Catbot, I don't think that she's going to be able to walk out of this one. 3v1 over in the bot side, wrong side of that lane right there. Oh,
okay, Catbot is going in critical, but there's a TP in from RTO Raphael. Not many places this Orianna going, and mind you, his shockwave is still on cooldown. He can't wait for any members off onto him. Cruz is making a last effort to do something, but this he should pretty much secure the kill. But no, it's actually Catbot who actually ends up picking that up. Bombchangli against Infi on the side. A W connects, the stun does land. Kratos is there, the play is there, plus the ultimate as well. Lotus is going to come in for the cleaner. Catbot is still legendary, will continue to be so. An ace for SE2L Esports, the first in this competition, and this is without casualties. They will pick up a tier 2, they will pick up the Drake, and this is more like what I like to see out of SE2L Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that SAUL have finally shifted gear. They're finally showing us and everyone watching what they've been capable of this entire time. Just complete night and day from that game number 2. I mean, they're up around 8,000 gold at this point, and it feels as if pretty much ever since this game started, they just haven't let up the pressure onto YDP. They've been pretty much ahead from start to finish. think it's just a matter of time before they close this one out.
Yeah, he's kind of
Maybe a
looking like
replay
that
of
as a very
this.
good EP of RTF coming in, right? Raphael, this is being left alone. There's nothing
Oh, yeah.
you can do for this Oriana except maybe just target the
Unlucky.
Arcov. Cruz tries to go back and maybe get a kill onto Lotus before he ends up going down, but even this kill doesn't go to RTO. Stolen by Kevin. Kevin's like, no, that's my kill. I ain't letting you touch that. The hook this time will connect from Kratos on the bot side, and yeah, this is just a nice cleanup at the end.
Incredible. That was in Fog of War too. They didn't know where she was in the alcove. They were like, I guess it's here, and they just laid down like the zone to pick her up. So unfortunate, but it does look as if SAUL is having fun. What we like to see.
It is what you like to see. This might be a catch from Catbot on the Cruise, but he's against 3 members. But here comes Infi. The W charge. Nidhogg has to flash away from it just to get to safety. Kratos, look at the flank this Thresh is trying to go for, but he might be running into a bit of trouble. Instead, he just puts it on a ward, keeps the vision. The pink ward getting cleared by Catbot instead. And IDP are actually just in this push. Catbot, you might be biting off more than you can chew unless Infi is coming for help.
They're not gonna make it.
They're not gonna make it. But oh, the hook connects, but he's already all the way in base. You're not gonna take that, Kratos. You're not gonna go Q2 again and go all the way that side. And in the meantime, Oriana goes down near her own tier 2. And Kratos and Infi against Jester and Boomchang Lee. Jester covers the ultimate. He's surviving quite a bit, but if he gets the kill, gets the reset, turns into the Alistar, and look who's here. Catbot joins the fight. So does Lotus with the killer instinct. A 4-man SATL comes in to clean off the top laner of YDP. And like you said, it looks like maybe the final lane in the coffin before SATL closes out.
That was just the worst. I mean, we thought that they weren't going to make the recall, and we thought that was the worst thing that could happen. No, the worst thing that could happen was some of them make the recall and some of them don't.
Yeah, if you're gonna isolate like that, yeah, it makes it bad. Like you say, even I was worried maybe tier 3 goes down for SCTL, but yeah, half and half is way worse than what you could have expected in that situation. Tier 2 has been hammered quite a bit as well. You're taking red buffs, you're denying jungle camps to Cruz. Exactly what Cruz did to Infi. So Infi is pretty much laughing about what he's doing right now. He's gonna be happy that he's getting a bit of karma for what was given to him in game 1, because this was kind of on the same terms of what YDP did to SCTL in game 1. But Infi's looking yet again, mind you, this Corki doesn't have the flash, and he did press the S button just to stop in case Infi was predicting the W4. Nidhogg is trying to respect how much Infi is looking for the pick on the way. This time the hook does connect, but it connects onto Jester. He has the ball on it. The shockwave connects up to 2 members, but there's no follow-up. Arceus coming from the side. Catbot with the ultimate connects onto the Oriana, and one by one, IDP is falling. Cruz is trying to run away. His hop, skip, jump is not enough. It's straight to the gray screen instead. And Boom generally is like, my team can die. I'm just going to try and get some CS to the side. Maybe get to a point where I can start fighting, because he's also been denied quite a bit throughout this game. There's a lot of ganks on the top side as well. And SCDL are marching in there. 3 people dead right now. This could be looking like them getting the end, and they are looking to be making a statement that they can win games here in the LCP Wild Card Playoffs, and they are looking for it. And now you can see Chungli and Chester are trying to fight as much as they can. The pullback from the Aatrox might be enough. They're trying to get the kill onto RTO, but RTO is very tanky. RTO will not fall. Instead, it will be the Aatrox, and only the Alistar is left. Let's see how long he can survive. He's turned into beef on the spot, but Raphael comes in as well. YDP have started to spawn back up, but they cannot stop the damage. Catbot's left alone, so is Infi. They're hitting away at the Nexus. That's GG. This is SCDL Esports winning their first game in South Asia, in the LCP Wildcard Playoff, representing South Asia, and boy, they made me feel so proud of this game.
Oh, huge props for SAUL as they finally pick up a win in their very last game of the LCP Wild Card Playoffs, and just absolute masterclass from them, start to finish. Absolutely steamrolled over YDP, especially over at the end there when you saw the very last skirmish leading into the fight where the Nexus exploded. The thing is, when you have Corki, especially with Oriana, and even with the Talon on your team, jungle should be your territory, right? If you're fighting in those tight spots and you're thinking, oh, like, you know, we have Corki, we have Oriana, we should be able to be the ones to control these corners. The thing is, I think they even had a couple of wards in their jungle, but SAUL were still able to get the jump on them. We saw the Oriana just last ditch use the ultimate to try and disengage, but SAUL, they were like, you're not going anywhere, we're just going to win.
Yeah, they're just not gonna let them go. But let's join up back with the analysts over here. Take it away.
Thank you so much for Madness and also Red Right and finally Ace8UL got their point. Do you want that they're longing for? And I believe the last match was a big relief for South Asia and to be honest, I feel like that was a very beautiful match from Ace8UL, and to be close it with a statement from it for Ace8UL with that game, that's what you got when you gave Catbot Kiana.
Yeah, and he's got such a major impact in this game where, like, what they were discussing early on between the casters, where, yeah, you want to see those kind of big setups coming in for YDP to get those big dives, big engagements, but because of all these multiple solo kills that the Kiana has gotten, she's so thick to the point that all these team fights, you gotta deal with her first and foremost, or else she's just gonna burn your summer spells. She's gonna either run you down. So we go into the picks and bans first. I really felt like, yeah, ideally YDP really want to really go for those kind of deep dives to also match up to the tempo, but I felt like maybe this approach with the talent is a little bit too telegraphed. I think like there's a couple of times, as much as sure he's got 1 or 2 successful pickoffs, but then again, it wasn't exactly all too easy when you now have to deal with all these kind of other situations. And the other portion that I want to talk about was our earlier discussion about the top lane. Bombchan, sure, he's got a stellar start to get some priority, but even despite so, it was even better when you already have a well-fed Kiana. On top of that, there was one instance I remember RTO actually chimed right in. He left the lane to also double down to put Raphael so far behind that, yep, every single time this Kiana appears right through, he's just got to really hold his own by just burning off the shockwaves and everything else just to survive. And this was that instance I was talking about.
Yup, and I think this is going to be very that's something that I said you want to do from the very first start, because if you have Cattle with Kiana, you want to create a condition where Kiana is very sustainable, not only sustainable, it's very reliable on the damage as well.
Yeah, that instance over on to that grub take was just the way that you just really want to go in for the setup. This Kiana's ult was just so impactful. It even went down for a deep dive. I mean, sure, Cruz has been able to get a couple more, but then again, we also saw some brilliant solo action coming in, where in this instance where Lotus have been able to somehow survive, kept the barrier, will be able to also pull the killer instinct in that very moment to outdo Bombchan. So that was absolutely magnificent coming from Team Ace8UL.
Yup, and not to mention about every single good team fight from Ace8UL, and especially when they started to take control over Yangde plus jungle.
Yeah, there was just that crazy death ball that they've been able to also have running when RTO has got those items up. So it was just a lot of overwhelming pressure points that YDP did not manage to get the engines running like how they intended to be. So, of course, another point that we've also highlighted that, you know, as a Corki, you need to cook all these big items, whereas when you take a look at all these conditions being met by the side of Ace8UL, which makes things so much more easier when you always have, you know, Catbot leading the forefront.
Yup, and let's call back our casters of Madness and also Rera to back with us. And I think I want to say that Kiana was very beautiful played by Catbot. I believe you are very proud with him, Madness.
Oh, absolutely. I saw that in the champ select and I already knew pretty much that this might be the exact route we're going down. I am so happy for the boys. This is definitely going to be a really good boost for them. This is just the beginning for South Asia, right? Because we're relatively new as a scene coming in, playing against, you know, the tougher competition right here. And I think the boys did do themselves well. They did end up just winning one game, but I still think that one game means a lot to them. And I think this is going to show good things for the future for them. And yeah, Kiana from Catbot, I'm telling you, man, this guy on Kiana's just different.
Yeah.
Really
that was sick. Kiana from Ace8UL. I mean, next time you meet Catbot, let's just make sure to that he is Katarina and also Kiana. That is double key and key. I mean, it it's very amazing to see finally every single people in YDP and also SAUL finally can catch up with their counter pick. And for YDP, although their last game is kind of wide because it feels like every single lane of YDP kind of shutting down, right, Raju?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, of course, huge props to SAUL for bagging that win. I think YDP, from what we've been seeing from them from day one as well as day two, since this was their last game, I think for them looking forward into the future, into like maybe their local or more regional tournaments and next time, just a couple of things that maybe they might want to work on, just maybe a bit more of that game sense, the map sense, and like awareness, just making sure that you not only just know when the objectives are coming up, but you set up for them like a minute and a half or so before that. I think if you look at maybe like the LCK teams, I think, you know, in the last 5-8 years, a lot of the other regions, usually they're always saying when you watch LCK, like their setup before the objective is just so good. I think that's maybe one of the things that YDP can try and improve for the future, because we've seen them pull off some pretty cool things in the last 2 days. We've seen a lot of flexibility from them. We've seen them play early game compositions. We see them play team fighting compositions. I think that their mechanical skill definitely is there. They do have some pretty good communication in terms of like within the team, like 5-person synergy. So just some little things, you know, that maybe looking forward they can get better on, because I mean they're a pretty good team.
Yeah, and it's lovely to have you YDP and SAUL in LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025. But we're gonna take a short break because we still have another match, aka the last match of today. So don't go anywhere until we're back after the break.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Darkin. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand and see how your story ends.
Going for it, and here comes the steal
Between Worlds hanya menjadi pemisah dunia.
ตรงนี้ดิโนเวิร์ไฟหน้ามายังคงรอดชีวิตอยู่แต่ว่าไม่พอ
Defended as well, and even full commit is sticking. Combo, but they should try to look for a combo here. The dragon is stolen away. Not yet, but the damage is gonna be enough. W does pick up Kratos.
You and Pikachu goes in, and here's the magnet.
At the level low in HP, it's gonna be taken down by Faerie already.
มันเรื่องตอนนี้เด็กคุณไปเรียบร้อยชิปเปอร์ดันเข้ามาพร้อมชาโด
Good evening, Summoners, and welcome back to the LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025 with your host, Abigail, and your analyst, Contra. And now we came back with Riku and also Manamo as the caster. And this is going to be a banger match because the last match of the group stage will be Process versus Inferno Esports. And I believe this is sort of like, you know, kind of too soon grand final. It's just probably. But what do you think, Riku?
No, I think both of these regions historically have always met each other in the finals. I feel like the Philippines, as a region, has been sort of leveling up, and the and Full Sense in general as well has always been sort of like the rivals towards the very end. And I think PH is one of the regions that is able to match the prowess of Full Senses or the regions in general when it comes to League of Legends.
Yeah, but it is going to be very interesting because Full Sense only lose twice, if I'm not mistaken. But on the other hand, IE is still undefeated until now, Manamo.
Yeah, and I think this is really important for Full Sense because they need to must win in this match if they want to secure that first seed, because first seed is really a good advantage. You have a rest for one day and then playing in the grand final. But if it's draw or lose for Full Sense, IE gonna be top the first seed and waiting either Full Sense or Faerie Charm who's gonna battle IE in the grand final.
Yeah, well, to be honest, for me, for Full Sense and also Inferno Esports, they played very well today, and especially for Full Sense. Not to mention how flexible they are with their draft, and also for Inferno Esports, they just stay strong with their playstyle. They can play aggressive, they can play kind of slow, and it works really well on their hand control.
Yeah, and when we take a comparison between two sides of the playstyle, of course, when we take a look at Full Sense, they have multiple variants of stuff that they can actually utilize. Meanwhile, when it comes down to those members of Infinity Esports, there's still no sorts of flaws being displayed, and that's what's super amazing to me, where, Rico did touch a little bit on history. Back in those days, I think there were many instances where, during those Mega Bangkok Titans era, or even Manila Eagles era, Mineski era, there was always that slight edge for Thailand, but I felt like that's non-existent anymore. Now with Inferno really thriving throughout the entire group stage.
Yup, as the closing match between in this group stage, Full Sense and Inferno Esports, I believe that will give us lots of interesting team fights, and talking about the players from Full Sense. I mean, Ite and also Blondie plays a very important role, not to mention for Excellence and also Few. I believe Excellence and Few is one of the key players from Full Sense, Manamo.
Yeah, and I think the Excellence, especially showing us the excellent performance yesterday, and Blondie, I'm not sure because we saw how good Full Sense with Nat Powwow yesterday, and Blondie with the Yu Yu Saki. I wonder if this the secret weapon that Full Sense has been holding. But yeah, I think we will be focusing more for Full Sense into the mid, into the top lane.
Yeah, on the other hand, we have Inferno Esports, and Celes will be the first lineup with Inferno Esports, because we kind of used to see the mid lane of Inferno Esports is Crimson. But Contra, what do you think the difference between having Celes and Crimson?
I really do think that it's kind of different kind of weapons that this team of Inferno Esports is using, because Celes, he make his debut with the Yone, so maybe it tells you that he's playing even more aggressive with potentially assassins, or even the kind of AD mids that you don't always see when you have, a bunch of mid laners that love to play control mages. So definitely he offers something entirely different as compared to what we've seen so far from Crimson, but the impact still remained the same. And by far, I think this version of what they've been able to display looks even more deadly.
Yeah, to be honest, the other player that also the key player for me for No Esports is Moves, my favorite. If there's a vote for MVP, I will give all of my votes for Moves. I mean, look at how well he plays in Inferno Esports. I mean, he's not only setting up the team fights for Inferno Esports, but he also put a very good support towards his AD Siriku.
Yeah, I feel like the Hook champions are just the mastery of moves on these champions are just such a fun lane to watch, and Austerity being one of the primary carries and enablers to the Inferno Esports squad is just again such a big threat, because I feel like once Moops is able to set up, they can win 2v2 without the influence of Born This Way, and then just the lane sort of just explodes. But also, I think both of these players can reel it in, and if they acknowledge that they can't win the lane for now, they know when to be disciplined, and they know what to do in case that happens.
Oh my god, and the ban and pick section between Full Sense and also Inferno Esports just start, and Wukong fall to IE's hand. I mean, this is going to be a very classic move from IE. Either it's Wukong or Pantheon pick, but for Full Sense, Pantheon indeed played a very important role in their playstyle, because if you have a Pantheon, you have a global presence, you have the power to abuse every single lane of your opponent, and Listen is not a bad pick because if you want to play aggressive, Listen is one of the most right one contra.
Yeah, and this is actually very important because full sense they stole away the key pick coming in from For This Way. I kind of wanted to put a little bit more limelight on For This Way because out of many jungles that we've seen so far throughout each respective team, he looks the most dominant, and I thought like, hey, this probably will be the best Lee Sin player in the server, but here, Few is about to challenge that.
Yeah, but we also have to remember that IE is a typical of team that brave enough to play with a very squishy lineup. So I will not be surprised if they take Illusion Nami or maybe Illusion Braum if Braum is not bad by full sense Manamo.
Yeah, and I think the Sylas pick itself from Full Sense is really smart because when we see Wukong, Orianna against Rumble and Lee Sin, Alistar that once comes to mind, and by taking the Sylas, it's like kind of negating. I mean, you can still pick Alistar, but yeah, you don't want Sylas with Unbreakable, you know? And just like Contra said, the Lee Sin from Born This Way is really aggressive and mechanically good also. And the IE, the Wukong, Orianna, because it's actually Crimson in the mid lane, not Celeste like the intro. So yeah, back into the control mage from Crimson. And we kind of expect the wombo combo, but the Sylas pick also can facilitating the wombo combo itself for Full Sense because there's Equalizer and yeah, the insect kick from Few maybe that yeah, Lee Sin maybe need more protection, and Braum is banned for IE.
Yeah, but Nautilus? Is it going to be Nautilus?
Nasus?
No, I mean Nasus? Nasus for maybe
Cassante
support. Cassante support probably, and I think the only problem left for IE is just a support. Cassante is supposed to be on the Baron lane, while on the other hand, Mortis would play a Wukong contra.
Yeah, if we're looking at this current setup, I mean, there's not too telling on to what exactly would be the final support to wrap things up for IE. So, spot for choice, you want to pick something strong enough to match into this Lucian. So, without the Braum, Yunara probably could still work with any other engaged tools. And even if you want an Enchanter, she works wonderfully with Alulu when we're looking at a big dot competition. At least it does supplement and buy them a couple more seconds to turn the tides around. And I was also thinking about the Granada. So if they really want to collapse on a 5v5, Full Sense could still turn the tides around with this pick.
But
that would be very interesting if Seraphine. Well, Seraphine is a very good champion though in terms of the team fight, but to compare with Lucian, Nami is one of the best match. So this is something that we can expect from Inferno Esports because we know Lucian Braum, of course there will be Lucian Nami, and Lucian Nami's tidal wave is pretty much the same with Renata's ability. So I think that they just want to get it even, and also they can proxy the strong dual lane for the Inferno Esports side. And for Full Sense, well, this is going to be a sort of like a big problem for Yunara because we all know the weakness of Yunara is her laning phase, and to have a Lucian as a matchup with her is going to be put a lot of a burden for Few to prioritize whether he wants to protect the mid lane or maybe want to create a space for Yunara. But let's toss it to the casters, Riku and Manamo. Just take it away for the first game of Full Sense versus Inferno Esports.
Thank you very much, Abigail and Contra. We are excited to witness the Full Sense versus Inferno Esports matchup because, again, this is one of the most heated rivalries over here in the region for sure. Manamo, you saw the picks, you saw the Yunara, Lucian, Nami. What do you think is going to happen in the bot lane?
Yeah, I think the bot lane is like in the Full Sense like what they want. Lucian Nami of course gonna be strong, but the Yunara and Renata also, they can deal some damage, they can deal some pressure. But the thing is, as a whole composition, IE Inferno got countered so hard by the Sylas pick from Full Sense. I mean, you have Cyclone, you have the Shockwave, you have the Tidal Wave, and yeah, it's kind of hard for Inferno to manage in the team fight, but there's still a chance if they got a pick when Full Sense didn't not ready to take the team fight. So yeah, there might be a chance. So Full Sense need to play at the strongest point, at the strongest as they are, as they have the Silas.
Yeah, the Silas. I really like how you mentioned that because there are a lot of key ultimates to steal here from the mid lane of Full Sense. We're talking about the Cyclone, the Shockwave as well, and the fact that they already have a very strong teamfight ultimate like the Equalizer on that Rumble, which really it's kind of like an eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which one are we going to take? Even the Tidal Wave might be enough as well to sort of counter and have an edge when it comes to these big team fights.
Yeah, and also with Renata on their side, they can just hostile takeover, just redesign the tempo of the team fight, and they have the bailouts, so the Silas and Lee Sin did not need to be afraid. And yeah, I think we just gonna hop on into the game number 1, Full Sense again, Inferno Esports. Let's get it on.
Yeah, I'm really, really excited to find this out as we get to look at our matchups for the day. It is, again, Full Sense Inferno. Inferno still on this incredible win streak since yesterday. I believe they already have 6 points apiece. And I'm wondering if this matchup is going to be the one that is going to end their domination over here. But we're looking towards the PH, one of the top regions, if not the best over here in LCP Wild Card. Anything can happen at this point as we take a look at our very last match of the day, Full Sense versus Inferno Esports. We go.
Yeah.
This is exciting, Manamo.
Yep. Because just like you said, who's gonna get the first seed going to the playoffs? 6 points for Inferno Esports and 5 points for the Full Sense because the draw they got earlier last day on day 1. But looking at the draft, we talked it a lot, Riku and Abigail and Contra. It's gonna be exciting, and the key point for Full Sense is on their mid, top, and jungle.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how these junglers are going to be pathing. We do know that, again, Born This Way is able to help set the tempo, transitioning off of the laning phase. But with the Lee Sin onto the hands of Few, we do know that big level 3 ganks is a possibility. Level 6 outplays with the massive with these, Lee Sin players of SCA can be very, very scary in the right hands.
Yeah, and I'm also curious about the bot lane matchup, against this Yunara Renata and Lucianami. They can be really aggressive on the both sides, and who's gonna get the pressure? Because I think if the Yunara and Renata got a decent pressure against the Lucianami, Lee Sin can come in and maybe, like you said, level 3 gang is available.
Yeah, level 2 as well for Austerity and Moves is going to be the name of the game. Austerity already taking a lot of damage here, by the way. Trade seems to be in favor of Full Sense. Summoner spells being exchanged already, and they're now shoved underneath the tower. Good thing Anami provides a little bit of sustain.
Yeah, we can see the damage has been done, and actually the heal comes up for the both of the supports. So the next time Austerity and Moves overstep a little bit, and they can get punished by Yu, Saki, and Blondie, but at this time they just knew they need to freeze this lane and at least didn't get behind for this farm.
Which will definitely put Austerity and Moops behind as they do want to dominate the lane. We might see a little bit of a gank on top. Well, not gank. I'm a silly goose sometimes. Not yet. The jungler's not there just yet. They're not level 3. They are level 3 as of this moment, but they're about to just wrap up some of their first clears. It does seem that Crimson has been shoving the wave in his favor, but here comes the dash, a little bit of a harass, half HP. Seems like Krim is winning that trade, and looks like Ide is going to be forced to just drink some pots.
Yeah, of course, it's a melee against range matchup, and Oriana Silas is nothing new. And yeah, Ide need to get the chain at least to trade some back, and Ide looking for the chance. And the Maxer Exchange, the Kingslayer, got the damage of the Crimson, still got the flash, but still holding it cool and calm from Crimson. And I like this POV, the cam, the fog of war. Where is the jungler? We can see Few and Born this way already hovering on the river, but decided not to push the issue. And Few gets seen by Crimson, and there's no follow-up from both of the jungler.
No mana for the bottom lane. There is a bit of a tiny window. Once you know that, Blondie on this Yunara has a lot of these Q stacks, most likely sort of reel it in and make sure you make sure that it sort of expires and you bait it out. And then the Yunara prowess will be reduced a little bit. So we get to see Austerity's reset alongside with moves. I get double swords for this. Again, level 3 can be really offensive for the Nami and Lucian lane, and hopefully we get to see that in action. Again, they gotta worry about this Lee Sin on the opposition. But as long as there are, there are lanes adding pressure, then they don't have to worry as much. I'm interested in the LJW lane because I think this is the first time we're seeing him a little bit behind in lane. Usually this is where the action, or this is where a lot of the teams have a hard time with. But this time around, I do think Excellence is doing an excellent job.
Yeah, I mean, Excellence, if not one of the best top laners in this wild card, already showing how to carry from the top lane. And it's just the matchup also, the Rumble and Xante. Of course, Xante gonna be behind for a little bit on the weak side, on the early side. And since Few also not hovering into the top lane, yeah, Born this way also didn't cover for LGW. And yep, Excellence, of course, gonna be much more on disadvantage in terms of range and damage. His flamethrower gonna hurt LGW quite a lot.
Yeah, he's doing his best of dodging a couple of these rockets from Excellence. We're hitting the level 6 mark for a lot of these champions already, so we might see action. I'm expecting skirmishes would be really killer for both teams. I can imagine Krim using Born This Way as the ball delivery system for that shockwave, and as a tidal wave as well to create space for Austerity. In the meantime, Full Sense, they have a lot of avenues. They got the Silas to steal a lot of these key ultimates, but a kick setup coming from Few is definitely the key to get a pick off of someone. They do have priority on bot side, and that's the reason why IE has space to take the dragon. For free!
And it's free dragon, like you mentioned. Few just got his reset, and it's a little bit passive for Few. Using Lee Sin, didn't find any angle, didn't try to gang or making any pressure on the 3 lanes for Full Sense. So it's a little bit sad to see, especially when you have Silas on your side and Oriana is your enemy's mid laner. It's really easy to exploit, but in the bottom side, you see the trade has been settled down. Austerity and moves finally can do trades, and in the fact they lead in the CS, 10 CS leads for this Lucian.
Yeah, I think this bottom lane Austerity and moves, they're playing very safe, but also feeling the waters. Whenever they don't have any other back timings are perfect. Imagine they got the dragon into going back. Now we're going to see a bit of a lane swap here to make sure that they have control over top side for the next objective to spawn. There is a possibility that IE could take the first 2 objectives back to back here as they're ready for a team fight. We get to see Tay getting a shockwave stolen, so definitely watch out for that later once they contest the objective for Grubs.
Yeah, IE can also just use the shockwave to give Crimson pressure, just to force him back base. Because at this point, it's kind of quite hard to maximize the shockwave steal for the Silas. And the Grubs soon gonna be spawned, and look at the movement for Inferno Esports already on the Void Grub speed. 4 players there, and IT looking for the shockwave and finally got this Crimson and still can escape Flash for IT and First Blood. But the counter is there from Born this way. Moves, look at the calling. No damage at all. The back scratcher from Austerity and Yu Usaki. +1 for the full sense, and this Void Grubs cannot be contested. Australia needs to fall back because he's half HP and no mana yet. But Born this way try maybe to steal one of these grubs. But look at the 3 players from full sense guarding these 3 grubs for them.
I think that was definitely, again, the positioning of Krim was quite unfortunate there. It was Ite getting the beautiful jump on to the Orianna alongside Few. So the burst damage was there with the shockwave activated. And immediately because of that pick, it became a 4v5. They're rewarded with the grubs on their side. Meanwhile, IE hoping to get at least a bit of a delayed trade, if you will, in the mid lane as you get to see Moops hovering in. Again, that grub fight was not the best position for sure, and Full Sense took full advantage.
Yeah, 3 grubs. Obviously, you have Rumble, you have Inara. It's gonna be a good space or a good objective to take because the push and look at the replay. It's easy, it's simple. Like you're just gonna punish the Crimson and the lead flash, and Ite following up with his own flash to secure the kill. And the Authorities still haven't got that damage yet from the calling. Full Sense can tank it really well, and yeah, the grabs is just gonna be taken from the eyes of IE.
I'm really curious to see how IE is gonna, I wouldn't say recover, but this is definitely a different look for them in LCP Wild Card. I've never seen them behind like this in the past 2 days. It's always LJW winning his lane individually. It's always Austerity and Moops sort of destroying the lane after a while. This is the first time that I'm seeing them lose the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and Born this way, actually half HP, the flash has become in tidal wave, still stolen for Ite, but Few is too far away and the hostile takeover just got moved Few too deep inside, but Ite makes sure the trade is equal, and Born this way cannot help anything, and the feats of warfare secured by Full Sense.
Amazing job, and the timer is also definitely in favor of for them. The dragon's about to spawn in a few as well. I mean, they're going to be respawning in time to contest this one, but IE, they are definitely not equipped to sort of deal with this. Full Sense, Ite always getting the perfect ultimates to engage in a fight. You do want to counter tidal wave perhaps, but the chase potential of this team is just too much. Imagine laying an equalizer on the ground where you just want to escape. As we take a look at that replay, the engage is there, stealing the tidal wave. Flash was initialized, but the hostile takeover just really kept them rooted in place. The fact that Few also tanked a lot of damage in there, they were able to just be satisfied. Full Sense, their skirmish potential is just really crazy.
Yeah, and the early flash from Born this way, because dodging the Kingslayer is actually good, but at the same point, there's shutting down the chance of the counter engage for IE, because there's no way Born this way can come in and do the Cyclone trick. And Full Sense capitalize it really well, and Ite grabbing plates for them, and look at the 3 players, but it's LGW, so they decided not to push the issue, but again, 3 drags for Inferno Esports recruit.
This is the scary part because IE... Oh, nice bubble.
Yep, bubble to Excellence while the Drake has been taken. The calling has been dodged. Just a move away from Excellence. Didn't want to use his flash, and it's a wise decision, but low HP. Still Born this way. He's already there trying to jump. One bomb, but the turret damage still alive from Excellence. Didn't even need to burn his flash, the Audacity, but this turret actually gonna be given the plating given to the Lucian.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of gold invested onto Austerity. But yeah, I think the way that this is going to go is that if Full Sense presses the trigger first, then most likely they'll win the fight. IE needs to do the engage themselves for them to win the skirmish. Again, the way it's gonna look like, it is Born this way that's gonna start with alongside the ball delivery system. Maybe get 2 or 3. Ideally, of course, in a perfect world, maybe 5. But with the way that Full Senses Comp is assembled, most likely these champions are going to be coming from very different angles, especially Few and Ite. So now, IE, they definitely need to press the trigger, just like what they almost did with Excellence there on bottom side. Well, we'll see. Crim needs to be careful here. I think it was Rayra the one that brought it up, how their vision control is one of the most impressive things, but Full Sense, moves.
Yeah, moves get called. Excellence try to burn this fish away, and the Tidal Wave to escape, and Born this way came. The Equalizer try to burn the fish, and Excellence found the vision in the moves, and the bottom side Shockwave cannot save Crimson's life because Few too quick, and the damage is too big for this Oriana, and the bottom side gonna be peeled because Ite is there, and the cannon minion and the mid turret also already tried to protect it by itself, but look who's at the flank angle. Born this way, and Yu Saki and Blondie need to back up right now, and the first turret that's been destroyed is the bottom side, while LGW at least try to counter the push.
They definitely need to trade here, make sure that it's even across the map. Teleport's gonna come in, Manamo.
Yeah, Teleport's gonna come in. Excellence has been there, but it's creepy too. Yusaki is there. LJW try to all out to the Excellence, but unstoppable. Crimson has been there, try to the Shockwave, but he still doesn't have the cooldown, and 1 kill. The hostile takeover is good to the 3 people and force IE to back off. So Yusaki is there to save the day.
It's gonna be an interesting fight over at Rift Herald. They need to get a pick first before they can comfortably take this. That is the reason why they're trying to search and destroy, but only the searching is happening. No destroying just yet. They need Crim to land an important shockwave here. It is not yet off cooldown question mark, but looks like they don't want to contest it anymore, and they're happy to just push the wave.
Yeah, because they didn't have the hostile takeover anymore, and no flash in Fuse. So yeah, it's the best decision to just back off. But again, neutral objective after neutral objective, except that Void grabs, i.e. collecting the time bomb for themselves. I mean, after this, it's gonna be a Hextech Soul point and a Hextech Soul that Full Sense didn't want to give to IE because they have Lucian, Oriana. This slow gonna be hurting Full Sense, so it's kind of forcing Full Sense to contest this third dragon after this. But there's an engage to Crimson kick. It's perfect, but the Cyclone follow up Crimson and the Tidal Wave Ide. I think he went too deep, and the rest of the team just said, no, we cannot force this, and kind of left him there.
Crim with a fantastic bait right there into the heel of moves. Honestly, that was really well played. Crim was just so close to dying there. Meanwhile, LJW still trying to protect this mid lane, and I think so far, objectives-wise, going to IE. Some of these skirmishes, most of them are being won by Full Sense, but what matters is building towards that soul, building towards map control for Baron later, or maybe, if we do reach that point, maybe even Elder.
Yeah, it's absolutely possible, and the first homework for Full Sense is they need to protect this mid turret because IE still got that Rift Herald. They can use it to block the mid lane. But Full Sense, obviously they want to control the river, they want to contest this third dragon in 15 seconds. And they still need to find the angle to punish you. Yusaki, half HP, Born this way. Try to set up for the gank, Few. The cut and the vision, LGW on the backside, and Few, the position is a little bit awkward. Try the equalizer, four people, but the damage is not enough. The hostile takeover only got to 1, but it's still good enough to force IE back. Shockwave into the 2. Excellence, the damage is not there. LGW onlining to protect all of their teammates, and after that long sequence, still there is no one who dead yet, Riku.
Yeah, that would have been fantastic for the third dragon if they were able to eliminate Few, but he was able to escape with the Sliver of Health. Rift Herald now being dropped in to make sure that they have Dragon prio, but we'll have to see. We might see a part 2 of this fight.
Yeah, of course, looks like IE still doesn't want to back yet, but IT with the stolen Shockwave cannot be the difference maker. Gonna be forced by LJW, escorted to the mid lane, and IE, they want this fight, they want to team fight right now, trying to find the angle while Q try to shoot some Sonic Wave, trying to connect the Q. Still hasn't found anything. Another Q miss from Q. And in the bottom side, there's Cyclone to Excellence and Born This Way. Using the ult, and now LGW try to front lining, but still Sante, still too tanky, but Sense, they knew there's no Cyclone on this Wukong, and this is gonna be a chance for Full Sense because the stolen Shockwave into one, and Born This Way just pop up like balloon. The tidal wave miss, and ID, but the damage from the outer city is good. And look at that, Yu Sake, LGW, a few low HP. There's no damage in Australia, still survive. Blondie,
no way.
Damage. LJW try to protect.
There's
to
no
kill,
way.
1 HP left for Blondie. Cannot be killed, but in the end, there is no winner, only losers, because there's no one who can approach this drag, at least for now.
Okay, on a macro perspective, Wave is slowly pushing top side, it's building. And then you get mid lane, no one has gotten the dragon. Therefore you have space. And I feel like soft winners is definitely IE because they got, you know, more out of the map. But team fight potential wise, Full Sense is just a lot of damage and they gotta respect that. The reason why IE was so confident in taking this long drawn fight, because number one, Blondie doesn't have no mana whatsoever. You've got Yu as well being already half HP. So by default, at the very beginning of the fight, it was definitely IE winning micro to macro wise. And now I'm excited to see part 3 of this fight because now Dragon's being contested and they've got ults up.
Yeah, part 3 has been started, the break by Full Sense.
Born This Way!
Born This Way, and this position is awkward because he's getting caught, and yeah, Born This Way Cyclone connects into 2, but he just give his life for free to Full Sense, and I should know Born This Way with a crucial mistakes, teleporting while the team is not ready to follow up them yet, and giving this Hextech Dragon the first Hextech into Full Sense.
Yeah, Full Sense with full awareness there. And again, ideally, hold on, thought. Oh, Sturdy was rooted. But again, ideally, Cyclone, Shockwave. That is like sort of playing with the team, but wanting to play something more, you know, unexpected, but Full Sense is just full aware of that potential play. Especially Austerity is really painful. Despite these fights are very, very close, as long as Austerity is kept safe, positioning is great, I do feel like the solution can, you know, absolutely terrorize these team fights. I think the problem is the scaling for later. I feel like IE mid-game wise, their damage is really strong. But I feel like the Yunara is going to really lay on the pain in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, we see what Austerity can do to Yunara with the empower by the Nami. So yeah, you're absolutely correct. The Austerity need to be taken down first, but looking at the Full Sense comps, it's really hard to do. Maybe if the Lee Sin find the angle for flank, but in these 20 minutes we see they like to front to back the team fights. So there's kinda still no effort from Full Sense to try to sandwich them and try to catch the backline first, and it's really hurting Full Sense in a way.
It really is, because while they're winning the fights, objective-wise, it does feel like it's leaning towards, you know, IE a little bit when it comes to building to a soul win condition. But of course, there's gonna be a fight.
Yeah, the Cyclone stolen by IT with the Equalizer, but the redemption is good. And Born This Way tried to kill IT, and the bailout tried to survive, and no! The IT cannot survive, and Yunara down from the damage from Austerity. Look at the HP for Disillusion, still full HP, and try to confront these 3 people from Full Sense. The handshake is good, try to delay players from Inferno Esports, trying to catch the Full Sense, trying to setting traps. The Blast Cone is there, and Excellent said, I'll just use the teleport, and another handshake, and Saki knew that she's gonna be the sacrificial lamb, and LGW missed the Q3, and not the Yusaki bailout trying to buy sometimes, but it has been
Atakan.
done, and the Atakan is on the menu for Inferno Esports.
The timing is so unfortunate for Full Sense. Now they have to fight this one. Maybe a steal is imminent. He was still alive.
Yeah,
Oh!
Few all got it all out it, and yeah, there's no chance for Few now trying to stall the Atakan, but maybe no, because the Wukong is there, and 3 people from Full Sense, they need to back up now because LGW try to flank from the back. IT still have the stolen tidal wave yet, and yeah, IE knew they did not need to force this, and they just try to slow approach, try to escape, trying to find who's left. And there's Yunara on the front. Australia trying to fight, and the equalizer, nice equalizer from Excellence, but look at the damage.
Austerity!
Immediately 1 HP the calling, maybe too far from Austerity, and he knew he cannot stop far more than that, and that's why he stopped, and that's a good call from Austerity.
That I saw the vision. Full Sense just wanted to get a pick before Atakan spawned. They had the capability to do so. They got a lot of damage. They got pick potential, but they got punished so hard with Ite dying immediately after that fight. I think Krim definitely and Austerity really are starting to lay on the pain, especially Austerity. And his positioning has been so perfect that his HP after a fight is almost always healthy. I mean, on top of that, moves capping off his HP with the heal. It just means that his positioning is not threatened at all, and Full Sense definitely needs to sort of reflect before the next fight, because Dragon's about to spawn, and that's going to be the 3rd Dragon if IE is able to secure that, which means Seoul WinCon is going to be crazy. Is going to be scary.
Yeah, and this is the problem for Full Sense draft, like the lack of CC, and we see the replay, ID, see the vision, but look at the damage to the Silas itself, and look at Austerity flashing to Blondie.
Yeah.
The damage is insane from this Illusion. And the rest is, yeah, because the Addis is still alive, and this is Fat Illusion that we're talking about. And the prolonged team fight actually kinda good for IE itself, because they secured the control into the Atakan, and Full Sense trying their best to steal, trying to team fight once again, but with incomplete member, of course, it's gonna be IE who got tempo. And while the back and forth is there from Full Sense, but damage is not. Like, look at how LGW is zoning the Listen, and the Hextech Drake, Hextech Soul Point should be uncontested, except Q trying to make some moves. Q connect and try to pull it to the outside, but Sonic Webs again connect, trying to timing Q, but cannot be stolen. The equalizer is built, but the tidal wave trying to disengage. Damage has been done. The hostile take over into the floor. Australia killing his own teammate. And the shutdown from the Yunara. Look at the double kill, the value of this random ult, and the Baron should be on the plate for Full Sense.
That was perfect. The equalizer just creating a blanket of pain on top of the hostile takeover. Austerity had to kill his own teammate there, and they get a free Baron to boot. While 3 Dragons are in IE's back pocket, they really need to make sure that they can help burn this one out. Look at Austerity trying his best to push the wave to sort of, delay the push a little bit, but with Baron in the hands of Full Sense, they definitely need to burn this before they can think about having another team fight in their hands.
Wow. Full Sense only got 1 chance, and they made it perfect.
Yeah.
Even though like the steal didn't happen, but the combo, like the force of IE, like, yeah, we want to fight you, but we forget you have hostile takeover, and we have 3 items leasing on our hands.
Yep.
And we're gonna see the replay. Yeah, gonna be kind of adjusted a little bit, but yeah, we see what happens. Like the tidal wave kind of try to disengage, but the 4 of them is on range of the hostile takeover, and Australia free hitting into his own Nami. It's kind of sad to watch.
Yeah, it was quite unfortunate. Oh, Austerity with a dash!
Yeah, the calling, but the equalizer and the shockwave into 1, and the few kind of catch, and the late teleport from Ite, and it's gonna be forced LGW to try to front lining all of the member from Full Sense, and the Full Sense knew they need to protect this Baron buff, and they didn't want to force the issue because still 2 minutes left on this Baron buff, and they knew they want to get the control of the map.
I'm not sure if that was intentional coming from Few, because I feel like the intention was to kick Austerity into his own team instead of back to the backline where he has better positioning. The thing is, Austerity already used his dash aggressively, which meant that he is more susceptible to more aggressive movements from Full Sense. That's why they went for it. Meanwhile, Born This Way, though, caught in a very peculiar position here. I think he's dead.
Yeah, Born This Way. I think this is the second time we saw him dead on the same position. And we're gonna see the replay for what happened. And this is the replay for this team fight. The redemption is good, the title F is good, and the hostile takeover plus the shockwave, stolen shockwave, I believe, from IT. Got a shutdown, and this is Blonde and see Few. Yeah, he got interrupted before the kick.
Yeah,
so
that's why.
Yeah, and the rest is like Full Sense knew they didn't want to prolong this team fight, but the bright side is Born This Way again. Get snapped off right off the bat after that questionable positioning.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a little bit too greedy to get the Krugs there, but at least because they were able to -1 that get a pick off a Few, it really mitigated the value off of this Baron buff. I think now it's used defensively rather than offensively. They didn't even get the mid lane tower, which meant that, you know, IE did a fantastic job just devaluing this buff away from Full Sense. This is interesting though. They're creating a death brush. They want Blondie. Let's see.
Yeah, Australian with the calling to Yu Saki. Perfect timing for Few to block the vision, and it's just bait IE because look at IT started trying to push the top lane. There's no one to protect this turret. Crimson should be late into the top lane, and this turret not belong to the world anymore. And what a great bait, I could say, in the mid lane, because Cos is the inner turret on the top lane.
Yup. It is really good value. At least they were able to trade off of the map. I think this would really set IE bit of the back foot, because one of a very important win condition for them is this dragon, this soul. So at this point, let's see how they're able to secure that, because it's extremely important. Wave is not in their favor, by the way, for topside.
Yeah, Austerity trying to play with fire, literally, because Excellence with the flamethrower and the equalizer needs to be looking out for fourth item Lucian. Full Sense need to be careful, and also Inferno Esports if Austerity managed to get caught in hostile takeover, so it can be a double-edged sword for the both teams. And Austerity positioning a little bit weird, a little bit off, kinda dangerous. Full Sense still trying to hold back, and LGW got rooted, got handshake. There's still no follow-up, and IT still hasn't stolen any ultimate yet, and Cyclone Equalizer kinda awkward the positioning. The shockwave come into the tree, into the back line, and the stance is saving the life of IT. And Austerity with the full HP blew up 2 people in an instance, and Full Sense now the damage is too big from this Lucian, and there's no way to counter this menace. And IT looking at Austerity, or Austerity looking at the IT. Look at the damage, and Blondie trying to face off against the demons, and LGW said you cannot contact with our presidents, and the flash has been done by Blondie, and they knew they cannot contest this hashtag soul for IE.
Oh my word, they won that one definitely. And again, Austerity's positioning is so prime, not being hit by the hostile takeover, not being hit by the equalizer. This soul is free, and we talked about the win condition, and this is definitely key. What can upset this win con? Full Sense winning another team fight, which is possible if they're able to do the usual, bathe them in blood of the equalizer into the hostile takeover. That's your key. Get a pick off of Austerity, you win that team fight. We get to see Ite having massive amounts of damage in the backline from earlier with that shockwave. The problem is, it didn't really necessarily catch Austerity in a bad position. Moves has to be careful here, because Baron's about to spawn. IE needs to take this Baron to win this game.
Yeah, and there is no arm guard for IT, so IT cannot make a reckless plays like that again. And The only thing that IE needs to do is only to protect Austerity, because look how much damage, 5 items actually for this Lucian. And Full Sense still hasn't got the answer yet how to get to this Lucian.
It's indeed the question. They gotta wait for Austerity to dash in, because they're using this super aggressively. That's the window. But they're being hammered hard right now. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, blown up instantly by Austerity, but damage Austerity too far away.
Oh, Phew!
Top of the equalizer, and Phew got
gone!
+1, which is the Crimson. It's 3 versus 4 right now, but Excellence needs to be back, so it's gonna be 3-4-3, but Blondie is there. But LJW and Mobs and the slow from the Hextech still keeping them safe. And Full Sense, they knew the only thing that they can do again, taking the control of the Baron from IE.
Born This Way still alive, Few as well. That's an amazing pick. They don't have their carries alive, so they need to bother them.
Yeah, and the Blastcon Born This Way trying to Cyclone, the stolen Cyclone actually from IT, trying to Rocket Belt, but didn't manage to connect the Kingslayer, trying to stop at least the Ham to the Baron from Full Sense, but trying to engage again Few, trying to connect into Born This Way, but LGW burning too low, but trying to survive into the bottom of the turret. But there's no salvation to him. Teleports a little bit too late for Crimson, and Austerity is there, so Full Sense now the last boss is coming to them.
Okay, 50 seconds. That's how much I needs to buy time, and they gotta be careful of Fuse positioning. Again, we talked about how a Silas and a Lee Sin have many angles of creative points of attack. Meanwhile, Austerity, no breaks for him, just wants to scare away and gains as much space as possible. Baron is a win condition. Winning this fight is a win condition. Few's gone!
Few's gone!
Austerity's dead!
He's got a trap, but also Austerity has been taken down, and Move Strength is being chased down by Full Sense. Double kill for Excellence and Crimson. The position is off, and it's gonna be ace for Full Sense. What is looking is a setup from Inferno Esports. The initial play is great. They try to catch the Few who use teleport and try to set up with the shockwave, but the counter they did not expect. And again, Austerity positioning is too far in the front and get caught easily by Full Sense.
Fighting in the jungle, understandable. Your damage is absolutely nuts, right? You in a team fight, the damage graph, Austerity is the king of damage. Problem is, at points like that, where everything is pretty much in such congested corners. Let's take a look at this again. This was the fight where Austerity got picked up. Question mark, equalizer. There it is. Just a lot of damage. The over-eagerness, I think, is what's really sort of destroying IE here. And I mean, I definitely understand the vision, but the problem is after the dash, after defensive maneuvers used aggressively, this is where Full Sense can identify the weak points, how they're able to gain access off of your carry, which is, again, Austerity being your primary source of damage next to Crim.
Yeah, we haven't talked about this yet. Maybe the Austerity is the final boss for IE, but the other 4 player is just a support role for this Lucian. In other way, Full Sense, the 4 player, the Rumble is in Silas and Randall is really bad, especially Silas. So if Full Sense can manage to just blow this Lucian, they can win this game, especially with this Baron buff they has just been secured, and maybe the Elder Drake that you talked about earlier.
Yeah,
be true.
This is probably the longest game IE is experiencing over here at the LCP Wild Card. Full Sense, again, a fantastic team, a very experienced team. Again, under an organization that has, has spanned through like the history of Thailand as an esports. Elder Drake now up for grabs. It is going to be after a few seconds as they try to prep that. Let's take a look at that replay. This is the fight. The big equalizer hostile takeover. They basically bathed in pain. And this is where Austerity really didn't have any ways of escape whatsoever. And then the cleanup crew pretty much just, cleaned the rift with everything. And the second fight right after this is Crim, unfortunately, getting caught out. Again, I feel like the jungle, these close spaces are just not an ideal place to fight for IE.
Ooh, the first Elder Dragon for LCP Wild Card, I believe. Wow, and it's gonna be Elder Flip for both of them. The goal doesn't matter, but Full Sense have the lead, obviously. And yeah, trying to start first for Full Sense. 7k gold left, or HP left, and Unstoppable from LGW trying to interrupt them. Hostile takeover with the Equalizer. Manage, and LGW be the first and born this way, trying to Cyclone break, but the shutdown into the IT. Excellent strike.
Oh my gosh.
The top austerity.
They got it.
Damage has been on the Elder Dragon. Been punished by Full Sense, and IE knew the Dragon is not on their side. And Full Sense with 3 members left plus the Yunara and Lee Sin can still make this work. Maybe the one set of this inhibitor will be the prize for them.
What a game! Oh my word, I don't think they're able to defend from this. Elder Drake in their hands, unless Krim is able to land a classic shockwave here. But that's not available.
Yeah, the best thing that they can do is try to mitigate this minion wave push. So Full Sense needs to back off. Look at the HP, the half HP. Yeah, they need to force to back down, but this is looking grim, really grim for IE. After the Elder Drake, look at the gold balloon and the TP flank actually from LGW. Maybe try to catch Blondie with the Guardian Angel. They knew with the Scryers there's somebody is here. And yeah, LGW picked the ladder, which is to retreat. And Full Sense. What a team fight, what a setup. Look at this Equalizer plus hostile takeover combo just to force IE back. And the rest is the damage from the Yunara. The shockwave actually good.
Yeah.
Next to 3 people, but look how fast IT got blown up.
We talked about this. Mid-game wise, Austerity is going to be such a monster, but let's not forget the scaling that a Yunara provides. We're already at the 40-minute mark. 7-1-10 for Blondie, and this is where the matchup, pays off. It is now Blondie that really just takes over the damage of the entire game. Let's see. We might see another fight here. Another big clash. LJW.
Yeah, still Elder Drake is on Full Sense side, so IE needs to treat this with more careful, but few trying to sneaking to burn this way. 45 seconds into the Baron and 20 seconds to the Elder. Maybe IE will try to bet it on the last ditch stretch. Full item for this Lucian, 6 items. But is it enough? Because Full Sense, look at the Magi's on the Rumble. The AP damage is massive. 17. And the Baron, 20 seconds into the Baron. And I think this will be the last fight for both of these teams, Riku.
I agree. This will really determine who is going to be winning this. And I will say, Full Sense have really scaled up. If they're not able to eliminate Blondie or challenge Blondie's positioning, then I am afraid that I just will not have and match the damage that Full Sense has at the moment, especially if the Equalizer is placed in the best spot. They are the ones that must truly initiate this first, but they also have to worry about Austerity's positioning as well for consistent damage.
Yeah, and at least IE still got a quick clear minion wave, but look at the bottom side. The super minion wave pushing through bottom. Crimson need to come back, and they knew Crimson is not there, and they try to fight it. Redemption heals IT, and Crimson still need to clear this wave, and Full Sense can use this time just to clear the vision, just to set up the Baron, forcing IE to join them in the Baron pit, while the bottom minion wave will be keep pushing, and they need to respond it, and yeah, no vision at all. It's really dark for IE there. And IE knew they didn't want to force the issue, and they just back away. Knew that the bottom side of their map is being pushed. Well, Full Sense actually teleporting back.
That's the thing. Krim already used his teleport, so I believe it's LJW's turn to sort of make sure that the bottom wave does not keep shoving onto the Nexus because he's the only one that has teleport now. So I guess they're just sort of exchanging roles here. Meanwhile, this really puts Full Sense in a very advantageous spot because that means they can contest, take down this Baron so fast. They have a little bit of vision, they are aware, but what can they do about it? They're just gonna try and burn this one out, as Born This Way tried to make a little bit of an attempt to get there and do a potential steal. Now all they can do, once again, try to burn it out.
Yeah, it's kind of a lose-lose situation, you know, like Full Sense got the option if LGW teleports again, they can just back off again and they will be happy because 2 teleports
That's interesting.
Been used and moves. Trying to set up a gang from the IA, trying to burst Yu Usaki, but right now it doesn't matter because in the front view actually didn't manage to connect the Q, the Sonic Wave, and IT managed to stall the Sonic Wave. Few gonna be the target. Equalizer has been popped out, but the angle is a little bit awkward. And damage has been done, but Born This Way still managed to aim back safely and Scream in the back, being taken down by IT, shot down into the Renata also, and the 3-man left from IE. But Austerity, look at the damage, the culling, and 2 Stasis trying to save their both life. Few gonna be burned, but still have the shield, and Excellence came back and joining them and trying to push the mid lane. Well, the IE, they need to recall, they need to base at least. Full Sense still managed to get the objectives.
The idea was there. If you're having a hard time reaching the Yunara because of your front to back, why not just go back to front? That's exactly what they did. They flipped the script, but the idea wasn't necessarily successful because Full Sense just had a lot of damage by their own as well. Krim was eliminated because of Itae's really, really painful damage. Elder is back in the line. Equalizer back online here for Excellence. They gotta be careful.
Oh, Itae, the position is a little bit dangerous, half HP. The idea is try to get Austerity the tidal wave, but Few maybe a little bit too early. And there is no Few, but Itae got moves, but there is no smite now into the side of Full Sense. And they cannot force this Elder Dragon. The only thing that they can do is to team fight or maybe push this bottom side. Still, they have the Baron, but Full Sense knew there is no smite, there is no imminent danger, but Born This Way also with the low HP. Look at the Silas, look at Itae, they didn't know where is Itae, finally got vision, reveals,
close.
of the Silas, got the Oriental Shockwave, the Dragon has been slain, and Austerity, there's no one who touched this Lucian, but the damage has been down. Austerity gonna be breaking down Full Sense. It's been good for Full Sense, but apparently it's not enough, and Blondie tried to recall, LGW tried to catch, but the damage still there. Crimson tried to give LGW shield. Blondie, it's just buying time right now, because look at Lucian pushing at the mid lane. 50 seconds to Silas, 40 seconds to Silas Rumble and Renata, and I think Blondie just managed to secure time for herself, while the base has been tethered by the Lucian tidal wave even being casted by moves.
Teleport
but
mid.
Look at the best teleport mid. Few only the last person standing, and
they
look
have 20
at the
seconds.
Legion with the Elder. 20 seconds. Try to buying time at least, and Few gonna be blown up, of course, with this Lucian, with the Elder Dragon, and I think this is gonna be the end of the fighting of the Full Sense. But there's no minion wave actually.
It's about to arrive.
So maybe there's Silas and the Rumble and Renata plus the Yunara trying to defend, and this will be the last defense for Full Sense.
Equalizer.
The Equalizer is good.
Oh my
trying to
God.
calling and flash the shockwave from the Itae, stolen again, and the host takeover managed to be dodged, and the counter shockwave for Crimson is not enough, and it's not done yet. Riku.
There's so many things to just talk about there, but I guess if we were to just do it chronological order, is that Few, it started at the Elder Dragon, the second one that we have today. By the way, 47-minute game, everybody. Hope you guys are having a fun time, because I know we all are. Take a look at the replay. It is this Elder Drake tussle. Itae has been spotted and exposed. Few was punished here as he tried to do a kick off of Austerity. equalizer utilized, therefore the hostile takeover. Watch this. The dash was to dodge the hostile takeover. Austerity was pretty much unchallenged. With the Elder Drake now secured by the side of IE, that means Austerity's power spike within this fight just immensely. So, what is happening? This is a replay, of course, but I'm looking at the bottom side as we get to see, what do you call this, Full Send still pushing the base of IE. Now pretty much everybody's alive. Both of their bases wide open and no objectives have spawned just yet.
Yeah, 91.5k gold for Full Sense, Riku. So yeah, maybe we will reach 100,000 gold in this game.
Yeah.
Because I think they both cannot push into the base and they gonna wait either into the Baron or the Elder. One more team fight.
This is crazy.
I guess.
Nobody wants to
It's
let
on
go.
The menu. Yeah, and look at the Lucian damage, 73,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
That's 20,000 more, and yeah, maybe there's one last
You know they're there.
I said one last team fight, maybe 3 and 4 times right now.
Yeah. It's a
But
lot. Ite, though. Look at this positioning. I am so worried for Austerity. He used his dash already. It's deja vu.
It's deja vu, and I did try to get the shockwave, but the cyclone is good, and Austria to actually get taken down early, and you gonna be the sacrificial lamb, and the hostile take over to Born this way, trying to escape with the warrior trickster Crimson, just blown the phone itself, so they cannot have way to escape, and yes, that's the end. 95,000 gold in the end for Full Sense. 4 men left. All they need to do just punish the Lucian, and they done it. Full Sense after 49 minutes game managed to win game number 1.
The undefeated streak has been broken. Full Sense is able to reach, what, 50 minutes here and able to secure the win against Team Philippines. Oh my word, there's so much to talk about in that game, but I think that last clash was where Ite was on the opposite side of that river, able to set up, just waited for Austerity to dash into the fight, which meant that he's going to be out of position. They aren't able to get a kill, plus that brush was warded, so that attack was seen from a mile away by Full Sense. So great job coming from FS, honestly, and just really good reads and really good adjustments on the fly.
Yeah, 3 Barons, 2 Elders, and yeah, I think we've run out of gas, and we'll just let Abigail and Contra to break it down for us. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Manamo and my baby Rico. And thank you so much for Contra for the jinx the game, because he said that before that this game will be at the 15 minutes. And that's almost happened. But that actually was a very massively good match to watch. Oh my god. Then Ite. I mean we also have lots of things to highlight, but first, for me, both Ite and Austerity is one of the, players who got the biggest spotlight during the game, Contra.
Yeah, I think like there's so much to take away from this matchup, because these two teams are looking so identical. Even on the early game, you can see that they're really matching toe-to-toe, blow for blow. Even when there's like invades, they've been able to also come up with their own catches. So all this back and forth trading just goes to show that they understand what the enemies need to do at every given point in time, which is why you are looking at small little pickoffs as well as all these objective trades being so efficient from both Full Sense as well as Inferno. So, of course, hats off to our dear casters. I mean, they really had a lot to cover. And then when we take a look at what really went down, Full Sense, they relied so much on View as well as Ite to really start off the fights, put them in the displays areas, and they could just really ramp up with the perfect equalizer being dropped right in from the Rumble. So that was mainly their protocol when it comes down to how they want that 5v5 to go. And at the very same time, you take a look at on the opposite side, both junglers are actually playing very sacrificially because they know the setup means a whole lot more, and they ensure that Austerity is safe for the most part. So we start off here, we got this invade, and you see they were just reading each other. Born This Way was hoping to also hop over the wall to eventually form a reply. But because of this red buff steal, that gives the priority over on the side of FS to really get around, get that priority over onto the Grubs, and by doing so, they've been able to hop over. And even despite that, the exchanges still went through where it went pretty much 1-for-1, and then it just rinsed and repeat. These teams were just going on an absolute tear at each other's throat.
Yup, and that was executed beautifully, and not to mention about how FS actually trying to play a little bit more aggressive because they know they're actually at the advantage. But on the other hand, IE sort of like play a very good thing too, because how they set up the team fight is also magnificent.
Yeah, I think like there's so many heroic plays coming out of Ite. It's all thanks to his understanding with all these kind of circumstances. This fight, they hop over onto the Orianna because he knows that his flash was on cooldown, which is why like they've been able to really rally up and were willing to really full commit to the point that everybody was left limping by the end of it all. I mean, this is just, the first 20 minutes. We still got another 30 minutes of like jam-packed action. And what I really love about both supports is that you can see every time somebody uses hostile takeover, you got the tidal wave in response. So all these form of push and pull really allowed them to really set up all these big elements into really finding the kind of opening picks. But through it all, I think that Austerity has been able to really benefit it for the first 30 minutes of the game until eventually Few has been able to find those answers. Ite has been able to catch him out a couple of times, and then this was basically the tension at its finest tipping point already when they've been able to secure themselves the Dragon Soul. Despite that, you saw FS look for the better exchanges, they came up ahead, and then eventually secured the very first Baron of the game.
Yup, and that was a very good watch Baron from RuleSense because if they don't have any Baron buff, that would be very bad for them because they could not push towards the IE.
Yeah, it definitely was a little bit tad difficult, and they also did manage to go for so many trades, so much so that they balance out all these kind of pushing waves overall. And then you could already saw that, they've already had Austerity down in this fight, so they continue to press on the engagement in order for them to reap more rewards. It took like 35 minutes for them to eventually look to break the mid lane. So Infinity Esports, they've been holding up so well towards the point. This is also like the very first death for the Lucian, so it was just the key to the success of Full Sense, so long as they can keep up with these kind of catches. And dude, mind you, excellence on this Rumble was insane towards the late game. Every equalizer was connecting, and then I think there was one core essential mistake was that this dive coming from the side of LJW was a pure setup coming from the side of Full Sense to really pull him all the way back, as he had to commit that all out, and eventually Full Sense, they got their hands onto the Elder.
Yeah, because the inequalities are not only late damages towards the IE's players, but also zone every single of them in the Dragon Pit. And not to mention, but also I would like to mention the tidal wave from Ite that he stole from Nami is always casted in a very perfect time, just to make sure that IE could not give a counter attack towards the Full Sense or just to delay the team fight so Full Sense can have a space.
Yeah, that's an absolute great point, right? You talk about the tidal wave. This was the game-winning one where, it's all thanks to his commitment where they've been able to really go for this perfect clump being knocked up by the tidal wave. So this whole area, they were really willing to eventually have that full collapse coming right through. And once again, it's all thanks to this man, Ite. He was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, this golden boy, you gotta keep him at all costs because he's been able to really get all these big pickoffs all by himself to really set the tempo for the rest of the members of Full Sense.
Yeah, and look, you can see how great the formation of IE's players after that tidal wave, and even it put them on the very upper position.
Yeah, there was that kind of base race that they were attempting as well, i.e., they were not really having the best of timers because the rest of the members of Full Sense responded in kind. And then this was what Riku was talking about. The entirety of this moment was all about, that pure setup that was being read, all thanks to this ward that they were camping on. So it was rather rough that, they were being spotted out. So Itae, once again, alongside a few, they went over for another big setup, and this time they've convincingly won out that duel, all thanks to, that ward placement. So Full Sense, they got the perfect read, and they just knew how to really excel in these team fights.
Yeah, but the fight between Full Sense and Inferno Esports is not over yet, so please welcome back our casters Manamo and Riku for the last game of today between Full Sense and Inferno Esports. I mean, that was beautifully executed by Full Sense. That was beautifully closed by Full Sense, even though they have to prolong it to 50 minutes. But I think that every single minute from Full Sense and both IE as well is worth enough to watch, very worth to watch, because you can see how strong they are to fight back towards each other, Matra.
Yeah, I mean, as much as, our casters felt like they need to really take a long break, these players, they don't even get more than 10 minutes to really re-strap for game 2. I mean, these coaches, they're already concocting something that needs to secure Full Sense another win in order for them to take that first seed to guarantee them the grand finals.
Yeah,
same goes to IE.
I think, yeah. I mean, a banger. Yeah, I agree with that, Maromo and Rico. Welcome back, my babies. This absolutely a banger. Like what I said on the opening of this match, this is sort of like a too soon grand final for Full Sense and IE, and that proves a lot because the way how they play is kind of very different with the other matches that we saw before. But for the last game, this is going to be very exciting because we are going to see if IE will down to the second place or FS will stay on the second place.
Yeah, this last game is going to have a lot at stake. Who is going to be the first seed coming into the playoffs? Will it be IE or will it be Full Sense? Full Sense, honestly, feel like they have what it takes to truly take first seed after seeing how they've readjusted and identified. It feels like they only need to see something once from IE for them to concoct a solution and counterattack. For IE, on the other hand, you can see that there is some sort of frustration because for the longest time here in LCP Wild Card, they've been winning. At the first 10 minutes, you get to see a 10k gold lead, a 5k gold lead, and they basically take these, why am I thinking about Venn diagram? Not Venn diagram. You got the step-by-step process on how to end the game, and they do it so well. What happens if you don't have that 10k gold lead? What happens if your lanes don't win individually? And I think that's something that they need to think about before they think about the grand finals even.
Yeah, but personally, I feel like even though IE at first was left behind because of the Full Sense aggressivity and how they set up the tempos, and Inferno Esports was like a kind of dictated by the tempo of the Full Sense, they still managed to make it even until the mid game, until the Lucian can have a space to lay damage towards the Full Sense player. And now back to the Grand Epic section of the second game, aka the last game of today. Varus pick for austerity. This is going to be very insane because you know how well he is when he is playing Varus Manamo.
Yeah, and IE and Full Sense should know that IE gonna focus on the hyper carry, on the AD carry, and right now Celeste actually subbing in for the second game as the mid laner. And yeah, Full Sense kind of figure it out what is the weakness of the Inferno Esports, and like Riku said, because Inferno Esports has been winning all along, and when they got pressured, they tend to make a minor mistakes, the incorrect decisions, and that's what kind of crumbling them down in game 1. So I want to see Inferno Esports kind of bounce back, make a calm and collected decision making, and maybe make it more interesting in this last game.
Yeah, but I personally love this Jin pick from Full Sense because it's kind of open widely what kind of support that Full Sense want to take. Because if you pick Jin, you need a solid tank, and that leaves an option to Alistar, Braum, and also Leona because the Nautilus is already on IE's hand contra.
Yeah, if we're already looking at this form of angle, I mean, you gotta ensure that this Jin really gets sufficient space for him to really pull off a curtain call. So that is of utmost importance. But look at the rest of Infinity Esports' response. I really do like that. There's a lot of disengage tools. There's also a lot of engage tools. Anyone could really start a fight. So this is definitely a big threat onto what they're going to be forming up against those members of Full Sense in essence. So ideally, you really want to really go deep behind, find that flank, and then catch out this Jin.
And Braille could be the answer from Full Senses towards the IE, but I personally also love the way how you combine Nautilus, Gragas, and also Chain Corruption. So this is a very team fight combination from IE, and that leaves to Full Sense whether they want to, disable the solid technical support for IE, or maybe this another disengage support from IE to be picked. Enrico.
I think this is a really nice balance. You've got your Gragas as a full disengage, then you have good level 3. This could go to the top lane. Nautilus could be support, maybe on the jungle. So there's a lot of flexibility happening on this side of IE's composition. Meanwhile, we get to see interesting target jungle bans with Nidalee being taken out, Elise being taken out as well. But you already see a solid duo happening. You don't know what your mid and jungle duo is for the side of of Full Sense. So I think that's where the mystery lies, and that's where the key is going to be, because we saw Few and Ite set up such deadly setups for Austerity. This time he's on a Varus. No dashes, nothing of that whatsoever. So he's more susceptible for those kinds of outplays and setups.
Yep, and that applies also for Full Sense because they have Jin. But any pick is going to be very interesting. They just want to answer every single fight that IE brought towards the Manamo.
Yeah, it's just a lockdown combo for Full Sense, and IE, it's a lot more of like try to interrupt the curtain call with the depth charge, with the barrel, the explosive cast, while Full Sense, they will try to burst this Paris early on, maybe with the Magnet Storm and the Slice and Dice and the T-Burst. But the Victor, actually kind of interesting pick for IE, has fallen off the meta for quite a while. But for a damage, it's gonna be a lot sustainable, a good matchup against the Annie. And into the late game, of course, the Chaos Storm's gonna be hurt a lot, but the AP damage, so I figure it's gonna be on hit Paris because they need the AD damage also from the Virus.
Yeah, but personally, I think this Victor pick is more likely putting in another balance for IE because they want to get a balanced damage from the early game, mid game, until the late game, because we all know that the Victors really relies on item to fully become core champion of Contra.
Yeah, I mean, when we take a look at the final pick, it definitely allows Few to also go on the ultra aggression because they know every single lane that he actually forms into for a gank will confirm him at least a crowd control as a setup. So you got free reigns. If even this Viego gets up ahead, then this could be very troublesome where you get this snowball situation. On top of that, what I really like about the Victor pick is that you can see that a lot of all these point of click stun is present. But then again, if you have the Renekton, the overdiving, you could absolutely silence him with the Arcane Storm. So that really makes Full Sense think twice before setting their foot too deep into the waters.
Yeah, but in the end, this is going to be very, exciting last match of today between Full Sense and IE, and I cannot wait to see that. So I'm gonna toss it to our casters, my baby Riku and also Manamo. Take it away.
Thank you, Mom. Abigail. I'm kidding. Thank you very much,
Thank you, Dad.
Abigail. Thank you, Dad. Thank you very much, Abigail and Contra. This is us, Riku and Manamo, back at it again for this amazing matchup, by the way, between Full Sense and Inferno Esports. Imagine, we reached the 50-minute mark, and I'm pretty sure that's our very first 50-minute game over here at the LCP Wild Card, and it's going to get even wilder for our last match of the night.
Yeah, and looking at the draft from the Inferno Esports, they picked the scaling comps with the Victor and the Varus, so there's still a chance, going to a late game again, and maybe a Varus stall an objective, and we goes and on. Yeah, there's still a possibility, but it's a good League of Legends game, and this is the last game of the day 2 before we move on into the playoffs. So let's see, will Full Sense manage to snatch the first seed that has been in Inferno sides from the day 1, or Inferno said that first seed is ours and managed to get it into draw and get the +1 point to still manage ahead against Full Sense?
That is indeed the biggest question for the night, and I can't believe we are ending with this answer, being answered before playoffs. But looking at the composition, it's very different. Austerity, I think, is the biggest key to victory here for the side of Inferno Esports. He was on the Lucian. He was dashing aggressively, sometimes successful, sometimes Full Sense saw this as a window of opportunity, but this time on the Varus. That's why they had to use the Jarvan into the composition to make sure that they're able to bring space. But for Full Sense, on the other hand, they've got a lot of target lock CC happening. But of course, that is going to be our matchup for today. Full Sense versus IE, who will be, again, top seed after this match.
Yep, and here we are, the last game of the day. Full Sense against Inferno Esports. Who will gonna lock the first seed and who's gonna drop into the second seed? Full Sense looking really strong in the game 1, but IE with the new mid laner Celeste starting in and Austerity in the bot lane. We'll see. Game number 2, Full Sense against Inferno Esports. Full Sense with the win. 1 point on the game 1. The long game will be late game again, is it? Or it will be a quick one, because IE looking have a plan to interrupt this Jin from Blondie, and or Excellence showing again his excellency in the top lane.
Here we go. Exciting stuff happening here. Already trades with board this way, losing that a little bit. I'm excited to see what the bot lane's gonna look like. Jin, also similar, quite susceptible. No dash, not a mobile champion. But Curtain Call gives that extra range. You sort of gotta hunt him down rather, with the Curtain Call being utilized as a way to start these very interesting fights later on. Also really good at finishing off low health targets. So again, space is going to be very important. But the Annie, however, being in the mid lane, I think this is also going to be really key to destroy a lot of the carries, because the burst of an Annie is nothing to scoff at. A lot of these squishies like Celeste and Austerity should be careful. And I think that's the reason why Cleanse is in the hands of Austerity for this Varus.
Yeah, and I think like Full Sense can maximize the Annie. We know Annie early into mid game, really a menace, and with the reset from the Viego, it should be a threat for IE itself, because like we see Paris and Victor still need maybe 2 or 3 items to prevail, and the Gragas itself still not much of the mobility and the consistent damage. So yeah, full sense. If they can manage to steamroll the early game, they maybe can finish it a little bit quicker rather than the game one.
Ooh, the big level 2. The thing about this matchup, Ite and Celeste, meanwhile, bot side.
Yeah, Deadly Flourish connects into the moves and just bit a chunk of damage to moves and no flash committed because yeah, it's still early level, not a big damage, not a boom damage from Blondie. So yeah, Yu Saki and Blondie can still manage to do the same thing again and again.
The good news about Avaris is that usually the biggest threat against the Jin lane is to wanting to CS and you're in range of the grenades. But being Avaris, that means you have your Q to just really, if it's not in your favor, the lane's not exactly in your favor, trades are not in your favor, you have at least your Q as some saving grace and lay down the poke. So I think this is really good for Austerity and Moops with the picks that they have for themselves. They can safely poke much longer range compared to Blondie, at least before level 6. I think what's interesting is that this matchup between Victor and Annie does win this very early just because of shields are just so easy access, low cooldown, so you can just really out-trade the Victor over here on your lane. I think what's interesting as well for LJW on the other hand, I keep saying this, but LJW has been always winning its lane except when it's up against Excellence. Being on the Gragas allows you to at least last hit safely with your barrels, but also you have like a I'm out switch with the explosive cask. So these are much safer lanes on paper for IE in comparison to the previous lane from earlier. Maybe except Victor. Maybe except Celeste.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, and for IE, I think they need to maximize this Jarvan that we knew that can flag and break early, can gank early, because look at the top side Excellence already proxying into the top lane, and if there's no response, and this Crocodile can be a menace also, and Moops and Austerity actually got the hook into the Yu Saki, still can crash down, and Blondie get the damage and try to Deadly Flourish root, connect into Austerity, the 4th shot, ooh, that hurts into the fire. So the initial gank from IE is gonna be countered by Blondie.
Yeah, like look at this Austerity, very, very low already. I think the only saving grace from that trade is that Blondie does not have mana to just really keep exchanging these trades. But so far, so good. Ite, oh my word, the trades are definitely going to be in his favor very early because of the shields, as we've said. But level 6 is where it's going to be interesting. I feel like Celeste should be very, very careful. Perhaps, especially that's an electrocute Annie, a flash, Tibbers ultimate may spell the death of Celeste, but I think the lasers are doing Celeste is doing a fantastic job, sort of making sure that the lane is still, manageable.
Yeah, it's actually good enough, and there's no gang also into the mid lane, so Ite cannot maximize, and Born This Way, looking up at Ite level 6 now, and Born This Way now. It can spell disaster if it goes wrong, so they decided not to, and the hook is missed, and the view is there. Ite with the T-Bars, focusing on Ite. First blood, get killed by Celeste, get caught by Celeste. And the initial is good, the plan is good for Feud. He wants to reset, but 3 people is too much. And the passive from the moves actually helping IE secure the first block.
3v2 situation. I think Yu wanted to roam to mid as well, but a little bit too... I do think moves is just much faster. I think that's the beautiful thing about a Varus lane in general, is that we talked about how safely you can farm the lane, and therefore you can sort of leave your AD carry and Austerity to his own devices for a little bit. Level 5 now for Austerity, close to 6. Dragon has spawned. Let's see who will be able to secure that first objective, as, again, tempo... for IE in particular is very, very important.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, that Ite can have the urgency in the early game, but if being pushed like this and Victor got to access his item early, it can be a quite disaster for Full Sense. I mean, a lot of ages early on for Victor means he's really, really hard to take him down, and Full Sense trying to send something, but yeah, they decided to back off, and again, right now, Full Sense actually got the access first into the Dragon.
Yeah, they saw what do you call this? Born This Way sort of leave the brush a little bit, so it really gave the signal for Full Sense to just okay, Dragon's free, jungler is at top side, it is our chance. So really good stuff coming from Full Sense. I love how reserved both of these teams are in this match. No funny business just yet. I think it's because it's just so important, this game, having to determine who first seed is going to be for playoffs.
Yeah, that's why that IE also, I think they did a little bit reserved, so they didn't want to make a reckless play, didn't want to make sure that every play is perfect. That's why we didn't see any aggressive plays for early on, even though they have a Jarvan and moves trying to hook. Maybe the follow-up with the flag and drag crash down, gonna be interrupted, and the Cataclysm locking Yu Saki a little bit too late to respond, cannot use the flash itself, and just giving away his life for Born This Way.
And that is the timing of the grubs as well for IE. They're able to get that rotation, remove the support to decrease battle stat on the side of Full Sense. So they're going to be happy about this. Most likely getting these plates, maybe funneling them to the selected target. Most likely Austerity here. But again, Austerity is here for these chain of corruptions for later. I'm really curious, you're right. It is going to be that on-hit that they're going to be hoping for this Varus. Void Grubs accessed right now. So I assume later on, this Varus is going to be... It can be painful once the game ramps up.
Yep, and this Varus actually got, in a good way, got ignored in the bottom lane, so he got the farm that he wants, and there's no any aggression from the side of Full Sense. So yeah, like you said, Faerie can just scaling. The Victor got the kill early on, the first blood early on, and the Greg is actually gonna build the Road of Ages too. So Full Sense, it's gonna be a tough task to broke these two quite heavy, quite tanky AB damage dealer.
Ooh, yeah, Scuttler secured. Sort of, Few was trying to finish that, but here comes the rotate back to normal, 2v2. So far, you're right, it is Austerity and both of these laners sort of having a very safe lane. I think the one that kind of like dealt the first, try to do a little bit of first blood here on the mid lane, at least for a one versus one matchup, was Ite on the Tibbers being unleashed. No mana, however, and the fact that Celeste is going, you know, Roa, which meant that there's just a lot of HP to work with, just denies the possible burst that Ite wants to do. So survivability in the lane is going to be very, very important.
Yep, and we haven't seen anything yet movement from the Few. We saw Few try to engage at the mid lane, but after that, none of it. He's trying to power farming, while we see Born This Way actually making play here and there, and the IDXP actually, it's not too bad still. Both of teams managed to catch with each other, no significant gold lead yet, and it's kind of different from the game number one. It's quite quiet, and slow, quite peaceful, yes. It's just like, after that long gap, let's have a truce, maybe at least 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Both of them.
It's gonna be a bit of a farm fest. I think top lane could see some action once the junglers decide to visit, especially Born This Way. I think. Oh, there it is! Explosive cast.
Yeah, explosive cast because Born This Way is coming. The Dominus has been popped from Excellence, trying to move into the alcoves, trying to escape, and the flash to dodge, and the Cataclysm a little bit too late from Excellence. The flash to the other side, and the first kill, the Feats of Warfare, has been unlocked for Inferno Esports.
Crazy. Well, it was a very nice gank. I do think LJW was able to marinate the lane, put Excellence in such dangerous numbers. This Gragas versus Renekton matchup is just really doing so well compared to the matchup that we saw earlier. Blondie able to, you know, get the Yomus for better safety, just more base stats in general. Bork now completed by Austerity. So this next dragon fight should be very exciting. I think this is where we're gonna be seeing what Blondie with a massive curtain call setup to start a fight, or will a chain of corruptions into a Nautilus hook happen and get a pick to equal a 4v5 situation.
Yeah, and I think it's gonna be a team fight here in the second Drake, the Mountain Drake, because we see first item from Inferno Esports, but the Magna Storm into the 2, and the Celeste doesn't have the Arcane Storm yet. It's a little bit of mistake, and the Curtain Call just managed to get a 2-shot Born This Way, still managed to escape. The Deadly Flourish close. But the damage from Austerity tried to peel the Yuyusaki Blondies came. The 4th shot to the Austerity still haven't managed to see the range. Celeste been popping out by few. And I think it's because the first mistake, an early Arcane Storm into the IT cost, i.e. the team fight.
Yeah, I think that was a really nice catch onto Moops. I think it started there. Enable the 4v5. That means Curtain Call can be activated. The chase pursues. And then I think Austerity wanted to make something happen, make it maybe into a 1-for-1 trade. But the problem is Blondie was in prime position to create some sort of flank. And it just really stopped the rest of IE. They were definitely forced to back off. Let's take a look at that replay. There it is. Moops was unfortunately caught into the stun lock of the rest of Full Sense. The Curtain Call is right there. Everything just being thrown into the kitchen sink. But I think Austerity wanted to try something here with the Chain of Corruptions being initiated. He is quite painful, but Blondie coming from the side really just denies any sort of trade whatsoever. And the fact that they do get the dragon after that and Celeste's life means that definitely Full Sense is happy about that one. However, still able to keep up with a bigger lead, 1k gold lead at least against Full Sense after all of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's showing the early to mid game power from Full Sense, especially the chain CC they have, the point and click CC from this Annie. And the top lane, at least, LGW still managed to keep the lead against Excellence. And yeah, after all of that, still a gold lead for IE, but Full Sense right now is in the position that we usually see Inferno Esports. 2 Drake early has been secured for Full Sense.
The restraint coming from LJW, very important. You don't know where the enemy jungler is at. Actually, I think they do have an idea. Look at the wards on top side. It's so much. It's well lit. It's just like Christmas on top of there. But for Full Sense, just as you said, 2 dragons start for themselves. They're on a very nice trajectory for setting up for late game win conditions, if you will. We'll have to see now with the rotations coming by. They're most likely trying to get the Rift Herald for their next objective. And that's why we get to see the rotations of the AD carries, the bottom lane, positioned here. A little bit concerned though. Few might see if he can use his opportunity to get, to just really drain resources away from Born This Way.
Yeah, because the damage from IE right now is on the Jarvan and the Fires only. Lot of Aegis on the both Victor and Gragas, so no AP damage. And now LGW trying to be trapped.
Oh, wow.
Nice spreading of the explosive cast, but there is the Magnus from T-Burst and the combo into the Soul Gragas, punishing Gragas in the both side. They knew the Rift Herald is been taken by Inferno Esports, so they try to get what they can get, which is the bottom turret in the bottom lane.
It's gonna be a race who gets first blood tower here. Is it gonna be the Rift Herald charging in first? Nope, it is going to be Full Sense going to be taking the tower. It might be a 2 towers for 1 in favor of IE if this continues actually. But because Excellence is right there, always clearing the wave, this makes it difficult. Might be a delayed trade. Oh, what a hook!
Yeah, what a hook to Excellence. She's alone, but she still can slice and dice to the escape. And Yuyusaki is there, ready to back up. The flag and drag into the neck.
What?
The dominance is open, but it's 4 versus 2. The Curtain's Call is there, trying to get the damage. Excellence may be down, but the 4th shot into the abyss. Born This Way has been taken down. It's tried 2v1, but Few is there. The Deadly Flourish didn't manage, and the point and click stun to the Few and try to reset the Heartbreaker, and the reset is there. Austerity left alone and try to get chased by Few, and it's gonna be a massacre in the top lane from Full Sense.
The response of Full Sense to catch up to IE's plan in mind is just so impressive, because that could have been IE getting a kill into 2 towers for that trade. To 1 for getting First Blood Tower. But instead, it is Full Sense just getting more money in their back pocket after winning that fight and removing Celeste off of the equation. Meanwhile, LGW just want to go home, but constantly being chased here. They were hoping to get 2 towers, but every single time, Full Sense just is able to save.
Yeah, and again, like the team fight when the Viego came and IE overstay a little bit. Let's see the replay, flag and drag, and just like we said earlier, the curtain kill from the far apart and in the choke point, so it's gonna be easy to target even though the 4th shot is missed. But View is already there, and the point and click stun from IT really facilitating a lot. This Heartbreaker inside, chain the CZ, and got the reset. And yeah, there's no way, there's no chance for IE can escape from this Viego, and in the live, it's actually a fight. And again, with the reset from the Full Sense, the chain of corruption perfect into the Viego, but more on this way, need to back up a little bit because the damage from IT is really hurting for Blondie, if what I mean. And Celeste didn't join the team fight because he's still focused on the turret, and Born This Way has been zoned out from this soul point. The Cloud Soul point will be taken for Full Sense.
This is gonna be very, very scary, guys. It is the third dragon already secured by Full Sense. Meanwhile, IE acknowledges that, okay, we can't really do anything about it. Let's just trade something else off of the map. Because so far, they've been sort of chased down, zoned, and forced to use key ultimates like the Chain of Corruptions very defensively. Celeste has a plan here.
Yes, Celeste trying to blow up IT with the follow-up from Born This Way, got the shutdown. I think it's a really, really nice shutdown because the gold is funded into Celeste, into the Victor. IE right now really need more damage because every team fight, every single team fight, View is there and got the reset that he needs. And IE needs to stop that from beating it. Like, need to blow up this Viego real quick, or at least manage to push this Viego into low HP so he's out from the quotation.
Yeah, as Celeste is slowly building up to that, Leandri's now completed with Roa as well. Meanwhile, we get to see our AD carries working towards their second item. Actually, Blondie first to do that with RFC, just having that extra range and extra safety in these important team fights. So far, Ite has been very effective, being such an oppressive... I wouldn't say stun bot because Ite actually hurts as well on this Annie. But it really forces IE to keep running for the hills, which is, you know, maybe not exactly what they want to do, especially if Celeste and Austerity get stunned first.
Yeah, because in terms of like objectives and in terms of gold, IE still got a slight lead against Full Sense. So yeah, Full Sense needs to make this control they have, the team fight control they have, balloon before Inferno Esports got the item they want. We've seen the Andres from the Victor and the Green Soul for the Virus, so the damage may be starting to hurt Full Sense a little bit, and they starting attacking in this timing. And
they know that they have the advantage. Look at Ite, look at the stun.
Yeah, we're gonna focus on IT and look at the Austerity. The position a little bit off, but they still want to try this. And IT with the Timers, Riemann Timers, and the calling, the curtain call from the backside. No one's gonna interrupt this Jin double kill early for Blondie.
Oh no.
And maybe Austerity, yes, he's coming, but coming to who? The reset and actually Celeste with the full HP Roa stacks managed to push Full Sense down, and the Arakan is theirs. While Austerity position is a little bit awkward, he got triple kill and no one can touch this Victor.
Oh my word. I think what happened there was Chain of Corruptions. They were pretty grouped up. You're right. The positioning might be a little bit awkward, and that's the reason why Ite went for this, because Varus, okay, off of a positioning, maybe not be able to just fully hit, but the Arcane Storm was there to just deal so much damage in this very close, compressed space. And as you can see, Celeste Celeste's HP was unchallenged at all, which meant that he had a very nice positioning in that team fight for Atakan, and they're rewarded for Atakan as well.
Wow, what a team fight from Inferno Esports. And they finally got a nice lead, 2,000 gold lead. Finally, quite a significant lead against Full Sense. And the next thing they need to do is to make sure that Full Sense won't get this Cloud Soul in 1 minute.
Yep, I think that is definitely the point of contention up next, and I think that's the reason why Itae is slowly whittling down this top side turret, which means they'll have to worry about the wave building up on top side eventually if they do the Dragon Tussle. Look at this though from IE, the setup!
Yeah, Phil finally get caught with a trap from Celeste and Austerity. 2 ultimates actually got committed, but it's really worth it because the jungler has been taken and there is no way Full Sense want to try to contest this Drake unless they want to try with the Magnetstorm and the T-Burst combo with the Curtain Call. It's still a possibility, but the chance is really low to steal this Cloud Drake and Born this way, trying to sweep the area first, making sure there's no vision available for Full Sense. And here's IE trying to flag and drag the position a little bit awkward, but they get caught. A blondie cataclysm perfect into the 2 damage has been dealt. There is no way to escape for Full Sense.
Whoa,
and another hook, but it's into the turret. A moves live with 1 HP, and they knew they didn't need to overextend this, and IE will get themselves their first Cloud Dragon.
I love this cooking pot. It's like hot pot. You know, you got your It's the Cataclysm, and then you got the Arcane Storm being laid out with the gravity field for that big CC. Oof. I mean, of course, without the flash for both Blondie and Itae, we're looking at carries that are not exactly mobile and can escape. So let's take a look at that replay. I gotta see that again. You get to see Born this way, setting this flag and drag combo up, but the hook coming from moves was so insane with the Death Charge. There's the Cataclysm into the Arcane Storm. They're basically bathing in all the pain in the world, and they're rewarded for more skirmishes being won in their favor. Now, Baron's about to spawn in a few. This is another area where a lot of the teams are going to be hovering around and using Baron either as bait to start these important team fights. As long as IE is able to set up that kind of fights where it's Cataclysm, Chaos Storm, Gravity Field, just all these big circles in one congested area, then they're able to win these team fights. But if Itae is able to strike first, stun someone down, then combined with a Curtain Call, then that's the time, you know, Full Sense is able to win these fights for themselves as well.
Yeah, and Rock moves to start that with the Dredge line, got cast of the Blondie, and got a setting up that team fight for Born this way to Cataclysm into 2. And right now, IE knew the Baron is on the menu, and they will try to control the top side of the jungle. Deadly Flow is just to check the vision, but careful, Celeste actually close to his Ramadan and against moves with the Dredge line, but this time there's a Magnus from counter T-Burst just to force IE down in the bot side. Blondie still managed to survive, Galfresh this time, and the Curtain Call into 3 people, and LGW and Celeste got trapped into the mouse trap, and this time shotgun came for Full Sense, and Blondie will be the main character of this episode.
Yeah, those flashes definitely had to be baited out. It was Blondie that was able to acquire space, and they kept all of them in, you know, their own jungle side. Let's take a look at that again. Flag and drag just to sort of divide this team fight. Explosive cask onto Itae. I think the Chain of Corruption wasn't able to hit because of that explosive cask. I think there was a bit of a unfortunate mismatch there. And because Blondie wasn't eliminated, Itae wasn't eliminated off of that first execute, that means they had more space to reposition and initiate Curtain Call and just basically clean up the rest of the targets. But here comes the respawn. 1k gold lead now this time around for IE. That's the only it's not a big gold lead anymore, so Full Sense is happy to take that team fight again.
Yeah, it's really back and forth. like to
Yeah.
this team. Like we saw
Mhm.
the 9 match earlier in this group stage. At least there is one game that one team is dominating each other, but not from these two team. And yeah, we can expect these two team is like the top two right now of the region. So maybe we will looking for Fairy Charm in the third place to break down the circles, because man, IE and Full Sense just keep back and forth trading punches. And yeah, Full Sense know there's still a chance for them to be the first seed.
It's really close. You can really tell how much these teams really need that first seed. Again, it's so important. Take you much closer to the bigger stage of LCP. Meanwhile, you get to see the Baron dance happening at the moment over at mid. I think both teams are very careful about it. The thing is, Full Sense is super close to the Soul. So at this point, IE might be a little bit pressured to start the fights much sooner, or else they're actually forced to contest, as you can see, this 4th dragon that Full Sense may take for Soul.
Yeah, and the good thing for Full Sense is they do not need to force this.
Yeah.
So they can, the Drake, they can just give it to IE and they can get Baron for themselves. And that will be a good trade for map control. Like Full Sense, they kind of have see how can they manage to win the team fight, making Austerity cannot join the team fight. And that's maybe the plan. And right now in the mid lane, Moves and Austerity seen by Full Sense, and the trap has been set, and Excellence getting caught with the ward, and yet it's looking by the position. Maybe Full Sense deciding, yeah, you can take the second Cloud Drake and we will get Baron for ourselves.
Let's see. There's not a lot of vision going on at the moment because it's cleared, but they've vacated the area. Do they know that they're in the jungle?
Ooh.
They might.
LGW, the position is a little bit more moves. It's quite dangerous. The dredge line actually made Moves move forward. The
So
Deadly Flourish
tanky.
connect, but so tanky for Moves. The curtain call has been popped out early just to push IE back. But look at LGW. So tanky, tanking the 4th shot like a boss.
Yeah.
And since there's no curtain call, I think IE got the confidence to fight Full Sense right now.
Flash is going to be up for both carries real soon. So if the Cataclysm hits, that's going to be reserved for sure to ensure their safety. Now, let's see. This could be another fight.
Yeah, the setup, the dredge line has been perfect. Another Cataclysm into the circles. And Yuyusaki managed to escape, but one by one Full Sense has been discredited. Look at the arcades from the size of the circles. Excellence need to run it back to the base, but they can do anything because Ace for IE, the timing that you said, the timing of the flash has been calculated by IE, and they take it perfectly, and they maybe try to end this game right now.
It's possible. 30 seconds on the clock. The soonest that is going to respond is Itae and Yuyu Usaki. So we'll have to see if they're just going to run it down and end this game right here, right now.
No way, straight push to the 2 takes the stress and the base itself because there's no one spawn, and IE cementing themselves as the first seed of the LCP Wildcard. They'll be waiting the winners of Full Sense against Faerie's Charm in the grand final.
Oh my word. What was that? It was a game-ending team fight. It was the battle for Soul. IE used the flash timings, used the very deadly Cataclysm into the Arcane Storm combo. And they baited out the curtain call as well. So one big threat in a team fight is basically non-existent, and they acknowledge the fact that they're going to be much stronger in the upcoming fight, force them to sort of hover around the dragon just for Soul. But at the end of the day, this was used against them. Inferno Esports really acknowledging what is going to be strong at certain points of the game, and they are rewarded with the first seed here at the LCP Wildcard.
Yeah, it's a close game in the game 1 and game 2, and maybe we will toss it to Abigail and Contra to break down this close game 2. And let's give it away to Abigail and Contra.
Thank you so much, my lovely casters, Manamo and Riku. I just noticed that the game was ended in a very beautiful time, 30-30, and I think that was the most beautiful play from IE, to be honest, in my opinion. But first, for Full Sense, that was very, very favoring towards them on the early game, but it starts from the minute 5, everything was changed, everything is on IE's tempo. But to be honest, it was also very good job for Full Sense to make it back, because the one big fight at their jungle it plays a very important role to the goal difference Contra.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you were spot on that. And I think like there was a difficulty in certain executions in some of these team fights, because sure, you got all these big ideas of a combo, but then again, all these disengaged tools were magnificent coming in from all the members of Inferno Esports. I mean, you got top laner on the Gragas coming in with some really clutch explosive casts, and then on that very final fight, I think Moobs definitely have been able to seek out that perfect avenue for them to really hook, line, and sinker down all these members who were all funneled into that pit, or I can't really say pit, I mean into their own jungle where they don't really have any other tools to really escape, because they went in for that phase check, and I felt like that was so costly. The other battles that they really had were so back and forth that they got a few things absolutely nailed down for the rest of these members of Full Sense. Like, you wanted the Viego to become a carry, yep, you got that pretty much checked, and then Ite was pretty much trying to find the biggest Tibbers out onto majority of these members. But then again, I think like another factor moving into some of these matchup is that over on the course of the ADC role, Austerity, he went for the on-hit build. Meanwhile, Blondie, instead of like doubling down on mostly crit, he went for lethality instead. So it definitely provided him with a little bit more safety net when it comes down to those early duels. But then again, once these members of Inferno Esports scale, it is kind of hard for them to reverse. You saw from the other curtain calls where he did, some mounting damage in the early game, and then it does not feel like it's a big impact as compared to what it was when the game goes into that 30-minute mark.
Yeah, and not to mention about the abilities that Inferno Esports have. I mean, like, you have the explosive cast, you have the cataclysm, and you have the chain corruption. Not to mention how strong North is on the team fight as well. So it was like it puts Full Sense in a very big dilemma. Which kind of abilities that they should avoid of, because there was too many team fight abilities from Full Sense towards IE.
Yeah, true enough. And once again, we have seen some of all these beautiful pickoffs coming in from the side of Inferno Esports from the get-go, which sees them really surging up ahead. With those 2 kills, they eventually have been able to open up all these avenues to secure themselves a couple of grubs. Meanwhile, Full Sense, they had a lot more priority onto the Drakes instead. And when it comes down to this Drake fight, I think it was really monumental coming in from Few to be able to really find those pickoffs and then, use those kind of champions to turn against the rest of the members of Inferno. And, they always have plan B, where if they were to fall back or try to escape, that's where the curtain call comes in. So I love this isolated fight. They've been able to really dissect these members of Inferno, and it was dead even towards the point of the 16-minute mark to the rest of Inferno. Once again, they go in for this collapse, and you saw those back and forth trades that went toe-to-toe once more, to the point that it really boiled down to Few's arrival. And so far, Few has been playing great runs until maybe that late game skirmish where it really took a toll onto those members of Full Sense.
Yeah, and the second contest is very interesting too, because look how strong FS to put every single players of IE on the choke point, but it is also very good for IE to counterattack that.
Yeah, overall, like there's just so many different responses, and that previous fight, it was really down to Austerity's positioning. I mean, that was key. They managed to also counter with that Chains of Corruption, and then once more, they've been able to also look for another pick off, all thanks to moves where he's been landing so many beautiful hooks.
Yeah, with so many beautiful hosts, but this is really choke points for IE to play with. And the current call is sort of like the game changer during this fight.
Yeah, it's always the key for these members of Full Sense, right? Until this point where, they got that full collateral cataclysm alongside with the Nautilus ultimate to really reel them into that position where they cannot really find an escape. As a matter of fact, you see in that blink of an instance, how many of these members of Full Sense still have their summoners up? They were not able to respond because those chain crowd control was way too much for them to handle.
Yeah, and that ends the last series of today with Full Sense and also IE. And we also, finally got the first seed of LCP Wild Card Playoffs. And I would like to calling back my casters Manamo and Rico to join the discussion about what's upcoming tomorrow, because tomorrow, the last 2 days of LCP World Cup will be very interesting. So welcome back my baby Rico and also Manamo. Oh my god, that was a very sick game for Full Sense versus IE. That marks IE become the first seed, I believe, and that leaves for Full Sense versus a Faerie tomorrow with the best of 5 series game. That game for tomorrow will decide who will become the opponent of IE. That could be FS, or that could be the comeback of a Faerie. Manamo, what do you think?
Yeah, objectively speaking, Full Sense and IE is on a whole different level from any other team. So Faerie, we see them, they play good, but there's still a lot of minor mistakes that they made, individual error. And while Full Sense and IE, it's all pure just an execution. Who can execute better, and I think that's the gap between Full Sense and Faerie. So I think I still place my bet on Full Sense and once again try to defeat IE in the grand final.
That will be interesting. I couldn't wait for another 50-minute games with Full Sense and IE on the grand final. I'm sorry, guys, but that was probably one of the longest game I've ever had during my work in League of Legends. But rest assured, for Full Sense, I think they will be the strong contender to become another grand finalist of this LCP World Cup. But to be honest, I'm not really sure who will become the representative of Southeast Asia to join the LCP event after this LCP World Card. But Contra, what do you think about the Full Sense so far with IE?
I mean, overall, this is such a great showing between the two, and I'm just so glad that this new era of talents is really carrying the banner for this entire region of ours. This server is absolutely lit with, them representing us. And I'm very sure Rikus is super proud of Inferno on their performance. And on top of that, this is just a best of 2. What happens when you get a best of 5? We have not seen half the other pool, and that makes a difference. So, Full Sense, they're definitely looking for their Avengers arc. Meanwhile, FRC, I really wonder, do they have just about deep as a pool? Because I think we've seen that FS is absolutely multifaceted. Tomorrow, definitely, the rest of Faerie will be put to the test.
Yeah,
honestly, I agree. I think I like how you brought that up, because I feel like Inferno Esports have a very interesting dynamic, right? They swap between Celeste and Crimson, and I think they have Celeste as their dedicated Azure player, or maybe even Victor player, and on the other hand, we get to see Crimson for most of the tournament since yesterday. So looking at that in a best of 5 perspective in a fearless draft, that's honestly so exciting to think about, that they swap between these 2 mid laners.
Yeah, and I'm also very excited to see, probably there will be 2 games with Crimson and maybe 3 games with Celeste, and that will put lots of the dynamic for IE to read off, like Manamo.
Yeah. I just want to see a good League of Legends game, Like today, that's
A good 15 minutes
Omakoma.
game?
I mean, sure, let's go.
Why
As
50
long as
minutes
it's
when you
good.
could go 1 hour?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Wow.
Both me and Contra just checked the longest League of Legends competitive game, and it was back then at 2018 between Jin Air Wings versus
Of course.
T1. Of course, it needs to be Korea who pulled the longest game, but thank you guys. If you are willing to break the record, I will sign up first. I'm not, because I don't want to have that long. But here's the result of the day too. We already finished every single matches of today, and this is the end of the group test results. The end of the group test series. We got the top 3, which will be Inferno Esports, Full Sense, and also Faerie Chams. So thank you so much for YDP and also SNUL for your participation in this LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025. I wish that I could come back next year with a better performance, with a better movements, or maybe with a better meta. Because I personally really love the way Young Depot will bring such a variety set of draws, and the one that probably makes you think, is it possible, is it doable in the competitive scene? But the group standings itself, Inferno Esports, they only lose 1 game but still standing strong on the top of the group stage, because the scenario is if Full Sense got 2-0 towards Inferno Esports, that will secure the first seat for Full Sense, but apparently they could not, so they will be happy with the second place, and they will face Faerie Cham tomorrow. Contra.
Yeah, at the very least, when we take a look at the top 2 seeds right now, they remain to have their pride intact, where they could still claim that they are undefeated in a full series, since this is a tie between the two. So, of course, Faerie Cham is looking to break that in order to make it to the final. So, yeah, there's just so much tension between the top 3 right now. And of course, we want to thank Yang Depal as well as Seoul Esports for really showing us some exciting games, and they really poured their heart and soul to those matches.
Yes, and I would like to mention as well, so for tomorrow, for tomorrow's schedule, that will be a Full Sense versus a Faerie Cham, but we will use a best of 5 series, and this is only single elimination system. So that will be the last life for both parties, for both Full Sense and also Faerie Cham. So they need to rest well, they need to think well what kind of draft that they want to pull, because we're still using a Pharaoh's draft, and I expect lots of more exciting draft. I mean, probably Yume will come out.
Yeah, we'll really have to find out, right? I mean, now that begs the question, since Faerie Cham was taking, a long break after their series, do they actually get the edge because they managed to witness, some of all these great stuff that Full Sense has been pulling off in this series up against Inferno? We'll have to find out tomorrow then.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the bracket first before we jump into the closing section, because this is going to be very fun as well to talk about, because IE have 1 day to rest, like all of the casters and also the analysts mentioned, and also this is going to be a very good part for Inferno as well, because Inferno Esports can have a look towards the playstyle of Full Sense. I'm like in a full playstyle, and the same goes with the FRC. But the downside of having 1 day rest, or probably they will not, as ready as a Full Sense, or maybe not as hit as the Full Sense or FRC back then on the grand final. But still, Inferno Esports will look who will be their opponent on the grand final, aka on August 31st.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this because, again, just as you said, IE gets to rest. Who do I think is going to move forward, however? If I were to take a prediction, not gonna lie, after seeing that the ending of the matchup is 1-1, I would love for Full Sense to run it back and get that revenge against IE.
Well, to be honest, I think the same way like you. But to be honest, I would be very open with the surprise that FRC can pull towards us and also the audience. What do you think, Manamo?
Yeah, I think like regardless the result, like for full sense for FRC and for IE itself, like they shown what they can in these 3 days. I just wanna see like like Yumi maybe like what you said. Is it gonna be possible or not? But regardless, like Contra also said, it's a best of 5 series, and there is also a 1v1 set selection. So there's is a lots of going on tomorrow and the final. So yeah, let's see. Just let's enjoy it tomorrow.
Yeah, let's enjoy it tomorrow. And thank you so much for every single audience on the live stream, whatever region you are. Thank you so much for coming from the start until the end of the stream. And without any further ado, I wish you all good night. Have a good rest for Contra, Riku, Manamo, for the rest of the every single person who worked on this LCP Wild Card Playoffs 2025. Abigail, Contra, Riku, and Manamo signing off. See you tomorrow.
you